Bro, this bitch is so fucking annoying. I can't with her. This bitch is literally just raping me. Oh my. I'm just getting raped. This is insane.
That was insane.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm like, that was just crazy.
Oh, you're fine. No worries, man. I know sorry too.
Oh, Mom said that they're coming now and that they're just preparing the meat
The meat?
that he's gonna give us.
What is he gonna make?
Can't see him.
No, that she's making what she told us, but
Oh,
he's
she's
preparing
just.
it that he's gonna give us.
Oh, huh.
Yeah. I want tacos.
Dude, that's why I got tacos the other day when we went with Mom. That shit was bomb.
Bum bum beat 'em, bum bum beat 'em, bum.
Did she just leave, Jazz?
To Mom.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she did. Oh.
Welcome Gangnam Style.
I'm so fucking tired for some reason.
Me too, I just woke up from the night.
Yeah.
I wish I did.
I don't even know. It feels like it's fucking 8 already and it's barely 5.
It's because of the time change.
Yeah.
Time.
Then we've landed everywhere. I've finally landed everywhere.
Same.
Anas, are you here still?
Yeah.
Alright. I was just making sure.
No.
God damn, I'm never gonna fucking make it through this.
Then should we just go to these cabins right here?
I already made it here, honestly.
Okay, I'm here also.
That's alright. I just like was mad far for a second. Oh my god, there's fucking people landing right on top of me, of course, because why wouldn't they?
Is there a bunch of fucking whores?
Deadass.
This is on me.
Yeah, I'm actually scared right now. Where the fuck? Dude, can I get one fucking chest? Thank you. Dude, who's dying?
Oh shit. I'm
Oh
going.
shit,
He
fuck.
shot me before I even landed.
Alright, hold on. Just be careful. Oh my god, no, it's on Nos. And there's people near me also. But I'm running. I'm running past that.
Come back to us. I'm here with him.
No, yeah, I'm here, I'm here.
Oh, how the fuck can I get to his car? Tripping?
Where is it at? Am I confused? Oh, I see it. What the fuck? I was... Dude, I was like, where the fuck is it at? Hey, there's people reviving.
It's
Reviving.
me.
Oh, okay, okay. I was just making sure.
Going. How the fuck do I get out of here?
There's people pushing on us, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, pushing me.
I'm here.
I got the rest.
I got you. I had you boxed in, don't worry. There's people though, be careful. I have minis. If anyone needs minis.
I need minis.
Yeah. Where are you at? Oh.
There's a guy right underneath us.
Here. Doom, take this mini. Oh wait, no, you already took them. Never mind, I'm so slow.
Oh fuck. Nice.
Wait, I got one.
Yeah.
Got another one. I don't know where
Hold
my
on, I'm
impulse
resting.
grenades
Okay,
Hey,
there's
there's
two
two
more.
people on me. Two people on me. Guys, pull up.
Why?
Oh my god, I'm resing. They might fucking get to me before. Here,
I'll
I'll hold walls. It's okay, I'm holding walls.
I doubled.
One of them solo.
I'm going. Hey, good shit.
shit.
Who's crown?
I got the one off my good.
John somewhere, I'm pretty sure. No, thank God, bro. They're so annoying.
Facts though.
I'm a emo hump them.
The way that I just see you humping in here.
It's because I have 3 of them watching me. It's just funny.
I need movement.
Wow. Me too, though, Loki.
Oh, I'm gonna go
I
for the
wanna.
supply
Oh,
drop.
I was about to say that, but shit, I'm gonna go loot somewhere else then. Wait, there's people here. There's somebody else here on me. It
Where
might be
are
a
you?
bot though. Oh no, it's just a bot.
Where is
Okay.
this? Oh. How do I get up there?
Oh shit, finally a fucking assault rifle. I could not find one to save my damn life. Should I go for this? I'm gonna go for the supply drop. Fuck it.
What's happening? What's that noise? Am I dying or something?
I'm gonna hit
She
this
said, am I
supply drop.
dying or something? Alright,
Back to yell after.
bet. Wait, where's... Okay. Why is there an alarm going off in there? I'm confused.
Someone triggered the power plant thing. It's gonna explode.
It's gonna explode?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm all like inside of it. You're talking about, oh yeah, it's gonna explode.
Tigre.
How bad does it explode on us?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this shit.
Nobody has seen it yet.
I tried to make it explode, but it wouldn't do it.
Wait, I wanna
What?
see. Do you have to click the red button or something?
I
Oh,
don't-
yay.
Maybe. I know
Got
it
They
it.
said they
says,
were going back to normal.
in order to make it stop, you have to do like a passcode on in the console room or in Homer's workroom. There's like 3 tables, and each one you gotta do it in a certain order or some shit. I couldn't figure it out in enough time.
Interesting. I never knew that shit exploded though.
Well,
Well, my friend told me it exploded, so I assume it explodes.
Oh shit. I thought I was dead. Wait, but I fell off and I low-key needed to go all the way. Anas, come back up with me.
Jake's gonna have. Oh shit!
What the fuck is happening?
Fighting right here. Fighting right here. Whole time these motherfuckers are looking at us.
Oh,
They're pushing. Knocked on.
Nice, good job.
I'm gonna go loot that real quick. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh
Jazz
my
as well.
fucking god. I just got raped. Push, 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 push.
Oh, they fucking got me. Fucking over.
Or wait, push
No.
back, push back. Don't push, don't push, don't push.
Oh, don't push.
No, don't push, don't push. Real quick. Back up.
I have one fucking
Doom.
one shot.
Hold on, Doom. Give us a second.
Bro, I'm letting them.
I'm gonna heal real quick.
Oh, I
Hold
have
on.
no fucking ammo for this shit.
Wait, I think I should go get Doom real quick. I'm gonna go get Doom. I'm gonna say fuck it real quick. Fuck. This is so risky. Wait, there's.
Oh, who has AR? Who has AR? I don't have shit left. I'm fucked.
Hold on, I'm resing.
Ouch. Oh, fuck. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm ready.
fuck.
Okay, I have shit to shoot with, bro.
Come rest. Double rest. Double rest. Top, top, top. Alright, everyone go! Everyone go! Jump! Oh! Build the wall! Build the wall.
You fucking retarded.
Pussy! Oh my god, no! Jocelyn! Josh, res me behind you, Res me, Josh, behind you!
Run.
Oh my god, no, we're cooked. He's pushing, he's above you. Oh. Shoot him, fight him, Jess. You're getting sandwiched.
Fuck.
This is a tough
Fucking
situation you're in, Jess. Not gonna lie. It's okay. It's okay, Jess. Don't
I did
worry.
not clutch that one up.
It's okay. It happens.
This way.
I'm trying to crawl away slowly, but I think they hear me. Oh, yep, I'm gonna get raped right now. Oh no! Oh no!
She goes, I'm about to get raped.
Dude, it's cause yeah, it's like 3 of them and they just were gathering around. Damn, we almost had that though. That's crazy. We knocked some and we ate ass and yeah. 10 minutes ago.
What?
Rip.
Holy shit.
Wait, I want to change my skills. I need to do
Jocelyn,
like, what?
is Marissa's baby daddy Annalise Choppa?
Marissa's?
The one that from Baddies.
Oh, I think so.
Cause I was gonna say, Elisha sent me that shit at like fucking 4 or 5 in the morning, bro. Talking about, is that the girl from Baddies? Like what? But I never knew that it was Annalise Choppa. So are they
Yeah.
fighting over Annalise Choppa or am I tweaking?
No, they're fighting over some other whack ass bitch.
Oh hell no.
They're fighting over me. Yes.
Imagine. Wait,
I'm
Hannah's
Annalise
playing.
Choppa. No, wouldn't that be crazy?
Oh no. Bro,
Someone I
hate
added
how...
on this game, their username is Peel These Nuts.
Oh.
And his skin is a
Ouch.
banana.
That doesn't sound like it would be pleasant.
Interesting.
I've
Just
never
an
gotten my
interesting-
nuts peeled before. But
Alright.
Hi, son.
Did you say someone on us or no?
No.
No, I'm tweaking there.
Yeah, you did. I heard him.
I'm hearing shit. I'm going insane. I'm fucking tired. I think once my mom gets here, I might get off on us.
Nah, that's cool, bro. For sure.
But if anything, we could play Apex later.
But just let me know. I mean, shit, man.
Alright. Because usually I just go talk to her for a while.
What?
Yeah, you know, G.
When mom gets here, I was saying.
That what?
I
So
don't know,
next-
jump real quick. I just marked a random spot. But whenever mom gets here, I was telling Anas I was getting off.
Oh, yeah.
Oh shit, I might have picked like a really packed place, bro. I thought since we were kind of far, it would have been okay, but fuck.
You can release the hounds here.
What the fuck does that mean? Release the hounds? What type
Oh,
of hound?
might be fucked. Jump, you dumb fuck. Oh, this nigga won't jump. I might be fucked.
Oh
This
my
nigga's dumbass.
Oh my god, I need a gun.
I got a gun.
Oh my
it's
god,
a
I need a
fucking
gun.
I need a gun.
pistol.
I need a gun, I need a gun, I need a gun.
Dude,
I need
me
a gun,
too.
I need a gun. Where the fuck?
There's people. Oh no, that's you. Never mind.
Dude, there's someone on me and I don't have a gun.
Okay, no wait, yeah, there's actually people and I don't have a gun either. Oh my god, and I just lost health. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm cooked.
Guys, I don't have a gun. There's two people on me and I don't have a fucking gun.
Okay, I'm about to open a chest finally.
Oh my god, where the fuck did that chest go? I found a gun.
Jocelyn, I was there, Jazz.
Tanya, I'm gonna fucking kick your ass.
Sit by you.
No, to release
Sit
the
by
hounds.
you.
Collect a beverage. Bitch, I just did.
I got the same gun!
Rip.
I hate this fuck ass spawn.
Alright, I'm about to go fucking push this bitch. That's being weird. Oh, never mind. Someone deleted him. I accidentally ran through someone's loot.
Oh.
Real. Oh my god! Anas, did you see Autumn's coming to Denver?
And now when's he coming?
December?
I feel like everyone's coming in fucking December. I feel like I saw like 2 other
Yeah,
people.
oh,
Best month,
Samson
what do you
also, huh? Jasmine
It's the
said
best month.
because it's her birthday.
Shit, my bad.
It's where legends are
But
made.
no,
It's when that just remained. You fucking stupid.
are you going to the Osama-san on us or no?
I don't know. Cause his album was cool, but like, it's really the album gotta be gas.
What?
you know what
Why
I'm
is there
saying?
hounds?
Someone else
What
did
The
it.
hounds?
Someone else did it.
Oh no!
Oh,
Guys,
he literally meant the hounds.
guys! Oh my god, I think I'm dead. Oh my god, I think I'm dead. I don't have no other guns, are you kidding me? Wow.
You fucking stupid.
Dude, I was hoping nobody heard me, bro. I was spinning. Yes. I had to.
You're
Yo, is that a Scooby-Doo car? Bro, Anas, come look at this.
Wait.
He has a Scooby-Doo
Look.
car, bruh.
Dude, he has everything.
Look at it.
The fuck is being annoying?
I'm getting raped.
Oh, it's real people.
No,
What the
yeah.
fuck? Oh my goodness.
He said, "Oh my goodness."
Bro, you think he's bodying the fuck out of you. Fucking all that.
Fuck, he killed me. They're in the bush. Kill me.
Push me, pussy.
He's really trying to finish me off.
I knocked him, but I fucking got
Oh,
stuck behind
someone
the tree.
pulled up on us.
There's one right here.
He's
He's gonna revive. Oh no, he's not. He's on here. He's on here. He's on the pink. He's pushing y'all. Oh, he's still up there. He's right here, down here. Look, I'm not shoot this bitch. That's right
Dead,
next to
bro.
me.
Fuck, I'm
Oh
deceased,
shit.
bro.
Who's only left? Oh shit, it's Doom only. Hey, me and this person are becoming friends real quick. Hold on. I need to see what stickers I have. Aww. What the hell? I was vibing with her and they killed me. Let me see how far my mom is.
This shit is crazy.
Oh, damn. Assholes.
You would catch one more. Probably go get
Yeah, no, I could play one more. She's 16 minutes away. I got one more.
one more in you.
One more in me. Plus, this game's driving me insane.
You good, bro.
Oh my god. It always happens, bro. I'm telling you, there's a reason I stopped playing it. I mean, I like the new map though. It's pretty nice.
No, this is bad. I fuck with this map.
Yeah, I like it also. But I feel like there's not lots of places to land, but I don't know if that's just me.
You said there's not a lot of places to land?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small ass map.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Huh?
Oh, that guy's trying to smack me with his fucking Cisco.
Oh. Wait.
Mr. Blue Spartan and his green shoes.
Tigre, I can't see with you right there.
Fucking tigre, bruh.
I need to buy Daphne. She leaves tonight.
You need to buy what?
Daphne. Scooby-Doo.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see how many you have, dude. How much did you finish off with?
Oh, I don't know. Less than 1,200.
Less than 1,200? That's insane. That means that you won 1,200 matches
Yeah. That's just with the crown, so I won a lot more than that.
No, basically double 1200 because you get a crown for, isn't it every 2 games?
Yo, where the
Yeah.
fuck
Well,
did
you
I
can
put
also
my
get a crown
controller
from
at? Oh.
picking it up off a crown team that you kill.
Hi, Steel.
Alright.
This is
where
their
are we
last
going?
one, so you can wait.
I'll respond to you guys sooner.
Oh shit. Okay, we're landing there.
Whatever 8 is.
I got terrible fucking drop.
Yeah.
Enjoy it
I'm
while
so
you're young.
mad.
8 people coming.
Holy
8?
fuck, this place is packed.
It's fucking hot as shit.
This is
I don't even know
OD,
where to
bro.
go, bro.
Yeah, I don't know either,
Yeah.
honestly. I'm landing in the most
I
random
just
fucking
picked a
spot.
crib. Fuck it.
Guys, I'm fucked. Oh my god, I'm seriously so
Wait,
bad.
dude,
That
I'm
is
fucked.
great.
Hold on, I'll pull up in a second. Give me a second.
Blitz match.
I killed one. His
I'm
team
pulling up.
pulled up on me. One sec.
I won those matches.
Where are you at, Anna? So you blue? I'm pulling up on you.
Yeah, I killed some.
Okay.
Alright, bet. Anna's good so far. Yo,
Yes, I'm
there's
dead, I'm
lucky
dead, I'm
2
dead.
people here. I'm pulling up, Jess. Hold on.
Fuck, you're doing
I'm
good.
going as fast as I can.
No, it's putting up
Oh,
on me.
you got that person a new one up? Whoever
Bitch.
You got him, bruh.
black
Fuck.
outfit
Good shit.
and the gray.
Hey, but there's 2 people in that building up there, like
Snow
the
cap?
main building. If y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about.
The main
I
building.
don't, but I'll start looking.
Bro, is this shit in the way of this? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
The main fucking building up here, like the fucking one that's up there, the big one. Oh yeah. I already have one of those. Anna, there's this here if you need.
But
Damn, I was literally one shot.
They were in this building, bro. Where did they go?
Everyone come to me. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
I'm going.
Just telling you.
I'm over here, but I'm pulling up right now.
My god, the rubber.
Hey, there's
Oh,
people, there's people, there's
shit.
people. He's running over here. He's in the
what a
bush on me.
pussy.
Pull up, pull up, pull up.
Oh, there's a guy with a fish.
Yep.
Good shit.
Okay, everyone group up with me.
Bet.
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Has anyone got shotty ammo to spare?
I got you on us.
Nah, I'm pretty
I need shield.
There you go. Where should we go?
Okay, my
Hard to
room.
know.
What do the crusty burgers do?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Greasy
they,
Crust restores
heal
health
you.
and shield.
Oh, they heal you.
Oh yeah, best serves. Oh yeah, it says it's for health and shields. How much health do they fill up though?
I'm not sure. If you read it, it should tell you, I think.
Huh. Let me see.
You spec that in.
Do me with no
Oh,
manners.
I'm retarded.
Jumping in the water with legs spread wide open.
Tigre. I can't see, son.
Yeah, no, it should just not tell me basically.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
It just says over time. shit. I'm like, alright. Sorry, I just dropped them.
Oh, they're running.
There's like a whole fucking team on me.
Oh my god, I'm not even there. Why am I always so
There's my
far
crack
from you
on
guys?
them.
Bro, tell me what I say. I feel like I should be fucking off. I don't know what's going on.
Dude, no, same though. I literally don't be knowing what's going on half the time.
Thank you. I literally just killed up.
There's a big part of it.
Gracias. Why does it feel so much later than what it is?
That's what I was saying, bro.
Time change.
Oh, for real. It really got to me though. Last night I was at the club and I was like, oh, we have to leave. And we're leaving and they're like, you guys still have like a whole hour. And I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
You do have a whole
Oh,
hour.
that was 5 a.m.
Nah, bro, I was tired last night also. I'm always fucking tired. I don't know why.
Just fucking living my life.
What's that thing under the water? How does one get to that?
Yeah.
The fuck? That's interesting.
There's a big pot.
Huh? Oh.
Being in this lake makes me want to go to the lake, Tanya.
It's too fucking cold though.
I know. My stomach hurts. I can't wait to eat.
At least we don't have to worry about anybody being cheesy with the knives anymore.
Oh, I hated those stupid ass fucking knives. Shit was annoying. But I loved it when I used it. With others, I fucking hated it. Crusty brand. Imitation brand. Damn, y'all are far.
Yeah, where are you guys at? Are we split up?
No.
Oh, I
I'm just
see.
getting this antenna.
How far is mom saying?
Probably like 10 minutes.
There's a blue
Maybe
rifle.
like under 10 minutes. I need that. I have a fucking gray one. Who's shooting up there?
Me.
Is there people on you?
Yeah.
Oh. Nas, you keep running everywhere trying to catch him.
I got no fucking movement, bro.
Dude, neither do I. This is
Damn,
like,
bruh.
I'm going everywhere. I'm all over the place.
What is this?
It's the burgers.
Okay. Oh. Yeah.
It healed me like 30. So they heal you
That's
like
all?
30. The burgers.
Oh, shit, really?
Yeah,
Just don't ask.
So not
where
that
the
much?
meat comes from.
Yeah, okay, cause I had dropped my burgers for medkits, so I was good at least. There's people shooting over here, 171. What the fuck? And then there's people shooting also like northwest. I'm confused. I'm gonna go look over here though.
These people sound mad close, yo. Where are they at? And then I heard the zip line just now by me. That's
Yeah,
not
he's,
good.
he's low, that yellow
There's
guy.
one behind you.
Nice. Give me my kills. Die. Okay, good. Nice. This bitch had great loot. Is the striker AR better or the suppressed assault?
The striker.
Alright.
Suppressed one, I feel like whenever you're shooting it, the bullets start flying around.
Oh.
I would take the Slurpee if I were you.
Alright.
Heals you really good and gives you a speed boost.
Oh, that's true.
Heard someone take a package over you.
Oh, there was a little guy.
Nice.
Damn. That's some good hits. Is he hiding behind that car?
Holy shit, this guy's got good loot.
Hell yeah, they do.
Oh my.
There's a car pulling up. Oh, hell no.
Oh, yellow.
Oh my goodness. I got fucking farted
This bitch is
on.
cracked! Oh my god, I knocked one! But there's another one on me!
That one on you is lit as fuck, bro. I lit the fuck out of it.
31.
Got him.
Good
Thank
shit.
you!
Behind you. Behind
Oh
you.
shit, I was like, where? Don't move, don't move, don't move.
Move.
Oh, that's the. I thought it was someone against you.
Where's it
Didn't
at?
realize. I thought it was NPC helping
Bro,
you.
where's my kill at? I killed somebody
Also,
around
someone
here.
charging at you with a gun.
Bro, that's so fucking... Alright,
There's a purple striker.
it's alright. Oh my god, I need a heal.
I gotta make it for you.
I'm gonna open this.
No, I got some, thank you.
There's minis in a big plant.
I got some minis here by me on okay. And big pass, that's okay, thank you guys.
Anybody want this gold tag?
There's a purple striker.
Purple scar right here.
Yeah, that
Oh,
shotgun's pretty
yeah.
good.
I'm going, hold on. I was drinking my big pot real quick.
Is the suppressed or the striker better? The striker.
I just asked that, that's so funny.
I don't care. That person hears me coming. I'm shooting.
What is that? Oh.
In a way, I kind of want them to know I'm coming.
Bro,
I'm
okay,
shooting.
who the fuck has a bunch of kills on our team right now? Because our team's at 22 kills.
I don't know.
Why not you?
I only have 3.
I only
Let
have
me
5, so I know
bones
someone
going off
has
with
to have a
Parsons.
shit ton.
I gotta
Is it
scoop
you do?
Prank calls.
I got 10.
Oh my
Oh
god.
god.
I was like, I knew somebody had to have
That'd
digit
be a
numbers
prank
right
calls.
now,
Who's
bro.
going off?
The final circle's gonna be here where we're at.
If we were
I see
driving
what
around
you're
the
saying.
car, I'd get more.
Really?
Bro, this shit actually had nothing. That's crazy. I got it twice,
Okay.
bro. I should give me a Slurpee.
Here.
You should have let me open it.
That shit's
No,
stuck.
I'm just kidding.
Wait, no.
Oh, you're good if you want to take it, bro. I ain't
Here,
tripping.
no, here. It's because I didn't know how to drop it.
No one can see me in this bush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of can see it. The
No.
rest is kind of staying on top of this bush.
There's someone here. What the
Oh,
fuck? I
oh,
thought I was
In front of
tripping.
us.
161 on the white.
I cracked the, I knocked
Nice,
one.
she's dead.
31. Yep, another.
Somebody's shooting, oh, wait, yeah, somebody's shooting on the left side.
Got her.
Not bad. I finished her.
Nice.
Nice.
That was the last
Yeah.
squad.
Yeah,
the
good
fuck?
shit. We look at this, man. Good.
Good job, guys.
Getting
That was
gamey,
good.
guys.
Alright, wait, let me see how far mom is. I'm pretty sure, I don't think I have enough to play another because I know she's
Nah,
over
you
here.
good, bro.
Yeah,
I
she's
gotta get off
7 minutes.
anyways. It's a G.
Alright.
Okay, just hit me up if you're getting on later. Just let me know.
Alright, then. Okay,
Bet.
Jazz and Doom,
Alright,
it was
peace
nice
out,
playing with you
y'all.
guys.
Alright, it was nice
Bye,
meeting you.
Tonya. Bye,
Bye,
Anas.
guys.
Bye.
Bye. Mm.
What the hell? I hear some kind of. That sounds almost like geese or something.
Like what?
I hear something outside. It sounds like geese or something, but we don't have geese. I saw Hannah was on.
I know she might be playing with
Milo.
no.
Oh.
Hold on.
Make me your one and only. Don't make me your enemy. So you wanna play with magic? What you know you're falling for?
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Do you have someone you want to invite?
Hi,
Pookie.
Pookie. Bro, I feel like I haven't talked to you in like 3 days.
Sorry, I went on a 2-day bender.
She's like, sorry, I was having a little fun.
Dude, I went to a gay bar and I had the best time of my fucking life.
Dude, yeah, they're typically they're the move.
Dude, no, it gave everything it needed to give.
Oh my god, I love that for you.
But my body is feeling it.
Are you feeling it now, Mr.
Just-
Krabs?
Yeah, she's feeling it. Oh my god, dude, why did you not tell me that there is a cute little outfit in the store that I absolutely have to have?
Which
There's a cute
one?
little
The
outfit in the store that you
Kayla.
absolutely have to have.
Yeah, the Kayla one. I love her. It's not
Where is
Michaela,
she?
it's Kayla.
Hi,
I
Milo.
know that baby. Jess, hi. Did you hear her? She said hi.
Hi, Milo.
Hold on 1 second, bub. 1 second.
Let him
What did he
join.
ask?
He wants to join.
Yeah, I told him to
Yeah.
give me a second. Oh my god, she's literally so cute.
If you want, I can sit out so you can play, or we can play Blitz or something.
She's adorable. We were playing Blitz a minute ago. He likes Blitz.
Yeah, I like Blitz.
Okay.
Mascot. Mascot.
This is the
Mascot.
Look,
Mascot.
Hannah. Look,
Mascot.
my heart's so happy. Look.
What am I gonna do?
Yes.
Are you sending me something?
No, I changed it to the skin.
Oh, okay. Let me
I
look.
got her.
Oh my gosh, she's so cute. I love that.
Will gifted her to me.
Aww.
Yes.
Sweet.
I was like, Will. If you were
the
female, I
version
would
of
do
Bane or something.
That what?
Aww.
Oh, the big chug.
That's cute.
Supposed to be their version
Yeah.
of Bane or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody
We do?
on
I
here is
doubt it.
named that. That's so weird.
Someone on here is what?
The name of this dude, Pew these nuts. His skin is a banana skin. Now I
Oh
feel
my god,
like
I love the new emotes.
Is Milo coming?
Oh my gosh, I love this emote. Hold on, I'm looking in the shop right now. Give me a
Yeah,
second.
good. Take your time. I'm gonna smoke a dab. You wanna smoke a dab, Jess?
Let's do it. Where's my pen?
Oh my god, little mouse girl's kind of giving too.
Oh, I have that girl, I think.
You do?
The one with the mouse head, and then she
Yeah.
transforms into the mouse.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think my friend got it for a bunch of us a while back.
Yeah, I am just like in love with Kayla.
I'm in love with a stripper. She poppin', she
You're in love with who?
rollin', she rollin'.
The
The
Kayla
girl on
skin,
the
did you look
shop.
at it? It's like, I love foxes. I literally have tattoo of foxes on my chest.
Oh yeah? I'm just kidding.
Hmm. What's what? Oh, it's Wednesday. Oh, yours hasn't updated. I don't think Wednesday is even in here anymore. That's so cute. And she's like all painted and stuff. It's like my personality in a nutshell.
It's not tainted meat, it's painted meat. Fuck.
I don't even know what to I want to wear.
What
I'm gonna
is my
rock Daphne
safety
for
Alright,
a
in
while.
okay.
She's
bucket?
cutie patootie. Let me invite Bubba.
Yeah, good.
Oh, my mom just got here. Okay, I'm gonna have to sit this one out real quick. Here it is.
It's time for some food.
Alright, are we just doing 4? Why are you
Uh-oh.
gonna throw up? All of a sudden? Alright, let me hop off here.
No, you're
Okay.
good. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not feeling good.
God damn it. I'm down. Yeah, that person got me.
What are you saying?
He's coming out. Guys coming after you. The one that just downed me. I'm on the bridge. Bitch hiding. So who did you delete this time?
Just some random people.
Just let me know, that way I get rid of them. That way I know who. Cause I don't want anybody showing up that's gonna bother you. The only people I really know well is you, so.
If we ever broke up, I'll never be sad. Think about everything I thought we had. If we ever broke up. If we ever broke up, I'll never be sad. Think about everything I thought we had.
You got slapped in the face by a fish. Enjoy that fish.
Oh, we need a new torch tank. Yeah, so we're not feeling bad anymore.
I complained about it, remember? It's still, William, it's still up to you.
Dude, you should not have stopped. I was gonna let you run past me. You decided to shoot.
No, that's fucking crazy. It's right there on the bridge.
Get over here and I'll give you the big chuck. Take that. I was trying to toss it to you, but that shield moved so fast you wouldn't have been able to time to grab it. Shit out of him, but when he noticed you, he turned his back to me. He didn't finish me.
And I jumped over the thing and went around. I'll go back and see if I leveled up the battle pass yet. You get a lot of experience playing that Blitz. I did not. Fuck! Show my experience bar. Oh yeah, right there. Made 26,000. We need 2 levels and I can be Ned. Ned.
finished. Where the hell is everybody?
Oh, I hit the fucking.
I saw you try. Where did you think you're going?
Oh.
Get him with it.
Yeah.
It backed right into my shot. What's with this weird ass crap coming up our back now?
I don't know. Abracadabra.
Oh, sweet Jesus. I just had two people charge me head on, and I don't know how the fuck I just survived it. I mean, it was point blank, and these dumbasses missed me. I wish I had that recorded. Holy shit, about shit my britches. I mean, literally, it was like 2 feet from me.
I got
I'm
in the
gonna go
storm.
revive you.
Shit.
Don't worry, I got right full. I can give you over my crap. It's fine.
I'm inside. Uncle. Yeah, leveled up. baseball bat in here.
Yeah, I got one already. First I'm gonna sit still so I can beat them up with it. Or chase them. It's like insulting when they won't stand still, so I can just smash their heads in. That's too much to ask for.
Damn, I gotta steal my kill because the fucker was hiding behind a tree. Oh, bitch. Fuck is
There you
that? God damn it. No.
Don't move, I'll splash you. Earlier I was playing this, they had like 6 people watching me. Here goes a unstable Yonki shotgun.
Yeah, going.
I don't know if those are any good or not.
Yeah, it's good. It's close range though, so. This guy's a big one.
I really got him.
He no longer has the baseball.
Behind me. He gave himself away.
Good job.
He should not have shot at me because I didn't know he was there until he started shooting. And I knew you were close by, so all I had to do was turn around and run straight towards you. You know, either turn left or turn right, and you would have had him. Looks like each. I did not realize the dog has one other thing. Has these little heart things it puts off.
Mm-hmm.
Did not realize it.
Emote.
Yeah, no, the little I guess you could say emote, but it's just a thing that just goes off on his own.
No, that's not the emote. The little dance is the emote.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just sorry about the
I forgot what the heart things are called.
she must be grabbing something to eat.
Yeah, she's eating. What?
No, the weapon. I like it, but it's lost its kind of fun when it was you never know when you're gonna get it kind of thing. Still enjoy it, but it's like, damn, getting a little too much now.
Okay.
I guess he thought he was gonna hide behind the rocks. Watch, you gotta come chasing him. I was reloading. Didn't do anything. Fuck. They got me while I was reloading. Shit. I'm gonna die. They got my crown. Yeah, they caught me in mid-reload. Oh, they're good done.
My gun sucks.
Well, I like it, but I like having like a P90 or something, so I can switch between when I need to reload, not get caught, not having a weapon to switch. Because when that thing needs to be reloaded, it has such a drawback. Because if it had a fast reload, then you're making it too overpowered of a weapon. It has to have that slow reload. It's kind of open up longer. I had to wipe my glasses off. That's alright, you got 'em. Yeah, that's usually where you like to go, so that's where you head into it. Behind me. Again. Good, you're right there. Fuck. Shotguns. No, they did. Trying to get to you as quick as I can. say there's nothing hotter than a hot woman like my character within a chain that's on fire. Of course, then I undo it with my slippers.
Inside of national parks. Hey guys, today we have a really special video for you. So if you haven't already heard, we just released our second graphic novel, Where Nightmares Live. It's available wherever books or audiobooks are sold. And what better way to get you guys a little sneak peek of this incredible piece of art? The stories that is in again. Right now,
I may have fucked that person up that's fighting you.
Today's story
Threw their aim off. I don't think they were expecting me to throw one of those bouncing things directly underneath them.
delivered in story format, then you come to the right place.
It worked.
We do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to
Of course,
you,
that was
the next
totally
time the like button has a
unintentional.
big international flight brand, offer to buy them some snacks for the ride. But don't tell them your snacks are made entirely of Olestra and they're laced with laxatives. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss.
I do like these new
Let's get
shotguns,
into
though.
today's story.
The ones that kind of look like rifles. It's a little bigger barrel. So, oh, Jesus Christ.
On the night of January 3rd, 1804, a 22-year-old man named Delulu sat inside a local pub in Hamilton, England, feeling basically every day after work, he would meet up with his friends at the pub, tonight, it was like everything annoyed Thomas, especially his friends. And as his friends droned on and on about the current drama going on in their town, finally, enough. Before he could stop himself, he stood up and slammed his beer mug down on the table. And right away, Thomas knew he had overdone it, because immediately the pub went deadly silent, his friends all stopped, everybody's looking over at Thomas, and Thomas kind of muttered an apology, and then quickly grabbed his coat, stood up, and began walking.
Plenty of weapons over here.
The pub, again, is totally silent as he's walking, and then right as he's about to go out the door, his friend broke the tense silence in the pub, and they called out to him and said, "Hey, be careful out there."
Good, you're,
and Thomas just looked at his friends and kind of rolled his eyes and
wreckers.
said, "Yeah, okay."
The one that you dropped and the one
Thomas decided
they just dropped.
Parents' house, which was not far away, and he would just sit by the fire and warm up for a bit before he had to go back out later that night to meet up with his wife. His wife worked long hours, and she often worked late. And when she worked late, Thomas would meet her at work and escort her back. And that's what he did. And so Thomas began walking down Black Lion Lane, and per usual, Thomas was basically one of the only people outside. Hammersmith used to be this very friendly and bustling place. It was home to 25,000 people. It was there was been a string of all
I didn't
these
see that
increasingly
person.
bizarre
I saw the guys
sightings or
up ahead.
attacks, as people were calling them. And it had all the residents completely
Oh,
on
was that
edge.
the last person I was
To the
shooting
point
at?
where people were not going outside. Now, Thomas thought it was totally ridiculous and thought people were completely overreacting, and so he had been doing his best to ignore the drama going on in town, but it was getting harder and harder to do that. As Thomas
I
rounded
realized
the
we were
corner,
down to the
he
last
nearly
person
walked
already.
into two men that were walking the other direction. And when Thomas looked up to say he was sorry, one of the men screamed, "Get back!" And he was holding a club in his hand, and the other guy
Funny
had
how
a pistol in his
a
waist.
lot of times
and
when
had
I'm playing
his
this,
hand
I
on the pistol
just
grip.
tune
Thomas
everything else
instinctively
out.
threw his
And I'm
hands
just
up to show
playing,
him he was
and
not a threat.
get
At
to
which
the
point
end, I
the
don't
man
even
lowered his
realize
club,
I'm at the
and
end.
the other guy took his hand off his pistol, and one of them said to Thomas, "Hey, it's dangerous to be out here alone. You should not be out here by yourself." And then before Thomas could say anything to them, they quickly walked past him and disappeared around the corner. By now, Thomas was only a few houses away from his parents' house, and so he just kind of brushed off the incident and sped walked his way to his parents' house, kind of cursing the two men under his breath for their ridiculous warning about how dangerous it was out here. A minute later, Thomas arrived at his parents' house, and he walked up to the door, and normally his parents would keep the door unlocked. But when he tried it, it was locked, and then a second later, he heard his sister, Anne, inside the house coming to the door, and she called out through the door, "Who's there?" And Thomas is like, "It's me, Anne." But apparently that was not enough, and Anne called through the door, "Well, I don't know if it's really you, so back up so I can see you through the peephole." Thomas rolled his eyes, but he did what his sister asked. He stepped back and allowed her to see his whole person through the peephole, at which point he heard Anne fumbling with the lock. The door was unlocked. She opened it up. Thomas stepped inside, and his sister immediately shut and locked the door behind him. And her first question to Thomas was, "Well, did you see it?" Thomas immediately wished he had not come to his parents' house to avoid talking about this stupid topic, but he realized that if he had gone back to his house, he likely would have gotten the same question from his mother-in-law, who lived with him and his wife. Because actually, it didn't really seem to matter where you went in Hammersmith or who you talked to, because the conversation was always going to be the same. It was going to be about these attacks. Because the people in Hammersmith were absolutely convinced these attacks were being committed by a ghost. It all started about 2 months earlier when somebody spotted this mysterious figure lurking in the church cemetery. And Thomas thought really the hysteria should have stopped right then and there, because only a couple of days after the sighting, it was figured out that the figure was actually just the butcher's son, and he was just dressing up in women's clothes, walking around in the cemetery to scare his friends. It was a prank, that was it. But the hysteria in town did not go away, because a week after this first weird sighting, there was another sighting in the cemetery. A local chimney sweep said he saw someone walking around in the cemetery who disappeared into the ground. Now, admittedly, a lot of people in Hammersmith, when they heard about this second sighting, they did kind of brush it off as just hysteria. But it was after this second sighting that the so-called attacks began. Late one night, a local resident was walking past the cemetery when something came up behind them and began choking them, and this resident was able to break free and run away to safety, but they turned and got a look at whatever was attacking them, and they described it as a phantom. Shortly after that, a local carriage driver was going past the cemetery when they got out for some reason, and then this creature with horns on its head came charging out and confronted the carriage driver, who apparently just turned and ran away, abandoning his 8 horses and 16 passengers. And so by late December, there had been so many more of these strange attacks and weird that basically everybody in Hammersmith, save for basically Thomas,
That's
was
bullshit.
totally gripped by fear. And as terror kind of spread across town,
I'm
Thomas
dead.
had attempted to convince his wife, mother-in-law, and his family that there was no ghost. This is people's
Bush
paranoia.
is beating the shit out of me,
their
so yeah, they
imaginations
stole my
run
shit
wild. That's all
in my
this
crown.
is. But
It's some
Thomas's
weird
theory
green,
really put into question just a few days earlier, so a few days
I can't even
before this
describe it too
storm,
well,
he was so
but I'm gonna hunt
annoyed,
the bitch down.
Somebody had died following one of these attacks. A pregnant woman.
I know where they went,
alone
so
near
as
the
soon as I get some
cemetery
damn weapons, I'm
at
gonna
10 p.m.
go hunt the bitch down.
Something in the cemetery had rose up right up over to her, grabbed onto her. She barely had time to kind of turn and look, and she saw this white flowing robe and long pointed white hat, and that was all she remembered because she woke up again, looked at somebody's house, and the neighbors were all around her. They had found her passed out in the cemetery and carried her there, and so she comes to, and she's only able to choke out the story of what happened to her in the ghost attack before she died. So following this pregnant woman's death, the town of Hammersmith offered a reward for anybody who could capture or kill the ghost, which was now being dubbed the Hammersmith Ghost. The night watchmen began doing extra patrols. In fact, those 2 men that Thomas had turned the corner and bumped into, one guy had the club, the other guy had a gun, those guys were on their own patrol. And so the ghost and how to capture or kill it was basically the only thing people in Hammersmith wanted to talk about, and it totally enjoyed it.
Oh, there you are. I see you,
What was
bitch.
being talked about at the pub by his friends, and he got so mad he slammed the cup down and left the pub. To Thomas, the idea of capturing or killing a ghost made no sense, because a ghost is not real. Now, by this point, the person came out and said, "Look, I didn't do any of these other attacks. It's not me. I only did the first one. You need an alibi. provide proof. But to Thomas, this didn't rule out that the ghost was not a person. To Thomas, he just felt like, okay, then there's somebody else in town that's just copying the Butcher's Son's prank, except obviously they've taken the pranks too far because they've gotten someone killed.
Pay the price.
At about 10 p.m., Thomas was inside of his parents' house, sitting by the fire, just kind of beginning to doze off. And as he sat there, he thought to himself how little he wanted to go out into the freezing cold night to go walk with his wife all the way back home. He'd much rather just stay here and sleep with his wife walk home instead. But when he floated this idea to his sister Anne, nearby, she exploded on him. You're let your wife walk home alone in this environment? She's going to be the next victim of the Hammersmith ghost. Get out there and protect your wife. Thomas was like, okay. He grabbed his jacket and he walked outside. As soon as Thomas was outside, he was feeling so annoyed at the current situation that he found himself thinking, you know what? If I run into this
Oh well,
stupid
we won.
ghost, the person
Wherever the guy was,
ghost,
he's dead.
I'm gonna
He
bum rush
lost.
them and beat them up, and it will prove to the entire town that there was never any ghost. It was just a person the whole time. And so Thomas began walking briskly down the road. He turned onto Black Lion Lane, and immediately he saw this big bush off to the side of the road on the sidewalk, and he could have sworn behind this bush there was something or someone crouched down, like they were trying to hide. And so Thomas stopped and he squinted in the direction of this bush, and then at some point
you find
he
out
saw
what caused that
enough
guy
to
be able
confirm to
to
him that must
not
be a
take any
person back
damage,
there,
or was
and
that
suddenly it clicked
legit
for
thing,
Thomas.
or that guy really
That
was
must be
cheating?
the person pretending to be this
I
ghost.
don't know.
That's the prankster slash murderer. There they are.
That had to been cheating.
And so
There's no way in hell I haven't heard
Thomas
anything. I haven't
balled up
found
his
anything.
fists and just started sprinting towards this person. At virtually the exact same time, Anne, Thomas's sister, was still in their parents' house, and she was looking out the window, kind of roughly in the direction that Thomas had gone, and she heard this loud scream that sounded like a man. Now, she couldn't see her brother, but she's thinking, you know, oh my god, it's coming roughly from the area where he went. What if he's getting attacked by the ghost? And so she bolted outside.
Halo
Just a
would
couple
make
of
a
minutes
great
after
one.
that,
She
a
does
big
have the
posse
body
of
for it.
men came tumbling out of that pub where Thomas had been drinking earlier that night and got really mad and slammed his cup down. So they come stumbling out of the pub, and they were being led not by the night watchman, who was amongst the posse, but instead they were being led by the town's tax collector, a man named Francis Smith, who looked totally disheveled and out of breath and did not look like the type of guy who would be leading his posse. But here we were. He was leading this posse, and he took them down the road, and they turned the corner onto Black Lion Lane, and as soon as they looked down that same road that Thomas had been on and then seen the person in the bush, the posse, they stopped because they saw a body in the middle of the road, and it didn't appear to be moving. And then crouched over the body was this dark figure that was kind of hunched over this body, and the figure turned and it looked at the posse and let out this unbelievable scream, and the posse just kind of backed up and didn't know what to do. But then the night watchman broke ranks and just began sprinting at the creature that was perched over the body, and the watchman tackled the creature onto the ground and kind of pinned it there. At the same time, the rest of the posse, seeing an opening, rushed over to the body in the road to see if maybe they were alive, or if maybe they could help this person. But unfortunately, when they got to the body, they could tell this was the posse believed they had just discovered the latest victim of the Hammersmith ghost, and the Hammersmith ghost themselves, the black creature that the watchman tackled onto the ground. But they were wrong. When Thomas had rounded the corner onto Black Lion Lane, and he looked into that bush and saw that figure moving around, it really was a person. It was a human being. It was Francis Smith, the town's tax collector, and he was hiding behind the bush. However, Francis was not hiding behind the bush because he was like Thomas was assuming, which is why he ran after him. Instead, Francis was hiding behind that bush because he was basically laying in wait for the Hammersmith ghost, hoping the ghost would walk past him and he could run out and capture or kill this thing and get the reward. Basically, Francis was doing the same thing Thomas was doing. The only difference was Francis actually believed in the ghost, and Thomas did not. And it was just Thomas's bad luck that night he was chosen to wear his all-white work clothes, which to Francis, who's hiding in the bush, terrified and waiting for the ghost, he sees Thomas in these white clothes, and he was absolutely convinced.
Yeah. I think crapped out another.
When they spotted each other, they both attacked, except Francis had a rifle. And so when Thomas ran up to him to basically punch him in the face, Francis raised his gun and fired. And the bullet hit Thomas directly in the face, which killed him. But after shooting and killing Thomas, Francis had no idea that it was a real person. He was still jacked up on adrenaline, but he did think he shot the ghost, but didn't know if the ghost was actually dead or not, and he didn't want to be alone when he checked, so he just turned and ran to the pub, gathered up the posse, and said, "Hey, I got the ghost, come on!" And they all ran back to Black Lion Lane, and when they got there, Thomas's sister Anne, who heard that scream, she had made it to her brother's body, and she was the creature crouched over him, screaming out of grief. That's all she was doing. She had just found her dead brother and was reacting to it when the watchman tackled her to the ground. But luckily, the posse quickly realized this is not a ghost, this is Thomas and his sister, and so his sister was not harmed. And so, on January 11th, 1804, Francis Smith was found guilty of murder and sentenced to death. But 5 weeks later, the King of England would pardon Francis and shorten his sentence to just 1 year. The Hammersmith ghost incident was debated for more than 150 years, and ultimately it led to a modern-day ruling that says a person is allowed to use self-defense if they truly and reasonably believe they're in danger, even if they are wrong about the danger they face. The true identity of the Hammersmith ghost, not the very first one, which we know was the Butcher's son, but all the other instances, all the other attacks, well, it would turn out it was the town shoemaker who would confess to his crime following Thomas' murder. He would tell people that the only reason he did it was to get revenge on his apprentices who had really badly scared his children by telling them ghost stories.
Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments.
Good chest in
And
here.
remember, we have hundreds of videos for you to binge right now. But if you're looking for a recommendation from me, that one video that's worth your time, well, it's this one right here. So give it a watch. All right, until next time, see ya.
Today, we're going to look at 3 stories that sound totally made up, but they are all actually true. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the story format, you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload things. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time you're over the like button closet and replace all of the
I'm trying to back off of you, but it
also please
had me
subscribe
stuck
to our channel and turn on
healing,
all
and I couldn't
notifications
release
so you
it
don't
in
miss
time.
any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
It's like it wants to penalize you for trying to pick someone up. How difficult or easy fishy
On the morning
is
of
following
December
tonight
21st,
in
1980,
Fortnite. Crash pad, guess just right, I don't care.
Let's grow tonight.
Looks like another item unlocked. And this Adidas thing is so gay looking. Holy shit. That looks like a trans dude. A chick that's pretending to be a dude.
Krusty Krab pizza.
Okay.
I'm ready to stick in the smoke. You wanna play a match while I smoke?
No, no hurry. Take your time. I'm just putting out my normal Discord messages that I do at night. It's become my routine for the last, I don't know how many years. I'm just glad I finally learned how to just copy and paste so I don't have to retype it every damn time. Definitely takes a lot less time now. Used to take me like 20 minutes or so to do it all, or
Right.
longer.
And you should
That was
try
yeah.
changing the title of your stream on the controller on the PlayStation. It's a pain in the ass. Zach can have the rest of those nuggets. I forgot to say. What? Scooby! Pup named Scooby-Doo.
I must have gained sub somewhere today. I gained this early today. This morning when I woke up around 4, then lost it, and then regained it.
Yeah. And I've gained a bunch and then I'll lose a bunch.
Hell, 1 week I lost like 15, and then the following week I gained like 3 times that amount.
I'll lose like 30 in a month.
That's what when I started, I just learned just to accept. You
Yeah.
gain, lose, gain,
Yeah,
lose. Don't
most of them
sweat
are
it.
just crybabies that don't like it when you talk shit about something.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
it's a new Robin Hood series. No way. Put that in my list. It looks like the guy they got Sean Bean as the whoever the fuck.
Oh, I gotta take a picture of this.
There's a new show on HBO Max called Welcome to Derry.
I'm gonna say someone's gonna meme X-Wing's face on this.
Scooby, a pup named Scooby, Scooby. TV's fucking watching it. That's weird.
I so can't wait to get the Homer's golden throne with the crown and shithole in it where he could take a shit. Jay Money wants to join us.
Oh. Hello.
Wakey wakey.
Hello.
Can you hear us? Can you see us?
Hello.
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 Oh, okay, you guys can hear me good. I had it off. Sorry.
You good?
At least she didn't do what somewhat we know fun when she screwed up her mic and had it muted. And thought the game was broke.
It's a damn cold day. I'm taking a dab.
I say just drink and just fucking go. Yeah, just and then go. But it's because you actually start slurring your words when you're drunk. So
I slur my words when I'm sober.
me too.
I talk like Ozzy Osbourne.
I don't think I'm gonna drink until my birthday,
When's your birthday?
December 10th.
Nice.
I know my mom just asked me what I wanted to do for my birthday, and I was like, "Damn, that shit's next month." I need to order
Why?
my outfit because I want to take photos.
What kind of outfit?
Last year I wore like an all gold dress. It was pretty cute.
Oh yeah, you have a picture of it?
Yeah, I'll send it. Here, take a dab, Tony.
I just did.
Yeah. So
I
when
can
I
take
went to the
another
bar
one.
last night, I found a 2 gram pen.
Like on the
So I
ground?
just no, it was in the bathroom. Like it looked like someone set it down and they just forgot it.
That's hilarious.
Oh, he's scared. Tell her stop. Look, he's even cleaning himself after you touched him. That means you're fucking dirty.
No, I'm not.
Dirty bitch, huh? She's a
He
dirty
just never
bitch.
lets me give him kisses. That's why I took advantage.
Dude, look, he's all cleaning himself and shit. Literally right where you pet him and kissed him. He's all.
How my cat does that when I pet him
I can't
sometimes.
believe they
He'll lick
literally
himself
have
or I pet him. He'll be like, oh
what's
my
his
god, you
name?
touched me.
My cat?
No, my cat does that. Like whenever I pet him, he'll start licking himself wherever I pet him and be like, oh my god, how dare you touch me.
Literally, that's my cat too. I have 3
Dude,
cats, so.
I
this
used to have
can't
3 cats.
be a rip off of what's
It's a
his name that
standalone.
what actor wrestler when he puts his hand in front of his face, say you can't see me kind of thing. The mask off emote. It's almost
Mm.
like a rip off of that.
Sorry about the background noise. My sister and my dog are playing.
You're all good.
Tell her, dear, I'm your baby. A pretty baby.
While the dog chases your sister, I can chase you around.
Son, you didn't like it that she pet you, huh? It's your time.
What do you want to play?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Oh, you don't
Oh,
have
you're
to
all
mute your
good.
mic.
No different than my nephew's dog playing with his toy.
What do you want to play? Do you want to play Blitz or do you want to play Zero Build?
Oh, it don't matter. I'm down for whatever. Damn, now I feel like left out. You guys have the Simpsons skins and I don't.
I would help you too if I could. I helped Miko because her friend was on his way to visit her and he got in an accident.
You have to
Used
get
up
the
all my
Batmans.
rewards.
1,000
Reduce the cost.
V-Bucks.
If you buy the crew pack, it gives you 1,000 V-Bucks and the Battle Pass.
How much is the crew?
It's $11.99, I think.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, and it gives you all the passes, so the OG pass, the music pass, the Lego pass, 1,000 V-Bucks, and the Battle Pass, and then you get the crew pack
What?
stuff.
Yeah, but how does that
Yes. No,
does that
tell her to give us the
stick
information
around?
for the
You have to
cameras.
cancel it, or does that stay
Huh?
and renew itself every year?
Yeah,
Is
because
that
look, they
renewal
stole the
thing that
cat
auto
bed and
renews,
we
or
can't
is
see
it
who it
just a
was.
one-time thing?
I know, but just ask her for the information so we have it because we're the ones who actually live here by ourselves.
No,
So
you're
the crew
not.
pass, is that a renewal thing, or is that something that just sticks goes away
It's
every
like a
season?
monthly thing.
Oh yeah, I ain't paying no monthly thing.
Wait,
Fuck
so
that.
if I cancel it after 1 month, does it take everything away?
No, but so like nowadays the crew pass it only gives you the battle pass like as a loan. So after a month, the battle pass like just if you don't whatever you don't grab, you have to like rebuy the battle pass basically. But there's only like a month. It's this season is only until the 29th. So the
all I want is just the battle pass. That's all.
yeah. Well, you can buy the battle pass without buying the crew pack.
How much do I have? 400. Let me
Yeah,
see.
400
How much?
V-Bucks. You can't buy the crew pack with V-Bucks. But I think you can buy the battle pass with V-Bucks.
Yeah, that's
last
what I want to buy.
season I was able to buy the crew pass. I got all the rewards out of that. I think it was towards the end of the season. That's probably why it offered it. There was just like special perks. I mean, special skins I couldn't get, but I got pretty much majority of everything except for like a couple items. Cause that's how I got the wolf guy and all that stuff.
Oh, that's how you get the dog too, is the battle pass. Are you ready to play, or do you want me to stay unrated?
Oh no, I'm ready.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were doing something.
Oh, no, I'm just waiting for the food to be done. I had to help my mom.
Oh, just make sure you did your Twitch watching today.
Oh yeah, if there's a gun wrap that comes out, so if you watch my Twitch for a half hour, you'll get the Simpsons gun wrap, and it's only for today.
The Simpsons skin wrap?
It's a gun
Yeah,
wrap for
it's
your
the
guns.
one I got on right now.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Wait, like the actual skin or the gun wrap?
No, it's a gun wrap for your guns. Like, but
Oh,
it's a
okay.
Simpsons one. But you can.
It'd be cool if you got like a Simpson character.
It'll be exclusive though, and it'll be rare because you can only
Funny
get
if you
it
got
as a
like the
Twitch drop.
dog or the cat.
Oh.
Oh, it'd be funny if you got big boob Marge.
Oh my god, I can't wait to eat. I have not ate all day.
Then you're gonna have to eat extra.
For real.
I'm flying down.
I like to make breakfast.
Lander's hair.
Make like toast and eggs and bacon and stuff.
I want bacon.
Bacon! I know, bacon's so good. Everybody loves bacon.
Bacon. Why did it get me into the game this late?
Yeah, it's been putting me in the game kind of late too.
Why did it give me this gun? We're gonna die. That means
No, we're
everybody
not.
has it. Why did I get a med kit as a fucking thing? This is stupid.
That's funny. Dude, this makes me want to watch The Simpsons.
No, what?
I said this makes me want to watch The Simpsons.
For
Oh, they
real.
got me.
Why do I have 2 pumps? Did
It's
you
the
guys
double
get 2
treble.
pumps?
Yeah, so they're the double pump. So if you switch back and forth, it has no delay.
Oh.
Oh, right up her ass with the baseball bat.
Here, I'll go reboot you. Wait, I'm gonna reboot you over here.
I'm such an asshole.
Never mind, I'm gonna reboot you over here. there's someone rebooting right there. Oh, it's our teammate. Here we go.
Oh crap, I just got double teamed. I'm down.
Going.
I'm crawling as fast as my one-legged ass can crawl. I'm dead.
Fuck. Fucking bitch, I knew we were gonna die when everybody got that fucking pump. Fuck, he was double pumping everybody.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
What got me was I got double teamed.
I blame global warming. Pass the duct tape on the left hand side. Pass the duct tape on the left hand side.
What did mom say?
I love how they believe that
Said
shit.
you're grounded.
When I was in
Get
middle
a bed.
school, it was
I thought you were gonna ask if you
freezing.
could go right now. Tony, I just got double pumped.
That sounds so dirty.
What did she say? Oh.
I remember going to middle school, it was global freezing, then it turned to global warming, and it was climate change. I was like, dear God, the weather's always changing.
But you said you always wanted to get double pumps.
Not me. I don't want that shit. Hell no, I ain't into that freaky shit.
Thank you, me.
And we got the shotguns again.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Tony.
It's right in your face.
Dude, I'm just thinking about the tortillas, Sonia. Oh my god, I'm almost fucking dead. Oh my god, I'm literally almost dead. Oh, hell no. God, I'm fucking dead.
Alright, that's fine. I'm right next to her. Just run like hell. You quickly kill yourself.
She's swimming with me.
Lady.
Revive you. Someone you kill yourself fast.
Pussy.
Losers.
I'm literally chugging chugs to stay alive.
Grab that crown.
I'm about to go. I can't stay in this spot. Okay, so it's already good.
There's another crown over here. There's a crown down by the water if you want it.
Tanya, cover yourself. Are you cold? Okay. Okay.
Is your room always cold?
Yeah, I love it cold, but my sister's anemic, and
no.
we have to have the house at like 80 degrees
What is it?
for her
What
to
does
feel
anemic
like
mean? Does that
okay.
mean she has like light or light?
It's like what, Tanya, low iron levels?
Yeah, so her blood's
Yeah,
like really
like your
narrow
iron level
or like
is
thick
low.
or thin. She
Yeah,
has like thin blood.
Yeah, like she's basically like a blood donor at this point.
Oh no.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, like she has to be on medication and shit. And then, for real. Like, what do you mean your iron levels are low? A pill a day. staying away.
I think cereal has a bunch of iron in it.
Fun. Dude, look, and I couldn't even reboot. Sorry, I was practicing.
I killed a Twitch streamer.
Yeah, about maybe piss myself.
Guys, look, this is the Twitch streamer. I killed him. Here comes his good friends. He's dead.
Fuck!
No, he
The Twitch streamer. I'm leaving.
That's my stuff. Get him, guys.
I'm hiding so they don't get my crown. Mwah. The way you just killed him with the pickaxe. Oh, it was the bat. Damn,
Why
that's
did
crazy.
y'all tell me you were down? Would have been so damn reckless.
Oh, they
I
revived
did
the streamer. No way.
Fuck.
I'm sad.
I thought you guys were still up. So I was like, I'll just take these guys out because you guys are still up handling the rest. Shit. My bad. I just walked up to some random players, smack each one of them in the face with a fish. I walked to every single one of these guys, smacked them all in the face. Fish. Look here, I duel you. I challenge you to a duel.
Oh, don't forget to watch my stream for a half hour so you get that gun wrap.
I'm gonna watch it right now. Hold on, I just did that. You're leaving, Tanya? Just close the window and cover yourself. Just stay here. Again with these fucking double pumps, bro. I don't know how to double pump.
You just shoot and then switch to the next one and shoot.
I'm not like fucking pro. I'm gonna go kill this person. I don't know who they are. They're underneath though. Can you please?
I'm like, you ready? Come on. Let's get him.
Bye, Tanya. Oh! See?
That's
That
awesome.
was so stupid. See what I mean? I can't like do it like that, like how everybody be doing it. Okay, I need to practice. Okay. Okay. I think I got it.
Run.
Hopefully. No, I can't get out of this stupid fucking house.
No.
Nar. Are we annoying to play with?
No. I like playing with
Fine. You just sound like two drunk Brits.
I am a drunk dude. are having a watch. My friends are having a watch party, and they're all watching Scooby-Doo, and I'm watching Scooby-Doo with them while we're playing.
That's funny.
Oh, fuck me.
What
Damn,
happened?
Random got me killed.
Taxes, that's what happened. The taxes are too damn high. Get him.
How? I literally double pumped him like 3 fucking times. Damn. There's another one across the way. I got it for 112. He's low. Ow! Jesus.
Oh god. I lost my shotgun.
Thank you.
Oh, here's a juice for you.
Why can't I pick this stupid ass thing up? Oh. Going in. Well then.
Watch your right.
I failed that.
Yeah,
Why do I have these wings? Where did these wings come from? What
it's
the
from
fuck?
winning. It's a new thing.
Stupid.
It's from winning.
Well, that's cool.
There should be flaming wings.
Oh my god, I am so hungry.
I'm so hungry.
I am.
You don't have anything you can snack on, like some chips? Maybe
No,
the
I'm trying to
Doomiverse?
stop eating as much junk food.
I'm trying to too, but I can't do it. Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like snacks are very like addictive wise.
They are, and so soda. I'm trying to stop drinking soda too.
My next amount, I gotta make $100 before the 21st.
I stopped drinking soda for a while, and I was only drinking juice. But then I started buying 2 liters of soda because they're only $1.
Hopefully,
for the
I
ghetto
can
ones.
earn $100 before then, so it gets released on time.
Freaks come out at night. Freaks come out at night.
I don't drink soda, so.
Yeah, I can't drink soda ever since that black chick who rented my car in 2017. Now I have to take a medication called Topomex, and anything carbonated will taste like pretty much cat piss to me.
Ew.
Yeah, it destroys your taste buds when it comes to carbonated drinks.
That sucks. I just don't drink soda because my mom didn't let us. And so I grew up and now I am like, my soda is water.
Yeah.
Like I
that's
crave
good, though.
water all the time. That's all I drink is just straight water. And
I'm water.
Oh, you guys want to drink see a funny video? Look up the video of Aspen Gold drinking water.
Oh yeah, I've
have
seen
a
that.
taster of soda to wash it down. He can't drink water without having a chaser of soda.
Yeah, I don't like water either.
I love water. I always thank my mom for not letting us drink sodas because I feel like not drinking soda really benefited me a lot. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, now we have this SMG. I'm gonna cook, guys. I promise. Damn! Why is everybody and their moms here?
Are you gonna get on cook with me?
So you said you were gonna cook. Where's my sandwich?
Oh my god. Here's my sandwich, he says.
Watch out, J-Man. I killed her. So you tell me not to go to the castle, so I would go to the castle. Unless you knew I figured it out.
Ooh. I love the way it kicks out, like the guns that you have, which is.
Yeah, people stop killing me.
I'm dead. Watch out, there's another one.
Here, Landers, eat my shorts. I love how the random just leaves us.
For real, here it doesn't even help. Okay, let's go. Oh.
Ah, we both threw a thing in. That's funny.
Fuck, someone's shooting me. Here, I have heals. Where are you? Come to me.
Next to you.
Oh, sorry.
All good.
I'm reloading all my guns and shit. Wow.
Yeah.
So does it only give it to us, or if we just win and then it takes it away right after?
I think it gives it to you when you win multiple in a row.
I'm up to 8 crown victories.
Can't relate.
I have 600 already.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
My
dude.
stomach.
I saw your number the other time you were next to me. You only had a few more than me.
I have 600.
There's no way in the hell you could have gained that many that fast.
I did.
Uh-huh.
I used the.
Okay, then I have 2 legs and I
used
slept
that
with
time.
Twitty.
That
That
vault
hasn't
on.
happened.
I
And
stopped
I got
time.
$20 million.
I
I
have
saw
now. Now I'm
a
at 700
player
crowns.
stand on a pipe, and the way it's looked, it's like she had green goo come out of her crotch.
I have green
That was
goo
nasty.
coming out of my crotch.
If I ever saw green goo come out of my private, I'm seriously going to the hospital as quickly as I could.
I'd be like, yeah, I'm the Hulk.
Yeah, that's not the kind of way you're going to train to the Hulk.
Turn
Our
me
teammates
into
say
the
okay.
Hulk. I just opened up a can of 2,000-year-old Chinese whoop ass.
Oh, fuck.
Look at me, Steve Gonzalez.
Wait.
Speed Gonzalez, jump forward.
He's AFK, don't revive him.
I'm reviving him right
revived.
now. He's my hero.
Ain't mine.
Team Edward.
Fuck Team Edward.
Team Jack.
Where is he? Oh no, he's alive. Should we get it? I just want to go kill everyone with this now. Who in the fuck took my kill?
Oh, is that me?
Look, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just pretending.
I'm
to
sorry.
kill.
No, wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Fuck me,
I'm
I'm
about
dead.
to die.
He shoots me in the ass.
Oh my god, shoot him.
Kill that bitch.
Cause I'm gonna shoot that bitch in the ass.
Kill the black cat, please.
Bitch.
Yeah, that's the bitch that killed me. Kill that hoe. Teabag bitch. Or woman's way of doing
Whatever,
it.
creature.
Are you guys all dead? Oh no.
No, Doom's alive.
Just you, Jamie.
Don't say that.
He's lying, he's alive.
I would never lie. I'm just so sick of this.
Yeah, he would.
Fuck, they rebooted the
He's
fucking
chasing you
black
with a baseball
cat.
bat.
Who's chasing me?
He is.
Oh hell
Landers.
no!
Landers is chasing you with a baseball bat.
Lander. Lander. Oh shit. Where are they?
Hard.
Can't see anybody.
You kill Homer's wife.
Down, down, down.
Stupid ass bitch. Right there. Wait, they're coming, they're coming! Damn! Fuck you, stupid bitch!
Oh,
Yeah, you got shot in the ass.
I was gonna
You
tell you to
fucking
drop me
suck.
those bubbles.
It's them goddamn bubbles.
I know, I like the bubbles, they're really good.
Oh, I'm just happy that the bitch who killed me is dead before all this. Well, I'd be a very happy man if someone ever gave me one of these guns in real life.
Whoa.
It's so stupid that AMC doesn't let you use your reward points on
That's weird.
merchandise.
I wonder why they can't just use their brains.
Alright, where are we going? Did Hannah ever say if she was coming back on?
Yeah.
Oh, I should have said something. I took one with you. Yeah.
Oh fuck.
I'll take one with you after this match. Did Hannah ever tell you if she was getting back on?
I don't think so.
Cause
Her
it
son.
sounded like her son was getting sick.
Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, that'd be just better.
Let me see if she
Someone
got
else
back on.
sounded like they were getting sick today. One of my other friends sounded like they were getting sick too. I don't think she is, because her Discord would pop up.
My mom told me that the beaners are ready.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to guard your body?
Oh no, it's okay. I'm gonna tell her that I'll go eat in a bit.
Yeah, this match will only be like 4 more minutes.
Fuck, I'm dead.
You could just
Okay,
sit
well.
out.
No, I wanted to get the chest. No. Bruh.
Here you go.
Thank you. Ooh. Does anybody like that? Who's rebooting?
I don't know, get him.
Our team member left us.
I don't even think we got a team member, it's just us.
No, we never did.
Oh, I swear we had one.
No, the last game we did, but this one we don't.
Oh. So cool. Guys, there's people on me.
I'm coming.
I'm trying to get to you as quick as I can.
Fuck, there's the one behind me. Where are they? Where are they?
Yeah, I'm
Fuck! They're kidnapping me! They're kidnapping me!
I knocked one, but
I'm
the
fucking
others.
dead. No.
That was crazy.
Tried to save it, but it was like, fuck, I got screwed. All I had was that green gun, and then a random blue gun that picked up. Neither one of them had any
Do you
much
need to go
ammo.
back to the lobby and sit out?
Oh no, it's okay. She's gonna wait a little bit longer, I guess.
Oh, okay. You want to keep playing Blitz? Oh, you want to take a dab?
Oh, I'm done. I'm over to the lobby. It's not letting me leave. Wait, never mind.
They're at the skibidi part where they're having the fart off. My friend's like, oh my god, what is happening?
Yeah, I'll do one more, couple matches, then I go.
We're all gonna be relics if we don't get out of here, man.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm getting a dab ready. You gotta work tomorrow?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You suck. So you gotta go to bed later or soon?
Whenever I want.
Sorry, guys. Are they connecting the desktop? Okay. Oh my god, then I'll be so mad. Hello. Sorry, guys. Are they connecting the desktop? Okay. Wait, you guys can see stuff cool? Hey Siri, we haven't even asked. Wait, you guys can see stuff cool?
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Who the fuck? When you were muted. Hello, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. Hello, hello, hello. Comment 1 if you can hear me. Comment 2 or your mom dies. Muted. Oh, there you go.
Is that you talking?
Yeah.
Comment to your mom dies.
Hello, comment 1 if you can hear me. Comment 2 or your mom dies.
It's because I'm trying to stream.
Are you
And so
really?
I got, yeah, I really want to. And so I was trying to figure out these mics. And so
What are you
my
streaming
sister's,
on
huh?
TikTok? On TikTok?
Yeah, just for now, yeah. I wanted to do Twitch, but not yet. One thing at a time.
What's your
And
TikTok?
well, I haven't re-uploaded it after that because I got embarrassed and I deleted the whole thing. Yeah, but so I was like, because I want to get
I
back
wish I
into
would have
it.
seen it. That would have been hilarious.
Yeah.
No,
And so I had
you
a
should have told me
video.
because I could have watched it.
I was like, comment, comment 1 if you can hear me. What did
Yeah,
I say? Let me hear.
you're like,
Hold
I
on.
don't know, something about.
Hello, hello, hello. Comment 1 if you can hear me. Comment 2 or your mom dies. Muted. Oh, there you go.
Comment 1 if you can hear me. Comment 2 your mom does.
Dear
So what
Lord.
does that mean? So comment 1 if you can hear me, and comment 2
A little
means
Your
drastic,
you
mom
but
can.
okay.
dies.
That's so. What the hell?
I'm gonna get canceled, guys.
Fuck
No,
it.
you're
People don't like it.
not.
Fuck them.
Fuck it, we ball.
How many people
Honestly, I
try to
really
come
don't give a fuck
after?
about getting fucking canceled. Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
There's a lot of people that hate him and
our
me
people don't. Our people don't
for
believe in cancel culture.
the group we hang with, the DG and the FNT. They hate us for us being proud of our country, proud of our religion, proud of our
Right.
troops, and for that, we're evil people.
Proud of our beliefs, our faith.
Yeah.
what would that be? What are your guys' beliefs?
I believe
I
in
swear
God.
to God, okay, there you go. I was
Yeah,
gonna say, I swear to God, if you guys say that you're satanic, I will
I
literally
know.
delete y'all right
No,
now.
no, no, no. I believe in. I've been religious all my life.
I've
Are
lost my
you
faith
are you
probably
guys
3 times.
Christians or Catholics?
Lutheran, but I haven't practiced it in a long time.
I'm not sure
I'm a
what I am
But
right now, but I
I
grew
lost
up
my faith
a
a while back.
Jehovah's. I grew up a Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Like for real? For
Yeah,
real?
I never went trick or treating before.
What?
Yeah,
Oh my
it was
God.
terrible. I didn't
So
start.
like, if you don't mind me asking, like, what is a Jehovah's Witness?
You
Like,
basically it's basically like how the Mormons are, where you go door to door. But they have like watchtowers, so it's like a magazine. And then they have like meetings like every Sunday, like everyone else. But their Bible is different from like the Christian Bible. Oh, and so the big thing is so you know how Christians believe that Jesus died on the cross, where his arms are like spread like a T. Well,
yeah.
the Jehovah's Witnesses believe that he died on like a big stake, like without his arms being spread. They believe that his arms were had his hands put together over his head and then nailed into the wood, like so his hands were like just above his head. They weren't in a T, so he was like just straight up and down, you know.
He's following you.
Yeah, I don't know why that's, but for some reason that.
I'm in the ruins.
Yeah.
Alright, 2 jugs.
I don't know.
There's a big ass fight going on near me.
Damn, he's
I
right here.
gotcha.
Damn, there's 2 of them. Crazy.
And I'm dead.
I'm watching the Scooby-Doo movie.
If you revive me whenever you can. Very happy.
And then, Steel, are you like a Christian or Catholic or?
I'm Lutheran.
And what is your guys' practice? Sorry, I just asked. I just like.
Oh, I remember. It's been so long since I practiced it. I just know that's how I was raised.
Yeah. Well, that's nice.
I just know I believe in God. That's the only thing I really give a shit about.
Oh shit!
God is the only thing that really matters to me.
He's telling me. Oh, he's going up there. He's up there.
One doesn't really matter to me. As long as I believe in God, God doesn't really give a shit.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
there's a whole fucking sea.
As long as you believe in Him, He don't really care.
Yeah.
Art wants to kill Blander.
No. I was trying to take my mech hit.
After my knee surgery, I lost my faith. My friend,
After your what?
My faith. After my knee surgery, because I thought I was going to lose the ability to walk again. 'Cause when I hurt my knee years ago, I was unable to walk for 8 years, 6 months.
Yeah.
I fell in one of those rocking chairs you put babies in. I was holding my niece, and I was falling towards it. I don't know what turned me away from it. Something had to spin me, otherwise I would have landed right on it with her towards it, which would have killed her because she was only about a year old. At that age, she would not have survived the impact. She would have been crushed.
Yeah.
But something spun me, and then I end up getting pinned. My stump ended up being ticklish to the point that you would have made me giggle like that little dildo boy where I showed that little dough thing. To where if you touched my stump, I would have punched the living shit out of you. So yeah, it made my stump hypersensitive. And I was like that for about 8 years, 6 months. One injury after another. My pug, he kind of broke my knee.
Oh Jesus.
Oh, actually it was a good thing because that was the final injury I guess my leg needed to where it allowed me to walk again.
Oh.
And after my knee surgery, I lost the ability to walk again. And that's when I thought, okay, here it goes. I'll just walk again perfectly. And I was ready to.
Dude, my game is itching so bad.
I was ready to off myself.
Yeah, you sound like you're cutting out. It must be your internet.
What's cutting out? It wasn't for a couple BPL talking to me and everything. Taking faith and being there for me.
Sorry.
I probably would have.
No, you're good.
Stands there now if that's news, just give you. Yeah, some juice for you if you need some juice.
I have these or.
You want this shotgun?
You might want to run.
Oh my god, yes. Wait.
What the hell did I drop? No, I didn't.
What are you saying? I have the number on my bed.
Can't we drop my damn rifle and we pick this damn Tommy gun? What's the damn Tommy gun?
You have one of the speakers.
There's just shooting happening over here. Dude, drop the shit. Nah, leave him. He took that shit.
What do you take, the crown?
Yes. Wait, no, what?
I just took it.
You
from
want the
him.
crown?
No, it's okay.
Yeah. Oh, get the crown, get the crown. I was playing Delulu with Hannah yesterday, and someone called Hannah a pick-me
What?
and
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I don't even know what that means, and she explained to me.
Okay. That's fucking funny. Someone called her pick me. That bitch
Yeah,
is
so there was like a
stupid.
big group of us being chill at the crusty cabin or whatever. I don't know. And then
What now?
and then they started shooting her. They ended up killing us all. And then I guess she was listening to them, spectating them, and they were talking shit about us.
What a fucking bitch. I wish I was in that game.
Right.
Wait, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get water.
Alright, I'll go to the lobby then. I'll do one more match then. I gotta hop off because I got some of my cream on my knee. Otherwise, I get no sleep.
Ooh, ah. Uh-oh, I got a new emote.
Now, how do you spell Flander's name? Flanders. I think it's Flandender. That's good enough. You talking about the spray paint thing?
No, I got the
Or are you talking about the ski thing?
yeah.
Where he shakes his ass?
Hey Jax, are you there? Watch this emote.
Yeah, I really didn't need to see that.
Wait, let me find a different skin.
Now with her, it's a lot better because it's a chick. And she's got the ass for it too.
That's terrible, dude. I can't believe you can do this emote with all the skins. That's terrible, dude. I haven't watched this Scooby-Doo movie in a while. It's nice.
Okay.
Hello.
JK, I'm gonna go eat real quick.
Wait, I
Sorry,
want
that
to show
shit
you
is
this emote
spicy.
before you leave.
What
Watch,
emote?
watch this emote.
See?
Wait.
Bro, what the fuck? It's giving BBL. It really is. Okay, I'll
awesome.
sit this one out. Are you gonna get off at any point?
No, I'll play for a while.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna eat and I'll get back on.
Alright.
Okay, bye.
Have a good eating.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much. You saved me. Thank you. Sorry, I'm looking for my friends. What? uh... Oh, I think this is it. Oh, Percy's back. Hello. Are you there, Percy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, watch this emote.
Of course, mine got stuck.
That's pretty cool. That's funny.
We're just shaking our little tushies.
Yeah. Funny.
You doing okay?
I'm just fine. Why? Oh yeah, I'm doing fine. Yeah, I'm okay. Figured it out, so they're all good. Oh, excuse me.
What'd you say?
Nothing. I said excuse me. Burp and mistake.
He's holding the purse. That's at that part of Scooby-Doo where they're all swapping bodies, and Fred's like, "I'm me," and he's holding Daphne's purse. He's like, "What the hell?" But that's my favorite part is whenever he's in Daphne's body, and he's like, "Hey, I can look at myself naked."
I hate when he says that.
I love it. That's my favorite thing ever. I've been saying that for like years, ever since I saw it when I was a kid. I say it all the time. I'm like, hey, I can look at myself naked. People are like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's what I'm talking about then. I love it. You have another one of those? No, he did not.
I'll get both Flanders.
Flanders.
Flanders. Oh, here, let me switch to it. Come on.
Just waiting on the others. Flanders.
I'm just smoking a damn.
I just thought you were busy shaking your ass.
I'm shaking my ass and smoking a damn. At the same damn time.
Marge, let's shake our asses. You too.
Oh, I can't copy. Can't even know what
You too.
What are you doing in here? How dare you?
Ever. How dare you? Is the question.
Bitch, you should have hit me. Now, batter up. Hey, get your ass over here. I'm gonna hit that ass with my bat. Stop moving. I'm gonna hit you. You started, lady.
You just finished me.
Yep.
This person stole 3 of my kills. Damn you, Alicia. Can't even grab this juice.
Still, you good?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm trying
good.
to get over there. Oh, I've been in the void almost this whole time.
Oh dear. No good.
I know, I have a lot of games like that where I'm in the storm the whole time. It's been this.
I just was smart enough to grab a whole bunch of heals.
Yep, so good.
Dude, you ran right to me.
Dude, this dude is so fucking funny. Oh my god. It's over, but it's far from home.
Yeah, that's got to be my last one, cause I had to take a warm bath and soak my knee, otherwise I ain't getting no sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, my knees is spasming like hell, like there's a storm coming.
No, I'm sorry.
And you haven't do enough stupid stuff over the years and knee surgeries. Yeah, you pay the price. Making a homemade zip line with duct tape and not long enough rope and the wrong rope. Yeah, not the smartest thing.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Whoops. Shit, I hit the wrong
It's
button.
okay. My friend Tyler, when he was younger, he was drunk with his friend, and they went across the zip line, and he got his finger caught on the zip line, and it took the whole finger up till like pretty much half of his finger off. Yeah, he regrew some of it, but it's all fucked up looking.
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
Are you still
Yeah, he
playing?
left.
Are you getting enough? Are you still playing? Hmm.
You getting off? Is he?
Huh? I was
You getting
asking if
off?
you were still playing.
Oh, me? Yeah, I'm still playing.
Alright. Yeah, I'm still gonna play.
Wait for a little bit, you know? I barely got back on, so. Are we playing this one, or what are we doing? We still playing Blitz? Dim?
What'd you say?
We still playing Blitz, or?
Okay.
Kinda wanna play Zero Build. Well, we can do whatever. Yeah. I'm cool with whatever. Oh, she's cute. Sorry, I'm looking at the sub.
No, you're good.
So, yeah. Why are you getting off?
I'm still playing, I said. I'm probably gonna smoke a dab real quick. I'm just watching the Scooby-Doo movie.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah, follow me, cause I can see the way you shake your shit. Man. Scooby Dooby Doo, motherfucker, yeah. Hey, baby boy, what are you doing in the chair?
I hate my life.
Alright, I'm ready.
Okay. I hate my life. I wanna get in. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm smoking my bowl since you said you were smoking. I started smoking. My baddie. Let's go. Hate my life. Literally do.
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, fuck it. No. Fuck it. No. One more about this.
There's a swear people playing. Crowd's still here.
Yeah. Noise. Boop, boop.
Ooh.
Hmm. Hmm. Sorry, I'm changing my character. My bad.
No, no, you're good. Take your time.
Can we play some Zero Build after this one?
Oh yeah, we can play Zero right now.
No, switch it.
Oh. I will switch it. So we're playing Delulu? No.
No.
You want to play Delulu?
I hate. Every time I get fucking cut off right off the bat. My saving grace is because I found your one friend with the F1 real whatever. I can't remember.
Still egg.
Hmm?
Was it still egg?
No, not Steel. Well, we were playing with Steel and then Coco, and then somebody else joined with an F name. Can't
Oh,
remember.
fun.
F, yeah, for fun. We were playing with her. Yeah.
Oh, you play with her?
Yeah, we played today with her.
Yeah, what about it?
And then, oh, I kind of forgot what I was saying. Oh, we played. When I met up with her in Delulu, that's what I'm saying. As
Oh,
long as
yeah,
I
you
lasted.
did. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
when we
yeah,
were
it's
playing.
teammate.
Yeah, that's what I was going with. When that was the longest I lasted in the beginning because I just met up with her right off the bat. Like.
Yeah, sometimes you get lucky and you spawn next to your friend.
Yeah. I mean, that was my only saving grace lasting the long that I did, but. Nuclear plant?
Oh, we can go over.
I'm supposed to go to Springfield town for something, but I don't want to drop like that soon. I want to go. I released the hounds. Get out, get out. The way they sound sometimes. Leave. Oh dear. Fuck you, Peely. Two Peelies.
Where are they at?
They're in the kitchen area. Right there. There he is. One of them.
Where did you get your card?
It's in the
That's right.
in there. Mm. Thank you.
They coming for the crown.
Oh yeah, my crown. Yeah, I'm coming.
Mo speaking.
Jacques there?
Yes.
Who?
Jacques. Last name Strap.
Hold on. Jock Strap.
There's a
Hey
bunch of
guys,
loot
I'm
up
looking
there.
for a Jock Strap.
Where?
On the fourth floor where the glass is at.
Okay.
Oh, what the fuck? I hear something. Damn, I was trying to my side.
Where up here? No, right there. God damn it. I have no idea how he got me that. I'll be better.
I shook my ass at him.
Funny.
I did that snow emote.
Ah. Funny.
Oh, I am. I'm very funny. Doesn't make it. There's a purple rifle. Man.
Yep.
Probably play one more after this and then take a break for a bit. I gotta be on later.
I don't know. How late it is? I have to get up tomorrow for early check. I wake up 4 every morning. Get my son off to school, you know. Oh, hockey mushroom. Fucking kidding me right now. Well, alright. I'm going to bed then.
Alright.
I'm going to go to bed.
Alright, I'll see you in
Night.
the morning. Have a good night.
Night.
Bye. It's a damn cold night. I'm just going to watch some YouTube for a bit. Might end up getting off.
Today's story is about a 3-year period where people were going missing at an alarming rate, and no one knew why. Eventually, it was discovered, and let me tell you, it is absolute nightmare fuel. But behind them, constantly scanning for danger, because they knew something was out here. For months now, children all across this province in France were attacked by a wolf, which did happen. From whatever was killing these kids was now well into the dozens. Around him taking seats, with Jean, his brother, sitting right behind him to his right. Today's video is a classic scary story. It's about a group of people in Scotland who go into this infamous cemetery in the middle of the night, and they encounter something very bizarre, and amazingly, they actually manage to get a photo of it. And so if you stick around till the end of this video, you will see that photo. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please ask the like button if you can quickly use their cell phone to just make a simple quick call to your parents, and then as soon as they hand it over, immediately factory reset it and throw it off a cliff. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Late one night in November of 1999, a 66-year-old minister named Colin Grant opened up the iron gates of a cemetery called Greyfriars Kirkyard. This cemetery was one of the oldest and most famous cemeteries in Edinburgh, Scotland. Now, the cemetery was basically pitch black. However, there were a few old iron lanterns that lined the cobblestone path that cut through the cemetery. And so Colin pushed open these big gates, and he stepped onto this path, and he began walking, and on either side of him, for as far as he could see, were all these headstones, some of which dated back to the 1600s. And as he kept walking, he could see up ahead, even in the darkness, the huge Gothic-style church that sat right in the center of the cemetery. Now, at first glance, this cemetery just kind of looked like a pretty typical old cemetery, albeit a pretty spooky one. But to Colin, he knew there was far more than just a graveyard here. Deep underground in this cemetery, below where all the people have been buried at their headstones, was basically another cemetery. There was like this mass burial pit that the cemetery had been built on top of. And in this lower level cemetery, which in no way was marked, I mean, this is basically a hidden mass burial, were thousands of people who had been starved and tortured to death hundreds of years ago. And so Colin stopped for a second on the path and just kind of stared ahead at this church. And for a second, he thought about just turning and leaving, because he did not want to be here. He was really only here because the city had begged him to come here. Colin, in addition to being a minister, claimed to be a psychic, which meant he could speak to the dead. And so the city, in desperation, had asked him to come to this cemetery tonight and perform an exorcism. And so as much as Colin did just want to turn around and leave, he knew he really had a duty here, not just to the city, but really to the people of the city. Because if he didn't do this exorcism, there was a good chance more people were going to get hurt. The only thing that was making Colin a little bit less afraid in this moment was he actually was not alone in the cemetery. There were two people with him. There was a journalist and a photographer from a local newspaper who were basically tagging along to document this exorcism.
And so, after taking a minute to compose himself, Colin continued walking deeper into the cemetery, with these two following behind him. And then, before reaching the big church, Colin left the path and began cutting through the grass, passing by different headstones, on the way to perhaps the most infamous building in the entire cemetery, the Black Mausoleum. The Black Mausoleum was this tall stone crypt with a rounded top that had been built sometime in the late 1600s. And as Colin got closer to this pretty creepy looking building that sat basically on the side of the cemetery, Colin began to feel this really intense sense of dread come over him. And the closer he got, that dread began to kind of manifest itself in like a pit in his stomach. And eventually he began feeling really scared of this building. And eventually Colin actually had to fully stop about 10 or so feet away from the building because he just felt like he couldn't go any closer. It felt evil. And then Colin turned and looked at his companions, the journalist and photographer, to see if maybe they were reacting to this mausoleum, but the two of them were just standing there with blank expressions on their face, like obviously not thinking that anything sinister was happening here. You know, even though the city had asked the minister to be here to perform this exorcism in this mausoleum, you know, it didn't mean everybody believed what was going on here, and clearly these two didn't. They were totally skeptical. But this didn't offend Colin. He was used to people not believing in the things he believed in. And he knew as soon as he actually began his work, you know, doing this exorcism, they would change their mind. And so at some point, Colin told the photographer that, hey, you know, I'm gonna go in the mausoleum now because I have to do the exorcism. Before I do, take a picture of the mausoleum. And so the photographer just raised her camera and took a picture of the mausoleum. Colin thanked her, and then he turned and began walking towards the building. And when he got right in front of it, he looked up and he read the name across the top of the crypt. And it said George Mackenzie. And as Colin read that, he could feel his heart rate start to spike. So back in the late 1600s, George Mackenzie was a Scottish lord who worked for the King of England, enforcing the king's religious laws. But at the time, these laws were very unpopular. And there was one group called the Covenanters who hated these laws so much that they actually mounted a full-scale rebellion in 1679. But their rebellion failed miserably, and this is when George Mackenzie came in. He captured over 1,000 Covenanters, and he marched them all into this huge field, which would later become the Greyfriars Kirkyard Cemetery, but at the time it was just a big open field, and he held them there, and for weeks he had these people starved and tortured and mutilated, and if anybody tried to run or resist because they knew they were doomed, I mean they all knew they were gonna die here, if anybody took off, he would capture them, cut their head off, and then place their head on a spike around the perimeter of this field. Until, after several weeks, the entire field is just ringed with decaying bodies and bloody heads on spikes. And so after a few months of this, basically everybody in that field had been murdered in some horrible way by George Mackenzie. And their bodies were all dumped into a mass grave in Greyfriars Kirkyard and covered over, and then, you know, hundreds of years later, a proper cemetery would be built right on top of that mass grave. And then when George Mackenzie died later on, I mean, he lived a normal, happy, full life after doing all these horrible things, they built him this beautiful mausoleum in Greyfriars Kirkyard. And so here's this horrible person, George Mackenzie, who's a mass murderer, and he's put to rest in this beautiful mausoleum, just, you know, feet away from this mass grave of all these people he killed. For almost 300 years after Mackenzie was buried, Greyfriars Kirkyard was quiet. It was not considered a haunted place. That all changed though in 1998, so that was 1 year before Colin showed up to perform this exorcism. That year, in 1998, a homeless man broke into the Black Mausoleum and he fell through the floor and landed in one of those mass burial pits of those people Mackenzie had killed. And apparently, basically right after this happened, visitors to the cemetery began reporting the same thing. That anytime they were in or near the Black Mausoleum, they'd get pushed or tugged on or scratched or burned or even strangled. I mean, people were coming out of the cemetery terrified. And so quickly, people in town began to speculate about, you know, what was going on in the cemetery, and quickly a story began to circulate around town that maybe when that guy fell through the floor in the mausoleum, that had released George Mackenzie's evil spirit, and his spirit was responsible for all these attacks. And so it went on like this for about a year, until finally this young woman was found outside of the Black Mausoleum, unconscious, looking like she'd been strangled, and when she came to, she had no memory of what happened, and so people assumed this had to be another attack by the spirit of George Mackenzie. And so by this point, the city was totally fed up with this. They didn't know what to do. And so they said, you know what? Let's just try an exorcism. Let's have someone go into that mausoleum and literally confront the spirit of George Mackenzie and banish him. Get him out of here and stop this madness. And so ultimately Colin was hired to perform this exorcism. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. As a kid, whenever I had something on my mind, I would just go talk to my parents or my siblings about it. It was normal. You just talked about your feelings. But in 2017, when I was an adult and I had just gotten out of the military and I was really struggling mentally because I just could not quite adjust getting back into civilian life. I definitely was dealing with some PTSD and I was definitely depressed. You know, I had things going on, but I just couldn't talk to someone about it. It was like I lost the ability to just talk about my feelings. And so I ended up bottling up all these horrible thoughts I was having, and I began lashing out at everybody in my life. And eventually it got to a place where I actively thought, you know, I think my family would be better off without me here. But luckily, my family would intervene because they saw me totally spiraling, and they encouraged me to go seek out professional help. And I'm glad I did, because I really think that actually saved my life. Now, while therapy is not a one-size-fits-all solution, I believe it really is a great starting point for anybody who's struggling. And a great option for therapy that's very accessible is BetterHelp. BetterHelp is entirely online, which means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your own home. All you have to do is fill out a quick survey online, and then you'll be matched up with a licensed therapist who is trained to listen and give you helpful, unbiased advice. Let BetterHelp connect you to a therapist who can support you right from the comfort of your own home. Visit betterhelp.com/MrBallin or select Mr. Ballin during sign up and enjoy a special discount on your first month. As Colin stood there, you know, reading the name George Mackenzie and mentally preparing himself to go inside of this horrible place, he realized he just couldn't do it. This was too much. And so Colin is just standing there feeling totally stressed out. He's embarrassed. He feels like a coward. He has no idea what he's gonna say to the photographer and journalist who've literally come out here to document what he's gonna do, and now he's not gonna do it. But as Colin turned around to basically blurt out this really embarrassing news that, hey guys, we gotta leave, he realized he actually knew something else he could do that in many ways might actually be better than going into this mausoleum and doing an exorcism. And so without saying anything, Colin just turned and began speed walking over to this big field that was not too far away from the Black Mausoleum. And when he got there, he just began chanting prayers and walking in circles, flicking holy water, didn't explain anything he was doing to the journalist and the photographer who'd followed him over there and are just watching him like, what's going on here? They got no idea. He's not clarifying. And for hours, this is what he did. He just kind of paced in this field, you know, just kind of doing what looked like stereotypical, you know, exorcism type behavior. And that's what the journalist and the photographer assumed he was doing. And so as Colin did whatever he was doing in this field, the photographer, whose name was Susan Burrell, just began doing her job, you know, again, thinking that he was doing the exorcism, and so she just started taking pictures of him. And then finally, around 2 a.m., so again, this has been hours of Colin doing this thing he's doing, Colin just abruptly stops and walks over to Susan and the journalist, and Colin looks horrible. He's totally haggard, his hair's all disheveled, he's sweating, he's pale, and his head is down, and he says to the two women, "I failed." He explained to them that his original intention was to go into the Black Mausoleum and confront George Mackenzie's spirit head on and banish him from the cemetery. However, he had had a change of heart at the door and decided to go this other route, which was to go to this big open field in the middle of the cemetery and attempt to free the spirits of all those Covenanters who had been tortured and killed by George Mackenzie. Colin's thinking was, you know, if I can free all of these poor tortured souls, that maybe once they're gone, George Mackenzie's spirit will also go away. And while, according to Colin, he was able to free, you know, 200 some odd trapped souls, he said there were many more that still needed to be freed, and he just didn't have the strength. Like, he couldn't do this right now. And so he said, you know, I have to rest and do this at another time. Now, the journalist and the photographer were totally over this and did not care at all. It's 2 a.m., they don't really understand what he was doing, they don't really know if this was the exorcism or if it was something else, but to them, they're like, okay, fine, we'll get out of here. It's late, it's not a big deal. And so the three of them, they began walking out of the cemetery, and right when they got in front of the church, so basically between where the Black Mausoleum was and where that field was, where Colin had been for the past several hours, Colin abruptly stopped, and he told the journalist and the photographer that actually, you know what? He had a little strength left, and he felt like it was his duty to try this again, because he knew he could free more souls, and so he was going to give it another go. And so the journalist and the photographer are like, okay. And so Colin, he gets out his Bible and he begins kind of doing the same thing he was doing out in the field, walking around, chanting Bible verses, spraying holy water all around. And then at some point, for reasons he did not explain to either Susan or the journalist, he pulled out 12 candles from his backpack that he had brought along, and he put them in a circle on the ground right in front of this church. It also encompassed this big Celtic cross that was on the ground. And Colin was inside of this circle, and he lit all these candles, and the whole time again, he's chanting out these Bible verses, and he stands up, and right after all the candles have been lit, suddenly Susan and the journalist noticed that the candles begin to flicker. And it's not windy at all inside the cemetery, like they shouldn't be flickering. And at the same time, Colin seemed to sense that something was happening around him, and he turned his whole body, his whole presence, and he looked over at the Black Mausoleum and began chanting these Bible verses louder and louder, like he was aiming them at the Black Mausoleum. And as he was doing this, the candles were flickering more and more and more, and at some point Colin actually picked up one of these candles and kind of held it out at the Black Mausoleum. And so at this point, the journalist and the photographer, Susan, they're sensing that something weird is happening here. Like, this is spooky what they're seeing. Like, why are the candles flickering? What's going on with Colin? Like, what's happening here? And for a minute, the two of them kind of abandoned their actual job, which is to document what they're seeing, and they just stood there kind of witnessing this totally bizarre event. But then Susan sort of broke out of it. She lifted up her camera, and right as Colin is passionately chanting out these verses, she takes a picture of him, and the second she does, the flash lights up the cemetery, and then after the flash goes away, Colin, it was like the light went out on him, and he just crumpled to the ground. And so the journalist immediately ran over to Colin to see if he was okay, and Colin, who's like barely conscious at this point, he just kept repeating, "This is going to kill me. This is going to kill me." And so Susan was about to run over and join her colleague and make sure Colin was okay, but before she did, she glanced down at her camera to see the picture she had taken of Colin right before he collapsed. And as she glanced at it, she couldn't believe what she was looking at. At first she thought, maybe this is some trick of the light, like this can't be right. But then she zoomed in on the photo, and when she looked closely, she screamed. Here's the photograph that Susan took. As you can see, Colin the minister is standing there with the candle outstretched, and behind him is the big church, and on the church, on the left side, there are windows. Now, this church was locked up. Nobody was inside the church at the time. But you can clearly see in the left window, there is a figure in that window looking out at Colin. Now, of course, this is not evidence enough to make everybody believe that, oh, that must be George Mackenzie's spirit staring out at Colin. He's the reason Colin collapsed. But I'll tell you, this photograph is not the end of the story. Remember, after Colin collapsed to the ground, after this photo was taken, the journalist ran over, and all Colin kept saying was, "This is gonna kill me, this is gonna kill me." Well, it would turn out he'd be right. Not long after this failed exorcism, Colin would die inexplicably. His death would come as a total shock to his friends and family. No one has ever been able to debunk the photo that Susan took that showed that dark figure in the window of the church, meaning nobody knows what that was. The church really was supposed to be empty and locked, and so how is there somebody or something in the window? Nobody knows. A lot of people think that could be the evil spirit of George Mackenzie, striking Colin down, and Susan managed to capture it on film. But, it's up to you if you believe that or not. But I will say, to this day, people go into that cemetery and come out with scratch marks on them and, claiming they were pushed or pulled or strangled. And so that cemetery is considered to be one of the most haunted places in the world. And George Mackenzie's spirit, who supposedly haunts it, is considered to be one of the most dangerous poltergeists in the world as well. Before I became a professional, strange, dark, and mysterious storyteller, I served in the military. And during my time in the military, I had some pretty wild experiences, but what I remember most about my time in service was not my own stories, but rather the stories I heard from other service members. Keep in mind, service members are sent to some of the most isolated and treacherous places in the world that very few people go to. And so some of the stories that come out of those places are totally creepy and weird. And even more than that, a lot of these stories sort of stay in-house. They stay in the military just because it's kind of a cultural thing. You know, people don't necessarily want to go out and tell the world about the totally unsettling and inexplicable thing they saw while they were deployed. It's like people might think they were crazy. But there's lots of stories like that. And so if hearing some of those crazy military stories appeals to you, well, boy, do I have a podcast for you. It's called Wartime Stories, and it's hosted by Luke Lamanna, who himself is a veteran. He was a reconnaissance Marine, which I can tell you is kind of a big deal. And so because he has access and placement, he's been able to extract some of these stories from the military, and he shares them on the show. And if you wanted to kind of generalize the types of stories you're going to hear on this podcast, it's like the strange, dark, and mysterious meets the battlefield and beyond. The Wartime Stories podcast is free, and it's available on any podcast platform. So all you have to do is, go to your favorite platform and look up Wartime Stories, or you can search for Ballin Studios because it's produced under Ballin Studios. You click on the show, give it a follow, and boom, you can start your binge. New episodes drop every Monday, so if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious, well, you got yourself a brand new weekly show. So that's gonna do it. If you enjoyed today's stories and you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious content, well, you're in luck, because we have a whole slew of strange, dark, and mysterious podcasts under the Ballin Studios umbrella. We have the Mr. Ballin podcast, Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries, we have Wartime Stories, Bedtime Stories, we got Run Fool. They're all free, they're all awesome. You gotta go check them out. Go to any podcast platform and just look up Ballin Studios, and boom, you'll see all our podcasts. That's hundreds of hours of free content to binge right now. Thank you so much for the support. Until next time, see ya.
Today's story is a good old-fashioned scary story that you might tell around a campfire. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please superglue 50 harmonicas to the front of the like button's car right before they leave for work. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On the afternoon of Sunday, February 25th, 1855, a 48-year-old woman named Hannah Rallinson, along with her husband and a group of her friends, walked quickly down a road in Sheffield, England. As they walked, the entire group was totally silent because they were terrified of what was going to happen next. Behind Hannah and her friends on this road was actually another slightly larger group of people that were keeping pace with Hannah and her friends. They were actually going to the same place as them, except this second group had no intention of going inside that building. They were just there to see what happened. Now, Hannah and her friends were totally offended and annoyed by this group that was following them, but they knew there was nothing they could do, and so they just kept on walking in silence. And as Hannah walked in silence, she couldn't help but think to herself, how in the world did I get into this position? At the time, Sheffield, England was a big industrial city with lots of metalworking factories all over the place, and so loads of people at the time were coming to Sheffield to work in those factories. And as the population increased in Sheffield, the city began building all these tenement apartments, which are kind of like these low-quality, cramped, interconnected apartments that are basically cheap and easy to make and house lots and lots of people. Hannah and her husband lived in one of these tenement apartments, and they worked in one of the metalworking factories, which meant their lives were pretty rough and difficult. But recently, their lives had become even more challenging when their oldest son had died in a coal mining accident. And this totally devastated the parents, but Hannah definitely took it the worst. In her grief, Hannah became very antisocial and began just going to the factory and doing backbreaking labor all day, and then came straight home. She would go to a room by herself, and she would just sit there all night and pray and try to communicate with her dead son. Now, at first, Hannah's husband basically did the same thing as Hannah. He put all of his energy and his time and his focus on work, even though it was totally backbreaking and miserable, mainly because it was a distraction from this terrible grief he was dealing with. But after several weeks and months went by, Hannah's husband did begin to kind of get back to normal and began to move forward with his life. But he could see Hannah was not doing that. Hannah was totally depressed and isolated, and so he eventually encouraged her to start going back to church and start spending more time with people there, make some new friends, and hopefully being around some people will help you cope with this tragedy. And Hannah had actually taken her husband's advice. She began going back to church, she made a bunch of new friends, she rekindled old relationships, and before long she was getting that support, and it was helping her kind of move through this grieving process. But ironically, it was this new church support group that had thrust Hannah into a new horrible situation, one that was playing out on the streets of Sheffield, England, as Hannah, her husband, and her church friends speed walked down the road with this big group following behind them. And so in this group of people with Hannah was obviously her husband, as well as her closest friend from church, whose name was Harriet Ward. And then also there was 3 members of the Favell family. There was Mr. and Mrs. Favell, as well as Mrs. Favell's sister. And all of them were headed to the tenement apartment on Campo Lane, where Harriet Ward and the Favell family lived together. Hannah and her group, and the second group that was following them, all came from the same place. They all went to the same church, and that day, for the previous 2 hours before they all took to the streets here, they had been having this really heated argument about what to do about Harriet and the Favell family's basement. Or, more specifically, what to do about what was in their basement. Some parishioners said that Harriet and the Favell family were just totally making up what was going on in their basement. But other parishioners believed them and said that that basement was so dangerous, nobody should go in it. In fact, we should just board up that basement permanently, or we should just level the entire tenement apartment building. And when that idea began gaining some traction, that lots of people in the church began saying, yeah, let's block off the basement or knock the apartment down, the Favell family and Harriet, who lived in this apartment building and did not want to, permanently block off segments of it or knock it down, they got so angry that they just stood up and left. And at this point, Hannah and her husband just got up and left with their friends. Now, once they got outside, they didn't really have a plan, but they felt strongly that they just needed to get to the Campo Lane tenement apartment building and at a minimum, just be in there to prevent other people from showing up and doing something to the apartment, like trying to knock it down or do something to the basement. And so Hannah and her group began speed walking to the apartment, and this gaggle of other churchgoers who were part of this argument just kind of naturally came outside and followed them. And then when Hannah and her friends reached the apartment building on Campo Lane, they went inside and shut and locked the door behind them. And for a moment, Hannah and the 5 other people she was with, they just stood there in silence, not really sure what to do next. But eventually, one of them said, we gotta do something about the basement, because if we don't, the people outside will. Hannah walked over to the front of the apartment where there was a big window that looked out to the street. And when she looked out there, she saw the big group of people that had followed them were all kind of gathering around the small window that looked down into the Campo Lane tenement apartment basement. It was like all these people were jockeying for position to get the best look. Hannah shut the blind in frustration and then walked back over to the group. And then after a few minutes, Mr. Favell said, guys, it's only going to be daylight for a few more hours. If we're going to do something in the basement, we have to get down there before the daylight is gone. We can't be down there in the dark. The group nodded because they understood why. They definitely did not want to be down there in the dark. And then Mr. Favell looked over at Hannah's husband and he kind of gestured like, why don't we, the 2 of us, go down there together? And Hannah's husband, even though he did not want to go down there, he just nodded and said, okay, let's go. Moments later, Hannah, Harriet, and the 2 Favell women watched as the 2 men opened up the basement door, turned around and looked at the women, and then they slowly began descending the stairs. And then after a couple of minutes, the only sound coming out of the basement was the sound of these 2 men using big metal tools to attempt to break up the stone floor in the basement. For the next 2 hours, Mr. Favell and Hannah's husband continued to smash up the floor in the basement, but every time they removed a big piece of stone, all they'd find was dirt underneath. There was nothing else. Meanwhile, outside, the crowd looking in that window into the basement was only getting bigger and bigger. It was no longer just other members of their church. It was now just random people who saw this big group and walked over to see what was going on. And Hannah, who was at that window looking out into the street, she was seeing this group growing and seeing how rowdy they were getting, and it was starting to make her really nervous. But the nerves she felt about the crowd were nothing compared to the nerves she felt about her husband and Mr. Favell still being in that basement now that the sun was about to set. She did not want them down there in the dark. And finally, when the sun did set and the two men still had not come up, Hannah just rushed over to the basement and yelled for them to stop what they were doing and get up here. And the two men did as she asked. They dropped their tools and came upstairs looking totally dejected. You know, they had not found the thing they were looking for down there, which meant they had failed. But Hannah and her friends were hoping that now that it was dark outside and the people outside could no longer actually see into the basement because it was too dark, that maybe the crowd would disperse. But as Hannah, her husband, Harriet, and the Favells sat down to have some dinner in the apartment, they looked outside periodically and they saw the crowd was not going away. If anything, the crowd was still continuing to get bigger. Now, you got to remember, this is Sheffield, England in the 1800s. This was a tough place to live. Everybody's working at these factories, doing this awful work 7 days a week for very little money, and there's virtually no entertainment anywhere. It's basically just work, work, work until you die. And so when people in Sheffield saw this big group of people at night standing around this apartment window, it was exciting, and that was pretty rare in their lives, and so they were not about to leave and go home because their lives at home were terrible. And so, by about midnight, there was this huge crowd right outside of the Campo Lane apartment, and it meant that, you know, Hannah and her husband really couldn't leave to go back to their apartment. They were kind of trapped because of this crowd. Also, the crowd was really starting to get rowdy, and the Favell family were starting to get worried that a fight would break out near the basement window, and then maybe the window would break, and then these people would storm into their apartment and maybe rob them. I mean, they didn't know. And so Mrs. Favell came up with this plan to try to get the crowd to leave them alone. And so she ran over to one of the biggest windows on the first floor, and she pulled down the curtain rod and the curtain attached to it, and she handed it to her sister and said, "Go down in the basement and use this curtain rod and curtain to block out the one window this crowd has to look into the basement. If they can't see into the basement, then they'll likely just leave." But Mrs. Favell's sister, after being handed this curtain rod, she's like, "I don't want to go in the basement. It's the middle of the night. I'm not going down there." And over the next couple of minutes, the entire group just kind of bickered about who should be the one to go down into the basement to cover up this window. And nobody wanted to do it. And finally, Hannah, who she's lost her son recently, you know, she just wants to go home at this point, but she can't because of this stupid group. She finally just snaps and says, "You know what? I'll do it." And so she snatches the curtain rod and just walks right over to the basement door. She opens it up and begins descending the stairs before anybody else could stop her. And as she did, her husband and Harriet and the Favell family, they all crowded around the top of the basement stairs, looking down, kind of waiting to see what would happen. Last night, after I tucked old Sega into his little lily pad bed, and I'd handed him his nice warm glass of fly milk, I was about to leave the room for the night when the little guy sat up and he said, "Papa, narra mihi fabulam," which of course in traditional Latin means, "Papa, please tell me a story." And I smiled and said, "Of course, Lung. I know Lung is a real sucker for lung-themed stories. And luckily, because of our new show, Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries, I'm up to my lungs in lung-themed stories. And so before long, I was regaling old Sega Lung with a story about a man who believed he was just sick, but it turned out he had a tree growing in his lung. Something I'm sure we all can relate to. Speaking of relatability, if you haven't already, you really ought to check out Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries, because every week we cover totally strange, baffling medical mysteries that all originate from the one place we all can't escape, our own bodies. You can listen to Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries early on Amazon Music, because on that platform, we release them in batches of 8 episodes at once. But you can also listen to Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries on every other podcast platform. However, you only get 1 new episode every week. Again, Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries is available on all podcast platforms for free, but you can listen to it early in batches on Amazon Music, or new episodes once a week on every other platform. Okay, back to the story. And so they all heard as Hannah turned the corner and walked over to that window, and they could hear her kind of messing around with the curtain as she put it in place. And then even though they could not see her down there, because the basement's totally dark, they can't see the window, they heard Hannah call out that she was done. She had put the curtain up, it's blocked, and now she was going to come back upstairs. But after she yelled to them that she was coming back up, it went completely silent in the basement. And for like 5, 6, 7 seconds, all the people at the top of the stairs are waiting anxiously for Hannah to turn the corner and come up the stairs to safety. But then this tense silence was broken with a horrible scream coming out of the basement. It was Hannah, and then silence again. And at this point, Hannah's husband, he's like, oh my God, something's happened. And he charges down the stairs and he looks over and he sees Hannah is lying on the ground motionless. There's nothing else in the basement. It's just his wife in this covered up window. And so he runs over, he scoops her up and he runs her back upstairs and he lays her on the ground right outside of the basement door. And then he began to shake her to try to wake her up, but she wasn't waking up. However, it was clear she was still breathing, and so Harriet ran and got a wet towel, and she came back and she kneeled down next to Hannah, and she placed the towel on Hannah's forehead, hoping this wet towel would revive Hannah. But as Harriet is kneeling there, so she's looking at Hannah's body, and the basement door, which is open, is right past Hannah's body, Harriet happened to look up, and so now she's looking into the doorway that leads down into the basement, and her eyes went wide and she screamed and then she passed out. The big controversy over this basement began several weeks earlier at the beginning of February when Harriet and the Favell family began hearing all these strange sounds coming out of the basement. Now, initially, they had totally written off these sounds as being, strange creaking and cracking sounds that were just the product of a poorly constructed building with lots of people inside of it. But the noises they were hearing from the basement only got louder and more intense, and they were especially bad at night. And so basically Harriet and the Favell family were so scared to go down there that they just stopped, especially at night. Sometimes they'd go during the day, but at night it was like, no one's going down there. We don't know what's going on, but I'm not going down there. And then on February 24th, so this is one day before all this craziness happened where, Hannah and her friends get followed to the apartment, and then Hannah goes down and she passes out, and then Harriet passes out. So one day before that, Harriet swore she saw a ghost in the basement. She saw this old woman wearing a white gown kind of moving around in the basement, and the whole time Harriet said this woman, this ghost woman, was pointing at one particular spot on the ground in the basement. And then the same night that Harriet sees this ghost in the basement, Harriet has a dream. And in her dream, she sees this ghost, and again, this ghost is in that basement, and it's pointing at the spot on the basement floor, except in Harriet's dream, this ghost woman speaks to Harriet and says that she was murdered and her gold was stolen from her and buried in the basement right there. And it was this apparent ghost in the Campo Lane basement that was the center of that 2-hour-long argument at the church the following day, which ultimately prompted Hannah, her husband, Harriet, the Favell family, to get up and storm out to go protect the Campo Lane apartment, and then also the secondary group followed right after them, really just to see if they were going to go confront the ghost, because a lot of people thought that's what they're going to go do. And that is basically what Hannah, her husband, and her friends ended up doing. They decided the two men would go down into the basement and attempt to dig up the floor in hopes that they might find this gold that was stolen from this murdered woman and buried in the basement. But they obviously did not find the gold, which ultimately led to Hannah going down and passing out, and then Harriet also passing out. Hannah and Harriet would wake up after passing out, and when they woke up, they would tell these terrifying stories about what they saw. Hannah said she went down the stairs, she went over to the window where all the crowd was looking in, and she managed to get this curtain up, and then she yelled upstairs to her husband and her friends that she was coming back up. But when Hannah actually turned around to go to the stairs, she realized the ghost was in the basement with her. There was this old woman wearing a white gown standing between Hannah and the stairs. She was blocking her way. And this woman was staring at Hannah really intently. And then Hannah screamed, and this ghost charged at Hannah and basically went through her body. And it was at that point that Hannah passed out onto the ground. As for Harriet, when she came to, her story was even more terrifying. Harriet said after she placed that wet towel on Hannah's head, she looked up and she saw the woman in white walking up the stairs, staring directly at Harriet. And Harriet, she froze and kind of leaned back and just stared at this woman. And the woman, she came right to the top of the stairs, she stopped in the doorway, and then she opened up her mouth grotesquely wide and just continued to stare directly at Harriet. And then with slow, trembling hands, the woman began taking off her nightgown, which eventually fell to the ground, and Harriet saw this woman was covered in cuts and gashes all over her chest and neck. And then Harriet let out a scream, and she passed out too. Not long after Hannah and Harriet both came to and told their horrible stories, the police arrived outside and dispersed the big crowd, which meant Hannah and her husband could finally leave and go back to their own apartment, and they would. But just 12 hours later, Hannah would die. The Sheffield coroner held an inquest into Hannah's death, but he could find no scientific explanation for why Hannah actually died. And so on her death certificate, it basically says she died of fright. She was literally scared to death. Following Hannah's very bizarre and basically unexplained death, Harriet, who would survive, and the Favell family, they just moved out. They could not stand to be at that apartment any longer. And then also many more people who lived inside of this tenement apartment building on Campbell Lane, they also moved out because, again, it was just too terrifying to be near this basement. To this day, we still don't have a better explanation for what happened to Hannah. She was in good health, all things considered, when she died. And so really this didn't make any sense. And so this case still is one of the only in recorded history where somebody apparently died just from getting scared.
Late one night in the spring of 1937, a young woman stumbled into her New York City apartment building, drunk from a long night of partying with friends. She made her way up the steps and reached her apartment door, and after she opened it up, she stepped inside and her little dog ran up to say hello, and so she gave her dog a pet, and then she walked towards her bedroom. But the moment she stepped foot into that pitch-black bedroom, something just felt off. It was too quiet. But before she could figure out why that was, something heavy came flying out of the darkness and hit her on the face. And for a moment, the woman just stood there, stunned. And then a second later, something else emerged from the darkness. 2 hands.
So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story, be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, where we have hundreds of stories, a lot like this one, that are only available on the podcast. They are not on YouTube. Again, the podcast is just called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available on Amazon Music. Today I'm going to share with you a good old-fashioned cabin in the woods scary story. It happened in 1991 in West Virginia, and boy is it a good one. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all I do, and I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. If that's of interest to you, then please take all of the like button's white clothes and wash them with a brand new red shirt. Also, please subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. In
In 1991, Brian Kendall and his young family were tired of living the busy city life. He worked in Baltimore, Maryland. He was a carpenter by trade, but he and his wife, Belinda, had grown up in the country in West Virginia, and they decided to move back there, even though that would mean a multi-hour-long commute for Brian to get back to Baltimore to do work, because he still worked in Baltimore. So Brian and Belinda start looking for places to live in West Virginia, and they find this nice home in Slanesville, West Virginia, which has a population of 182 people last time I checked. The house itself had more of a cabin feel to it. I mean, it was way out in the middle of this forest, no neighbors anywhere. It was a ranch style, so single floor, and basically everywhere you looked was just pure forest. So this cabin is super isolated, but Brian and Belinda had come from a neighborhood that wasn't very safe, and they didn't like sending their kids outside without supervision. Now, living in the middle of nowhere, they could at least let their kids go outside and not really worry about them. So even though it might have been lonely, they felt like it was at least safe. And Brian went out and got a beautiful, friendly black lab dog to come and protect the property, and her name was Coco. They loved Coco. She was very protective of the kids right away, and she blended in with the family immediately, and very quickly the family really took to living in Slanesville. They loved their new home and their new life. Everything was just going so well at first. Shortly after they had moved into the house and finally unpacked, Belinda invited her brother, as well as her brother's wife and daughter named Jordan, to come over and check out the house. And so they come over. Belinda had gotten a cake and some balloons, and she planned on throwing a little mini surprise party for Jordan, who was about the same age as her kids and had recently had a birthday, and so they figured they would surprise her, give her some cake, and have a little impromptu birthday party. After cake, the kids went into the living room and were playing in there together. The living room was right next to the kitchen, and so the adults were in the kitchen having coffee and chatting, and as they're chatting, they all noticed something very strange going on in the living room with the kids. The kids had taken all of the balloons and brought them into the living room, and they had all floated up to the ceiling, and there was pretty high ceilings inside of this living room. And as the adults are looking in the direction of the kids and these balloons, they notice one of the balloons comes down from the ceiling, but the string is tight, as if someone's holding the balloon and pulling it down, but no one was pulling on the balloon. The adults stopped talking, and they've all noticed this, and they're all looking at it, because it looked very unnatural. The balloon stops right in the middle of the room, and it's a ways away from the kids, and the kids haven't noticed it. And the parents are just quietly watching this balloon, and no one knows what to make of it. No one's even commenting that this is happening. They're all just quiet and watching. And the balloon starts moving across the room over to where Jordan was. Jordan notices the balloon for the first time. She turns and goes, "Thank you," as if she's talking to someone, but no one's there. She reaches out to take the balloon, and as she goes to grab it, it drifts right back up to the ceiling, as if someone had been holding it and let go of it. And Jordan kind of grabbed for it, watched it go to the ceiling, and then Jordan just turned around and kept on playing. That startled everybody. They could make sense of a balloon coming down and then moving. The helium could be leaking, there could be a draft in the room, but for it to go right back up and look like someone had released it, they couldn't explain that. And so the parents go right in the living room. They're looking at each other. The parents are, and they're like, "Did you see that? What was that about?" And they grab that balloon down from the ceiling, and they're trying to replicate what they saw. And they're kind of looking at each other like, "Are we going crazy?" And they go over to Jordan and they say, "Hey, who were you talking to a minute ago?" And she couldn't really articulate anything. And they said, "When the balloon was right here in front of you, who are you talking to?" And she stops and kind of thinks about it for a second. She's a young kid, she's like 2 or 3 years old. She thinks about it and she points in the direction where no one's standing and goes, "Him." The parents look in the direction of where she's pointing. They look at each other and then they start laughing because they're like, "Okay, we're scaring ourselves. Obviously, the helium must have come out and maybe there's a draft and she's 3. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's probably got an imaginary friend. We're just scaring each other. Let's just drop it. Let's forget the balloon." And so they do. They forget the balloon and they don't think about it again. But after Jordan and her parents leave, Belinda and Brian would say to each other, "That was pretty weird." A couple of days later, Brian asked his daughter, Blair, who was about 5 or 6 years old, if she wanted to come with him and go explore the back forest behind their property, because Brian had been working so much, he hadn't really had a chance to go explore, and he figured now's a good chance to go. Blair's super excited. The two of them go out into the backyard and they start walking around. And after walking a bit of a ways, they stop because they see something in the middle of the forest that shouldn't have been there. They see this van, like a vehicle, that looked like it had been set on fire at one point. It's totally charred. It's basically just the frame, and it's parked in the middle of the forest. and there are no roads anywhere. And they go in the back of the vehicle and look inside, and there are all these burnt stuffed animals and kids' toys that are in the back of this van. And there is what looks to be the spring of a mattress that must have been caught up in this fire that burned the vehicle. And Brian just had this sinking feeling that something was wrong with this scene. And he said, hey, you know what, Blair, we gotta go. Let's not look at this. We don't know what this is. Let's just go. When they get back to the house, Brian would tell Belinda what he found. How would that van have gotten there? And why was it there? It just didn't make any sense to either of them. Over the first couple of months that they were living in Slanesville, Brian was trying to commute daily to his work in Maryland, but it was taking up hours and hours of his day. He was getting no sleep, and it just didn't make sense. And so even though they only had one car, he started commuting on Monday morning to work and then staying with his mom, who lived in Maryland, and then coming back to Slanesville on Friday night, which would mean that every week, Monday to Friday, Belinda and the kids would be alone in their cabin in the woods in Slanesville with no vehicle. But Belinda had grown up in a very isolated house in the middle of a forest in West Virginia, so she wasn't a stranger to this type of setup, and so really didn't have any issues with this lifestyle that they had in Slanesville. Blair had been asking ever since they moved in if she could go camping one night out in their RV. They had a little RV camper that was parked right outside their property, and she wanted to spend a night out there by herself. And so one week when Brian was away for work, Belinda finally caved and said, okay, Blair, you can stay in the camper tonight. She wasn't thrilled about this idea, but she felt like the kids had a little bit of cabin fever going on because they were so cooped up in this house, and she figured this is an easy way to make Blair feel a little bit happier living here. So she told Blair, once you go in there, I want you to lock the door and not open it again. And Coco, their dog, is going to stay with you. Blair was just fine with this setup. And so that night she went out to the camper. She had Coco with her. She had all her warm clothes on. She brought a lantern with her and some books she was going to read. She goes out and her mom tucks her into her bed inside of the RV and gives her a kiss, and then she leaves. In the camper, there was a pull-out bed that she was on that took up the majority of the floor space in the camper. On her right, as she was laying down, was a big window with a blackout curtain that slid across the whole thing, and she kept that curtain shut. At the foot of her bed to the right was the door that led into the camper, and there was a window on that as well, but there was no blind to block it. And so at some point, Blair is tired. She turns off her lantern and she gets under her covers with Coco right next to her, and she goes to sleep. At some point in the night, Blair wakes up suddenly because Coco is acting really strange. She's very uneasy, and she's looking towards the door that leads into the camper, and she's acting like she just saw something. So Blair sits up, she's trying to calm down Coco, and she looks at the window on the door, and she can look outside. There's a little bit of moonlight outside, so she's got a little bit of illumination, and as she's looking, she sees what looks like a figure walk past the door. She can't tell if it's a person or if it's an animal or what it is, but she definitely saw something walk past the door. And Coco clearly saw it too, because Coco begins growling, and instead of just looking at the door where this figure was, Coco basically follows the figure and is now looking at the window right next to Blair. Blair thinks it's her mom, and so she tries to calm down Coco. She turns on her lantern and she goes to the front door and she peeks her head out. She doesn't see anything. She unlocks it and opens it and pokes her head out. She doesn't see her, and she goes, "Mom?" And there's no one out there. She looks up at the house, which is right next to her, and all the lights are off. There's no sign that her mom left the house. Suddenly feeling really startled, she shuts the door, locks it, and goes back in her bed. Now, the whole time that Blair had turned that lantern on and gone down to the door and yelled for her mom, Coco was still on the bed looking at the window where the blackout curtains were covering up whatever was on the other side. Now, when Blair's going back to the bed, Coco is showing her teeth. She's baring her teeth and she's growling at the window. Blair's totally spooked. She jumps into her bed, throws the covers over her head, and she's sitting there hoping that Coco will just stop and that this will all end and she can go to sleep, but Coco doesn't stop. And she's like reaching out and trying to pull Coco to get under the covers with her, but Coco won't stop. Blair decides she has to take a look out that window, and she thinks maybe it is my mom. Maybe I just missed her before and she's trying to come in. Maybe she was knocking and I didn't hear her. And so she takes her covers off her head, gets right up next to the side of the wall. She's underneath the window, which is right next to her. And she starts pulling aside that curtain. And as soon as she's got a view out the window, she sees a dark figure that looks like a man or something standing right outside the glass, looking down into her camper. She's so scared. She drops the curtain and just gets under her covers. Coco goes right on top of Blair and is standing over Blair, basically protecting her. And at some point, Blair does manage to fall asleep. Meanwhile, on the same night, there was some other drama happening up at the main house. Belinda had put Blair's younger brother, Sean, to bed almost immediately after she tucked in Blair inside of the camper. Sean was 3 years old and he was a great sleeper. She could put him in his bed, say goodnight to him, and she wouldn't see him until the next morning. But that night, Belinda was laying in bed, and Sean multiple times would get out of his bed and come into her bedroom and say he was scared and didn't want to be in his room. Belinda would get up, she'd go back, she'd tuck him back in and say, "You got nothing to worry about, it's just a new house, you're fine, you're safe." But on the third or fourth time that this happened, because it was so out of character, she asked Sean, "What's going on? What are you so scared of?" And he says, "There's a monster in my window." Belinda assumes what he means is maybe a deer was outside or some other animal might have walked by the window, because in virtue of being a single-story house, all of the bedroom windows are at ground level. And so she goes to the window and she looks out, and it's just forest, deep, dark forest, everywhere you look. And so she's thinking, okay, maybe a deer walked by the window or a moose or something like that, and that's what he saw. And so she was able to explain to him that, it's just a new house, there's probably some deer that are coming by the window, you got nothing to worry about. And so she was able to finally calm him down and he would go to sleep. The next morning, Blair is relieved to wake up and have sunlight be coming through that little open window on the front door. She and Coco go into the main house. She sits down for breakfast with her mom and with her brother, and Belinda asks her how was camping. And Blair, who was normally a very chatty child, was very quiet about it. And her mom said, "Well, did you have a good time? Like, you gonna tell me anything about it?" And Blair just said, "I don't think I want to go camping again." And she didn't elaborate. She just didn't want to talk about it. And so Belinda didn't ask any more questions, and that was that. That day goes by without incident. And then that night, Belinda gets Sean and Blair to bed in their normal rooms. They're asleep. Belinda goes to her bed and she falls asleep. And she starts to have this very strange dream. In her dream, she wakes up and looks at the foot of her bed and she sees a boy she doesn't recognize. And he's signaling her to come with him. And so in her dream, she gets up out of her bed and she follows him out of her room and she goes out to the front yard, and it's daylight outside. And on her front yard are all these clotheslines strung all over the front yard. And there are these white sheets that are hanging from each of these clotheslines, all in different random directions. And she's trying to find this boy, and she can't find him because all the sheets keep getting in her way. She finally stops because she feels something on her toe. And she looks down, she's barefoot, and on her right big toe is a clothespin that had been pinched onto her toe. And so she reaches down and pulls it off, and that's when she wakes up. And now she's awake in real life. And so she sits up and she's kind of looking around, and she's in that immediate fog following a really vivid dream. And then she realizes that was just a dream, gets back in bed, and she goes to sleep. The next day she gets up, she gets out of her bed, and she begins pulling her blankets up to make her bed. As she's walking around the foot of the bed, she stops because she sees something on the ground. A clothespin. They don't own any clothespins. And so she's sitting there looking at it thinking, how could that have gotten there? What was that dream about? Was I awake? Was I doing something in my sleep? Was I sleepwalking? She can't make sense of it, but it totally freaked her out. That day, Belinda told her sister about this dream with the clothespin and then finding it at the foot of the bed. And her sister's like, "Look, you probably just need a break. You're alone with the kids all the time. You're isolated. Let me come over. I'll watch the kids and you can just go for a walk and do whatever. Just clear your mind." And so Belinda's sister comes over, takes the kids, and Belinda decides that what she's going to do is go explore the woods behind their house. She walks a little ways behind their property and she sees something that really stands out to her. It was a little cemetery. And it was on their property, or at least close to their property. She goes over to it and sees there are 4 small headstones. There's no writing on them, but the size of the headstone themselves, it seemed to indicate that these could have been children. And so she was very unsettled by it and decided that, you know what, I'm done with my walk and I'm just gonna go back now. A couple of days later, Blair was sleeping in her room when she woke up suddenly for no apparent reason. She sat up, she kind of looked around, and she noticed that the curtains that normally would cover up her window that overlooked her bed were open. And she felt really uneasy by this, especially after that incident in the RV. She liked having those curtains closed. So she gets up to go over and shut this curtain, and she looks out the window and she sees standing in front of the tree line is a dark silhouette of a figure. It looks like a man or some person. And she freezes and she's looking at it, and she can tell that it's moving towards her. And she's looking even closer, and then she can tell it's now running at her. She shuts it, jumps into her bed, and covers herself up. As she's laying there under her covers, not knowing what to do, she hears Coco barking from her mom's room. Belinda wakes up to Coco barking and looks at what she's looking at, and it's the window. So Belinda gets up, she looks out the window, she doesn't see anything, and tells Coco to calm down. She figured, okay, maybe she saw a deer or something, and then just to be a good mom, she checks on her kids. She goes to Sean's room. Sean didn't wake up from the barking. He's asleep in his bed. But when Belinda goes into Blair's room, Blair is hiding under her covers and she's scared of something. And she asks Blair, honey, what's wrong? And Blair finally says that she saw something. She thought it was a person. She didn't know what, but it was running towards the house. And so Belinda's thinking to herself, she just saw an animal. Because that's probably what Sean saw when he thought he saw a monster outside. And I'm sure that's what Coco saw. You know, Coco's gonna react to an animal. There's probably some deer that's coming right up to the window and it's scaring my kids, it's scaring my dog. And so Belinda tells Blair, you got nothing to worry about, honey. Go back to sleep. Everything's going to be fine. She calms her down. She puts her to sleep. She double checks on Sean. Sean's still sleeping. And Belinda and Coco go back into Belinda's room and they get in bed and Belinda goes back to sleep. At some point in the night, Belinda's laying with her back to the door and she feels someone tapping on the back of her head. And she's assuming at this point it's got to be Sean or even Blair who've come in there because they're scared again. And reflexively, without even opening her eyes, she says, honey, there's nothing outside. You get nothing to be scared of. Go back to sleep. There's a silence. And then she feels tapping on her head again. Now she opens her eyes and she rolls over to tell one of her two kids that everything's fine, but there's no one there. It startles her because not only is there no one there, but Coco is now on the bed growling in the direction of wherever this tapping was coming from. Immediately, Belinda flips on the light and she's looking around her room and there's nothing. Gets up and she goes into her kids' rooms. They are fast asleep. Just to be sure, she walks around the house, makes sure everything is locked. She gets back in her bed and she's sitting there with Coco and she can't help it. She's scared. Between her kids seeing stuff outside, finding that cemetery, the weird clothespin thing going on, now something feeling like it was tapping her but no one's in the room with her. She's scared. And in fact, she would say in interviews that this was the first time that she even thought about the word haunted in relationship to what was going on at their house. The next day, Belinda just wanted to get away from the house. So she calls her mom and says, hey, can we use your car for the day to go run some errands? Her mom says, absolutely. Her mom drops the car off and Belinda and the kids load up and they head into town. When they left, they put Coco in her outdoor cage, totally locked and secure. So they head out and they go to this gas station in Slanesville and Belinda gets out, she's fueling up her car and another resident of Slanesville pulls up right next to her and she's filling up her car. And the two women strike up a conversation. At some point in this discussion, the woman asks Belinda where she lives in Slanesville because she's a longtime resident and she didn't recognize Belinda. Belinda describes where she lives and the woman who's familiar with the area says, well, do you know the story of your property? And Belinda's like, no. She's like, well, years and years ago, there was a really bad fire. I think it was right near your property that a whole family died in. And Belinda says, you know what? I actually found a small cemetery a little ways back on our property. I bet that's what it is. As Belinda is driving away and she's thinking about this story she's been told, she has this sense of relief that now she has some closure on why there's that cemetery on her property. And she couldn't help but think, if her house is haunted, which she had only recently considered, maybe it's not such a bad thing to have it be this family that's doing the haunting. It didn't feel evil, it just felt kind of sad, and she was empathetic for this lost family. When they got back from running those errands, Coco was gone. They went to the fence and it hadn't been opened. There was no sign that she'd been able to burrow underneath this fence. There was no way for her to get out unless you opened the gate, and it was locked and shut. And so they didn't know what to make of that, and the only thing they could come up with is someone must have taken Coco. And unfortunately, they would never see Coco again. It was a huge loss for this family. Coco was not only a dog they loved and considered part of their family, but she was also their protection, and it was a very big deal that she was gone. A couple of days go by and Brian's home from work and everyone in the house is asleep except for Belinda. Belinda was up watching TV, and at some point she turns off the TV and she also goes to bed. She starts having the same dream she had when she felt that clothespin on her toe. In her dream, she wakes up and at the foot of her bed is this boy, the same boy that she had followed outside that she could never find in the sheets. And so she gets up and she starts following this boy. He brings her out to the front of the house,
out onto the front yard. And again, the whole front yard is covered in these white sheets that are strung up along clotheslines. And as she's making her way across the front yard, pulling sheets aside, she finally reaches a clearing and she sees this boy who looks like about the same age as her son, Sean. And this boy looks terrified, and she's looking at him, and the boy is kind of looking to his left. And then from behind one of the sheets next to the boy walks this dark figure that stands right next to him and looks up at her. And it's an expressionless, dark figure. It almost looks like a man. And it starts walking up the lane of sheets towards her. She falls over backwards and she wakes up. And when she wakes up in real life, she hears screaming coming from her own son's room. She and Brian jump up out of bed and run into Sean's room. He's laying on the ground with his arm cocked to the side. It's clearly been broken. And he's screaming and guarding his arm. And Belinda's over him saying, "What happened? What happened?" And the boy just says, "The monster came in the window." They don't know what to make of this. They're not sure if that means an intruder came in or what, but they have to get him to the hospital. They scoop him up, they grab Blair, and they get in the car and they leave. They get Sean to the hospital, and sure enough, he's got a very bad break in his arm and he needs to stay at the hospital for a couple of days. Now, this happened on a Sunday night, and so Brian had to go back to Maryland the next day for work, so their car was gone. So 3 days later, when it was time to get Sean, Belinda had to borrow her mother's car to go pick him up. So Belinda gets her mother's car and she and Blair drive to the hospital. They pick up Sean. As they're driving back, the car breaks down and they're on the side of the road with flashers on, and Belinda doesn't know what to do. Luckily, a good Samaritan is driving by. Another resident of Slainsville sees them pulled over. She pulls over. It's an older woman, and she says, "Hey, can I give you guys a ride?" Belinda's like, "Thank you. Yes, we need a ride." So she, Sean, and Blair load up in the car and they start driving to their house. And so Belinda tells this woman where she lives. "Yep, you take this road, you get up to our house, it's set back in the woods there." And when she realizes where Belinda lives, she looks at Belinda and goes, "You do know the history of your house, right?" And Belinda looks at her and goes, "Yeah, the fire that they killed the family, we're aware." She goes, "No, not a fire. The last occupant of your house was rumored to be hurting children on your property. And there's no proof, but some of the local men here decided they were going to take justice into their own hands, and they convinced this guy to go hunting with them. And they brought him out in the woods behind his house, and they ambushed him, and his body's never been found. It's rumored there's a van somewhere in the woods near your house where they put him inside of it, shut the doors, and lit it on fire." Belinda's in shock hearing this, because now, if her house is haunted, which she's believing it is, it's not some nice family that was sadly lost in a fire. It's this horrible man. They finally got back to the house. They said bye to the woman, and Belinda and her kids went inside. And for Belinda, it was like this horrible sense of dread being in the house. It just felt evil. And she realized that she couldn't stay there anymore. So she picks up the phone, she calls Brian, and she says, "I cannot stay here another night. I have to go." And so Brian says, okay. He drives back from Maryland. They pack some bags, they get in his car, and they all leave for Brian's mom's house. And that was it. They never stayed another night at that house. They only went back a couple times to pack up their stuff, put it in moving trucks, and they left. So I'd love to get your feedback on this story. Do you think that the house was indeed haunted? Or do you think there's some other explanation? Let me know in the comments, and I will respond to all the early commenters. So get in there and give me your theories. If you enjoyed today's story and you haven't done this already, please take all of the like button's white articles of clothing and wash them with a bright red brand new t-shirt. Also, please subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. If you have a story submission that you think could work on this channel, whether it's your personal story or just a suggestion, please go to our subreddit. It's just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. I read it every single day, and if I intentionally use your submission, I will absolutely credit you. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content on TikTok. My username over there is Mr. Ballin. So whether I see you on Reddit, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, some combination, I'm just very thankful for your support. And until next time, guys, that's going to do it. See ya. Normally, if you're trying to solve a mystery, if you can gather more information and gather more evidence, it will make it easier for you to solve that mystery. But in today's story, that's not the case. You have a whole family that suddenly goes missing under very suspicious circumstances, and 10 years later, we still have no clue what happened to them, despite a plethora
of information and evidence gathered, including a very famous videotape that shows them walking in a trance-like state right before they go missing. But before we get into that family story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all I do, and I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please replace the like button's shampoo with Nair hair remover, and also subscribe to my channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of those weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. In 2009, the Jameson family, which was Bobby, who was 44, Sherilyn, who was 40, and their daughter Madison, who was 6 years old, were living in Eufaula, Oklahoma, on lakefront property. While they seemed to be living a simple and happy life, behind the scenes, their life was in turmoil. Bobby suffered from bad chronic back pain that he had as a result of a car accident that he was in 2003. Sherilyn was bipolar. She was medicated for it, but she didn't always take her meds, causing her to lash out at her family members, and it caused bouts of severe depression. Bobby and Sherilyn also believed that their house was haunted by 3 or 4 spirits who lived on their roof. Bobby was so convinced of this that he went to his pastor and asked where he could buy special bullets that he could shoot at these spirits. So for all of these reasons, the Jameson family was actually looking to leave their property in Eufaula and move somewhere else and hopefully start all over again, fresh, with a new shot at happiness. After the Jamesons would vanish, their family and friends would say, "We had no idea any of this was happening. We had no idea they were even considering a move." Now, this move they were considering was not a typical move. They were not looking to move into another house. They were looking to move onto a piece of property where they could place their storage container and live in the storage container until at some point they were going to build a house on a mountain and then move into the house. And they had actually already found a plot of land about 30 miles away from where they were currently living in a town called Red Oak. Now, the storage container itself that they planned on living in was actually sitting on their property in Eufaula, and it drew a lot of attention from the neighbors because Sherilyn would graffiti on it, "The neighbors have poisoned our cats. Witches don't like it when you kill their cats," because it turns out Sherilyn believed that she was a witch. So unsurprisingly, the neighbors avoided the Jameson family at all cost. Several weeks before the Jameson family went missing, they actually brought in a male boarder, so a guy that was going to live with them and help with manual labor in exchange for room and board. The boarder was a white supremacist that immediately took exception to Sherilyn, who was part Native American. And so anytime Bobby was out of the house, the white supremacist boarder would get into a fight with Sherilyn. And one day it came to a head and Sherilyn drew a gun on the boarder and said to leave the property or she was going to shoot him. The boarder refused to leave, and so Sherilyn began firing shots into the ground at his feet until he left. Now, once the Jameson family disappeared, this white supremacist boarder became one of the primary suspects. But when the FBI found him, he had a rock-solid alibi and was quickly crossed off the list of potential suspects. On October 8th, 2009, Bobby, Sherilyn, their daughter Madison, and their dog Maisie load up the truck and they start driving towards Red Oak. They were apparently going to go scout out this piece of property that they wanted to purchase to live on with the storage container. Now, according to family and friends, it was not uncommon for the Jamesons to vanish for several days at a time without telling anybody where they went, and it would turn out that they would go into the woods for these retreats where they would get away from technology in the city. When they were gone for a few days and no one had heard from them, no one thought twice about it. On top of this, Bobby and Sherilyn had informed Madison's school that they'd be pulling her out of class because they were going to be moving. So when Madison didn't show up for school, the school did not raise any alarms because they assumed she'd been pulled out of school. On October 16th, 2009, 8 days after the Jamesons had left their house to go scout out this property in Red Oak, a couple of hunters in the Panola Mountains, which is near Red Oak, found the Jamesons' truck parked on the side of the road. Now, these hunters are in the middle of nowhere, which means the truck is in the middle of nowhere. And so as they're walking over to it, they're expecting to see the owner of the truck. But as they get over to the truck, there is no owner anywhere. They called out a couple times to see if they could get this person's attention or whoever it was that owned it, and no one came over to them. They look in the truck and they see there is this very sick-looking dog sitting on the back seat. It would turn out it was the Jamesons' dog. It was Maisie. Now, the windows were up and the truck was locked, so the hunters called the police. Police show up, they break a window, and they get Maisie out of the truck. They give her food and water, and she would end up making a full recovery. They look in the vehicle, and all of the Jamesons' personal effects are in there. Their phones, their wallets, their jackets, their clothes. Underneath the front seat was $32,000 of cash in a bank bag. Also, they found this weird letter written by Sherilyn to Bobby that was this 11-page hate letter that basically accused Bobby of being a hermit, which seems like a strange thing to ramble for 11 pages about, but either way. The police did an initial search of the area looking for the Jameson family, but they couldn't find them. And so the running theory was they must have pulled over and walked into the woods for some reason, got turned around, and they're just lost, and we need to go find them. The police were able to use the cell phones that had been left inside of the vehicle and were able to use their GPS locations and track where the phones had been before coming to rest inside of this vehicle. And they saw that the cell phones had actually gone up the trail a little ways. They had been up towards the top of the mountain for about 15 minutes before coming back down and then wound up in the truck where they were when they were found. So the police walk up the hill to where the GPS said they had been, and they find all these footprints that look to be Madison's because there's a child's footprint as well as probably Bobby's and Sherilyn's. But they're nowhere to be found, and there's no clue of where they went after being up there. When they started scanning through each of the cell phones to see if there was any information about where they might have gone, they found on Bobby's phone a picture of Madison that was taken up at that little location that the GPS took them. The picture of Madison has been hotly contested on the internet for a long time now. It's hard to tell in the image if Madison is happy or sad. It's also unclear based on her body language if her parents are taking the photo or if this was kind of staged by someone else. So between the GPS showing that they had been at the top of this mountain at one point, plus the picture of Madison confirming she had at least been up there, the police started this massive search with that section on the mountain where they had been standing as kind of the center point. And they searched all around the Panola Mountains. But after an extensive search of this new area, they didn't find anything. No new leads had come in, so ultimately the search was called off. 4 years later, in November of 2013, some hikers were in the Panola Mountains, about 5 kilometers, maybe a little bit less, from where the Jameson truck was found, and they come across skeletal remains of 3 individuals. It looked like 2 adults and a child. They were laying face down side by side, and it was clear that they were not complete skeletons, but there was enough there to know for sure that these are people. As soon as the police were called, everybody assumed this has to be the Jameson family. It would actually take almost a year before they were able to confirm that yes, those bones are in fact the Jameson family. While the Oklahoma medical examiner was not able to determine a cause of death because the remains were just partial, they didn't have enough to work with, they did see that there was a big hole in the back of Bobby's skull and there was other holes in some of the other bones that many people assumed were from bullets, but it was never determined if that actually was what it was from. As soon as it came out that it was the Jameson family's remains, the first prominent theory was that this had to have been a murder-suicide, where Sherilyn, who was mad at Bobby, she wrote that hate-filled 11-page letter that was found in the car. You know, she's unstable from not taking her medication to combat her bipolar disorder. She seems like the person that would take her family out and then turn on herself. But all of her family said she would never harm her daughter. I mean, maybe she would have harmed Bobby, but she never would have harmed her daughter. Also, why would you have brought your dog along and left your dog in the car and $32,000 of cash in the car? So that doesn't fit that scenario at all. The next theory was, well, maybe they just pulled over, walked into the woods for some reason, and then got lost and died of exposure. And that's still definitely a possible theory, except at the time they went missing, the temperatures were very mild. They were not dropping below freezing at night. It didn't rain very much, so it was kind of perfect conditions to be lost in the woods. It would have taken quite a while for them to die from exposure. And if you add in the fact that they were searching that area that they were found in pretty extensively within a few days of them going missing. If they had been lost and were only a few kilometers from the road, they would have been found in that search, but they weren't. The next theory that friends and family of the Jameson family predominantly believe is they were kidnapped. That maybe, you know, they were driving on that road and someone flagged them down, whether it was someone they knew or someone that did not seem threatening, that caused them to get out of their car and come over to them, leaving their car the way it was with all of their belongings inside and with their dog inside, shut the door, they're not threatened. They walk over to this person or this group, and then something happens where they are either against their will or they're complicit, and they walk into the woods, never to go back to their truck, and then they ultimately pass away in the woods just a few kilometers away. However, none of those theories can account for the very bizarre video footage that they have of the Jameson family on the day they left their house to go check out the property in Red Oak. So on October 8th, 2009, the video shows Bobby and Sherilyn making multiple trips, about 20 or more, from their house to their truck, where they're loading gear into their truck.
but they appear to be almost in a trance, which is what the sheriff said when he first saw the video. They're walking back and forth and they're carrying their stuff into the truck, but periodically they're making trips without carrying anything. They're just walking to the truck with nothing in hand, looking at the truck, and then walking back to the house. And then they come back out and they have something in their hands, and then the next trip they have nothing. And periodically on their trek back and forth, they would just stop and just turn and look off into the distance, not interacting with each other. Bobby and Sherilyn haven't spoken to each other at all. They're just doing this weird trance-like commute back and forth between truck and house before ultimately they load up the truck and they do leave. A lot of people speculated that, well, it looks like Bobby and Sherilyn must have been using drugs. But when they first found the truck and they searched the Jameson's truck and they searched the Jameson family house, there was no traces of drugs anywhere, and their family said there's no history of drug abuse. There was also a theory that perhaps the Jameson family got tied up in a cult, and that was why they were moving and they were going to live this minimalist lifestyle, and they had brought cash to, give to this cult, but in fact they had actually been the target of the cult, and that was what led to their demise. Or maybe they were complicit and they wanted to sacrifice themselves or something, but no one really knows. So these are only a handful of the theories of what could have happened to the Jameson family. So what I want to know is, do you agree with any of them? Or do you have your own theory of what could have happened to the Jameson family? Let me know in the comments. I will get back to all the early commenters, so get in there and give me your best theories. If you enjoyed this video and you want to see more like it, then if you haven't done this already, please replace the like button's shampoo with Nair hair remover. Also, please subscribe to my channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username on both those platforms is JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. And if you have a story suggestion, whether it's your own or if it's just a suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit that's just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, guys, that's going to do it. See ya. What's up, everybody? My name is John Allen. I was a Navy SEAL for a little while, and then I got out and became a scary storyteller on the internet under the name Mr. Ballin. I'm 31. I've been married to my wife, Amanda, for almost 10 years. We met in college, and we have 2 daughters, and we're about to have our son literally next week. So, fingers crossed that that goes well. A couple of weeks ago, I put a story out on my Instagram that just asked, hey, if you have any questions for me, I'm going to do a Q&A on my YouTube channel. And I was just floored by the number of questions people had for me. It was incredibly flattering, so thank you. I kind of did the easy button and generalized questions that were being asked more than once and created a list of questions that I'm going to go through on this video today. Before we get started, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all I do, and I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please push the like button into the Grand Canyon, and also subscribe to my channel and turn on all post notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. All right, let's get going. First question, where did I grow up? So I grew up in Quincy, Massachusetts. It's a town just south of Boston, about 10 minutes south, about 100,000 people that live there. It's a fierce New England sports town. Red Sox, Bruins, Patriots, Celtics. Somebody asked me about my famous while we're young mother story. When I was in high school in Quincy, I had a homeroom period in my schedule, basically a free time period, where I was in the same room as one of my older sister's really close friends. And I just naturally sat next to her. There was nothing going on between us. I knew her because she's friends with my sister. And apparently her boyfriend really took exception to that. He thought that I was like hitting on her and trying to take her away from him. And I wasn't. I didn't even know this was going on. But either way, apparently it got out that I was like, hitting on his girlfriend. And so I was challenged to a fight. So Quincy, it's interesting because when I was growing up, street fighting was like a really big part of the culture. It was like a time-honored tradition that at some point you're probably gonna get into a fist fight with somebody and you gotta like defend your honor, that's just how it was. And the people I hung out with, my circle of friends, they were these guys are tough, okay? Everybody knew these guys were tough in Quincy. I wasn't tough. I was around the tough guys. I wasn't a tough guy. And but I thought of myself as being, you know, very tough. And so when it came up that Paul wanted to fight me, I'm like, I'm gonna beat the shit out of this guy. And I was like so confident. Never been in a fight. I've been around other people fighting, but not my own. And so the fight was scheduled for the day before Thanksgiving. This is my sophomore year of high school, and Paul was a junior. I remember on the day of the fight, I'm in the halls of my high school, and Paul was like this big time hockey player, and he's like the captain of the team, whatever. And I was talking so much crap about Paul, people started to kind of buy into the hype that I was like the secret tough guy, especially because the people I was around. And like all day in the halls, I'm like talking so much crap about Paul, and people would come up to me and be like, hey man, you gotta take it easy on Paul, dude. Like, he's a good guy. Like, don't hurt him. We need him. We need him for the hockey season, okay? Please don't hurt him. I'm like, yeah, I'll try not to hurt him. So we get up to this field, and I show up with this huge posse. 50 people that show up with me, and I'm like, you know, shadow boxing. I'm such an idiot. I'm like so cocky. We get up there, and Paul's not there yet. And I'm like, this guy's pathetic. He's afraid of me. He's not even gonna make it here. And so like half an hour goes by, and I'm getting even more confident. Like, yeah, he's just scared of me. And then, of course, Paul shows up with no posse. He shows up with one guy, calm as can be, and he gets out and walks up this hill to where I am. I'm like, you know, at the top of this hill, like, getting ready. And I have this line where he's getting closer and closer to me, and he's late, remember? And as he's getting closer to me, I go, while we're young, motherfucker. Like as if I'm gonna beat him up, and then he's been so late. He proceeds to beat the shit out of me. The absolute shit out of me. In front of the whole school. And everybody heard me say my big line. Like, it was so outrageous that, like, not only did all of my peers know me for this, but even my teachers would come up to me like, hey man, how was that fight yesterday? So that was Quincy. That's Quincy in a nutshell. So the next question was, what inspired me to ultimately leave Quincy and become a Navy SEAL? Obviously to compensate for the loss to Paul. No, the truth is, I came from a family that was really, really successful. I came from a family where academic achievement was always heralded as kind of the pinnacle of success. And while I certainly had the aptitude to be a good student, I instead was busy getting my ass kicked by Paul on the day before Thanksgiving. No, I rebelled, you know, I didn't want to be an academic, but my way of rebelling was not to like put my energy into something else and be good at it. It was just to like be a lousy student and call that rebellion. And so by the end of high school, I had kind of so-so grades. I was a good baseball player growing up, but by the time I got to my senior year, it was like, So I kind of squandered baseball because I stopped really trying at all. My grades were pretty bad, and I just realized that, you know, I've kind of done nothing with my life. My mom, who's a professional writer, she ended up getting me into college. She wrote my college essay, and in fact, my grades were so bad, but my essay was so good that the college reached out to me and they were like, hey, you're kind of a non-traditional candidate here because your grades are awful. But your essay was so good, you can come to our school. And so I got accepted into the University of Massachusetts, located in Amherst, Massachusetts. I get to Amherst and I promptly fail out effectively after one semester. I was spending my time not going to class, and that's pretty much it. There was a big riot on campus that I may or may not have been involved in, and there were some images of me, and so I had to withdraw from the school to avoid failing out / getting in trouble for this riot. And I remember I came back home, and I'm literally living in my mother's basement, and it really dawned on me now that, like, I hadn't done much at the end of high school, and my mom had hooked it up and got me into college. Now I've blown that too. I remember feeling so pathetic. What have you done here? Like, you are a joke. So I decided that I didn't want to be a failure anymore. I wanted to do something with my life, and I figured the first step is graduating college. And so I ended up getting into another school locally in Boston, so the University of Massachusetts, Boston, so different campus. For 3 semesters went there. I worked at a gym in the morning at like 5 a.m., checking people into a gym, and then I would take the train in to Boston, take some classes there, and then I'd come home and stay in my mom's basement. It was a really important time in my life because it was like the first time I was holding myself accountable. I had no sympathy from my mom or my parents. They're like, you screwed it up. You can figure out college, you know, do whatever you got to do, but you're getting your life together on your own. which was something I needed in my life for sure. It was around this time that I started thinking about the military, because a lot of my friends in high school had joined the Marine Corps and gone overseas to Iraq and to Afghanistan, and I really idolized them. And I always had a real interest in the military, and it was around this time, these formative years, where my mom, of all people, her best friend's two brothers were both retiring Navy SEALs. And my mom was like, well, why don't you go talk to them about the military? And I'm like, wow, that's so cool. I've like played Navy SEALs in video games. And so I went and met with them, and I was just so taken with them as people. The thing with Navy SEAL training, if you don't know anything about it, it's incredibly accessible. Anybody, for the most part, can try out, but almost no one makes it through the rigorous training. I'm generalizing, but that's kind of how it works. So in order to succeed in the training pipeline, which is very long, very difficult, you just got to be able to suck it up and suffer for a really long time. And if you make it through all that, you can become a Navy SEAL. And it's kind of like you're reborn in a way. And that's the way they were talking about becoming a SEAL. It's like whoever you were before you became a SEAL kind of goes away and you become something new. And it really spoke to me. And I was at that point in my life where I was just starting to get my life back together, taking classes and trying to graduate. And it just seemed like I had suddenly discovered the thing that was perfect for me. If I could just get through Navy SEAL training, I could be in the military, which is something I was interested in. I would be able to also kind of overwrite a lot of the bad decisions I had made and a lot of the mediocrity in my life, so that when people look back at me, it will not be the guy that could have done a bunch of things but ultimately didn't. And it would instead be, man, that John Allen, he really got his act together. And that worked for me. That was enough. But I stuck to college. I did end up graduating college. I would actually go back to the University of Massachusetts at Amherst in Western Mass. That's where I'd meet my wife, Amanda. We started dating while I was out there, and I graduated college, and then I immediately went to a recruiter and I joined the Navy and went off to SEAL training. The training to become a SEAL, it's very, very long. Basically almost 2 years of training. 15% of people will be successful and actually become SEALs. But you got to remember that the initial pool of people that are in that statistic are highly qualified. One of the questions was, what's the hardest part of SEAL training? For me personally was a test called Pool Comp, where it's about the halfway point of selection phase, which is called BUDS, or Basic Underwater Demolition SEAL Training. And there's a 20-minute test where you basically show that you can withstand an underwater emergency with your scuba tanks on. So really what happens is you go underwater and you stay there for 20 minutes while instructors come down and turn your air off and rip the hoses out of your mouth. But every time they're like assaulting you, you got to go in the fetal position and like wait for them to stop tying knots in your hoses. You might see your mouthpiece over here, but you got to go through the same procedures. Reach back, you do all these different things to regain your air source. So you end up becoming quite hypoxic, so you're very low on oxygen. And so of the 20-minute test, really you're spending about half of that without air. Really the whole point of the test is, do the procedures, but show you can keep your composure. And I was just horrible at this test. Full panic mode, like no composure. I was like the poster child of what not to do. But I ultimately, on the day that I passed, I kind of went in the pool with this reckless abandon, like, you know what? I'm just gonna go in there and drown. That's my approach. And it made it pretty simple. Like, I just don't care anymore. I'm gonna just go in the pool and do these stupid procedures and probably drown. And believe it or not, that was enough for me. One of the more popular questions was, what was my scariest or most difficult experience as a Navy SEAL? And so I have one that stands out above all others, and it's actually what ultimately led to me leaving the SEAL teams. And that was when I got blown up in Afghanistan in 2014. We're in this area in Afghanistan that was definitely a bad guy town. We had gone in during the day and started getting shot at. A couple of our partner force had gotten shot, our dog got shot. It was a bad start to the day. And over the course of about 6 hours, we were kind of fighting rooftop to rooftop with these people that just kept vanishing. And by the end of the night, we were getting ready to leave this little city. We had all we, as in our SEAL team, our platoon, had broken up into little groups called fire teams, like pockets of 5-6 people out of the 25 of us that were there. And my fire team, not mine like I was in charge, I was just in this fire team. We were located on a section of the city, kind of closer to the exit of the city. And as we're getting ready to leave, one of our drones spots a group of people, not Americans, not SEALs, that are located near the exit, and our fire team was nearest to them. And so we decided, our fire team, we would just go over and scout out who these people were, because we've been getting shot at all day and we don't know where people are anymore, and we're worried that if we don't inspect this group, that they could be planning an attack on us when we try to leave, because we're getting ready to leave here. So we end up walking down this alleyway, and we're going down this like T alleyway. When we get down the stem here and reach the head of the T, if you will, we're expecting to be able to look over this wall and look out across this field and see this group of men that are hiding. But when we got down to the end of the alleyway, they weren't across the field on that wall. They were on this wall, like a foot away from us, on the immediate other side of the wall. And they hadn't heard us sneak up, and they were, enemy combatants, and they had grenades with the pins already pulled out as a defensive mechanism in case they were compromised. And in the craziest few seconds of my life, grenades are coming over the wall, there's shooting happening on both sides. The grenade actually came over and hit my shoulder and landed next to me and detonated. And I remember kind of getting up and looking around, and it's just chaos. We're in this like tight little alleyway, and there's just gunfire everywhere. And I was just expecting to either die from bleeding or have one of the bad guys come from around the wall and finish me off. I tried to stand, I couldn't stand. Somebody came over and dragged me around down that T section. I'm down here now. And so he told me to put my tourniquets on. It's a device that helps you stop bleeding. And then he went back down to help other people. I couldn't get my tourniquets off of my kit. I couldn't put them on. I was bleeding to death. And I remember thinking about my wife, and I went deaf and blind. And I remember being like, I'm gonna die in Afghanistan. It was not so much a matter of will I die, so much as I'm currently dying. It's interesting, your body, your brain is acutely aware when something really bad is happening, and it's more matter of fact than anything else. As I'm preparing to die, I remember just wishing that my wife and I had started a family before I deployed, because we actually kind of pushed it off and said, let's get through a deployment, and then, when you come back, we can think about having kids. And so I just was like, man, I wish I had started a family. And then I passed out thinking that would be the end. But my medic was an all-star. He ran over, and while I'm laying there, was able to stop the bleed. My interpreter laid over me and protected me because we're still in the middle of a gunfight. I was worthless. My teammates were able to call in airstrikes and call in medical support, and we were able to hightail our way out of there, and I was saved thanks entirely to my team. The most popular question is, how did I become inspired to go from all that to telling scary stories on the internet? It's been a bit of a journey. I got medically retired in 2017, and I co-founded and was the CEO of a charity called Elite Meet, which is this organization that helps Navy SEALs and other elite special operators get jobs in the private sector. It was built in large part to help me get a job. Ironically, my job became running a service that helps people get jobs. But I did that for a few years. I'm still on the board of Elite Meet. I also co-founded a kind of the opposite of Elite Meet. It's called Operators Association, and it helps aspiring special operators. It's like a mentorship platform for them. It's on Patreon, and we help them become special operators. So kind of hitting on both ends of the spectrum, and I'm still a partner over there. And so while I was building those two companies, I saw a need to really leverage social media to get the word out about your companies and what you're doing. That's what everybody does. And so my go-to was sharing my experience as a Navy SEAL and talking about my Navy SEAL experience and drawing people onto my pages that way, and then kind of funneling them to my other business ventures that are both military related. But it was really difficult because the topics I was talking about, it draws a lot of negativity from the active duty community that are in the SEAL teams. They don't necessarily like it when people like me are talking, about being a Navy SEAL and all the things I've done, because it comes off as very self-centered and very like, look at me, look how great I am. And I'm not acting like I wasn't doing that in my posts, but it's a bad look, and I started getting a lot of negativity from some people in the community. I was mad about it, and I felt betrayed, but ultimately, I made my own decisions. I chose to do what I was doing and decided that all I can do is maybe try to change my content style and focus on something else. I also just felt like I was running out of stories to tell. And so for a lot of reasons, I didn't want to be doing what I was doing, which was a lot of Navy SEAL centered content. And on a whim, I posted a story on TikTok about the Dyatlov Pass incident. These Russian hikers go off into the wilderness, get lost, and everybody speculates that like some monster killed them or something. I'm interested in this. I've always been interested in spooky, you know, mysterious stuff. I find myself researching that on my own. So I'm just interested in this. And so like out of left field, I'm doing like Navy SEAL content, Navy SEAL content, Navy SEAL content, Dyatlov Pass, Russian hikers go missing in the mountains in the 1950s. But it went viral on TikTok. So I was like, that's great, I'll do another one. And I started posting some stories, more and more stories about like scary stuff and mysterious unsolved mysteries. And it really took off. I think in part because I'm really, really passionate about telling stories, one, but specifically I'm really interested in strange, dark, and mysterious content because I had either a really intense sleep paralysis story or a paranormal one, or maybe some combination, but you can check it out. It's one of my more popular videos on my YouTube channel. It's just what I saw in my room still haunts me. My TikTok really blew up. It's at 6.6 million followers now, which is just mind-blowing to me. And I've transitioned over to YouTube so that I can make this a career. I can actually go full-time on YouTube, and that's what I've been doing now for the past 2 months. A lot of people ask, what is it like to be a YouTuber? It's unbelievable how much time goes into this. I love doing it, so this is not me complaining, it's the opposite, but all I think about is YouTube. That is all I think about. I wake up, I'm on YouTube. I'm watching YouTube, I'm thinking about YouTube, I'm watching tutorials on how to be a better speaker, how to be a better YouTuber, and then I'm pouring into documents that I've been saving and articles I'm supposed to read, and every day I'm probably spending I don't know, 5 hours of research for that day's video, even if I already know it. I'll spend 5 hours just researching it and internalizing the story. I spend about an hour to maybe even an hour and a half actually filming it. I do a single take on my iPhone. I film everything on my iPhone. I don't have a script. Now, let me be clear here. I do write a script, but the best way to tell a story, in my opinion, is to be the story, be in the story. And you can't do that if you're reciting a script. And so I like internalize the story. That's why it takes me so many hours to really get ready for a story. I need to really feel like I'm in it. And so the script serves as more like a guide, but I'll look at a script, I'll think about it, and then I'll tell the story. So I would say for any video, it takes about 6 to 7 hours just from, okay, I have the idea, research it, internalize it, shoot it, and then I spend another 2 hours at night doing the rough cut edit, not even the full edit. I kick it to my amazing editor. Shout out to Wes J. Adams. He's my guy. Shout out to you, Wes. He takes the rough cut and he puts in the imagery and he makes it much sexier, and then we upload it the next day. And since I'm posting 5 days a week, we have to be on a schedule where we're always a couple posts ahead. So pretty much there is no off time with the exception of maybe Saturday. But it's a really, I feel like I'm in such a privileged position. I love doing this. I'm proud of what I'm doing, and it's just so much fun to do something that I so fundamentally enjoy doing. So a couple fun facts about me. I use little tech decks, little hand skateboards. I have like little ramps and stuff. I'll literally sit here and like flip around with my tech deck the whole time to like jog my creative mind. Also on the notion of little skateboards, I was world ranked in the game Skate. It's a video game on PlayStation 3, Skate 1 and Skate 2. I was literally in the top 30. It's a game where you would like do a trick and then somebody else tries to match your trick. If they can't match it, they get a letter until they spell out SKATE and then they lose. I was playing this all the time when I was in college, and I didn't even know I was so good at it. And I was just beating everybody, and I started getting all these notifications from people being like, dude, you're not even that good. Like, my brother played you last night. You weren't even that good, man. I don't know how you're like world ranked. And I went to the leaderboard and there I was. So but when I do have some spare time, I do like gaming. I mostly just play offline. You know, I'm 31. I'm not like big into online gaming. Didn't really grow up with it. But I'll play like sports games. Like I love MLB The Show, huge baseball fan. But like I don't really play the game. I just like edit the rosters and perfect everything about the rosters to where like, you know, make sure their cleats are the right color and that their numbers are right and their stats are right. Like it's almost like I'm taking a sports game and turning it into a life simulation. Like I tell myself I'm gonna edit these rosters and make them perfect, and then I'm gonna play that game. And then I never get to playing it. I just edit the rosters and then don't play the game. I don't know if this was even an interesting episode or not, but I'm more than happy to do more of these or maybe answer more specific questions, but I think I touched on the big ones. I do want to say that I am just so thankful that I even have this opportunity to have people that actually want to see my videos. It's an incredible thing. I feel so lucky. I really genuinely wish I could get to know every single one of you guys and gals, because this is just, it's a dream come true for me and my family, and I just can't thank you enough. So if you enjoyed today's video and you haven't done this already, please push the like button into the Grand Canyon, and also subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter, same username for both platforms. It's JohnBallin416. Also, I have a ton of content on TikTok. My username over there is Mr. Ballin. And if you have a story submission, please submit it to our subreddit. It's just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked below. I read that every day. If I intentionally use your story, I will credit you. So whether I see you on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Reddit, here on YouTube, or some combination, I'm just incredibly thankful. And until next time, guys, that's going to do it. See ya. All right, so I wanted to bring you into my dojo where I create all of my content. It's called the Mustard Room. It's pretty high speed, so don't be intimidated. It's my setup. It's nice and neat. This is where all the magic happens, right here. Here's my ring light. There's my little crappy tripod. Got my, I use tech decks when I'm trying to become more creative. Yes, this is my setup right here. Experts believe in the United States alone, there are at least 2,000 active, uncaught serial killers just running wild. Which means if you live in America, you may have already had an interaction with a serial killer. You just didn't know it. But today, I'm going to share 3 progressively more disturbing cases of Americans that had an interaction with a serial killer, but came to find out later that it was a serial killer. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all I do, and I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, then please schedule the like button for a fight with Paul on the day before Thanksgiving in Quincy, Massachusetts. Also, please subscribe to my channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. After spending 21 years in the U.S. Army, a man retires and moves to Central Florida with his wife and young son. Although his family had plenty of money because he had a pension coming in and his wife still worked full-time, he just got bored really quickly after moving to Central Florida and decided he would just take a job doing something just to stay occupied. And so he ended up taking a job at a highway gas station. One of the primary reasons he chose this particular job is because the owners of the gas station didn't care if his son came along to help him stock shelves and hang out behind the cash register. And so for years, that's just how it went. The man would work at the gas station and his son would tag along. Even after his son became a teenager and you'd think might be wanting to do other things, well, the town was so small, there was almost nothing to do. So his son still came along well into his teenage years. One night in 1990, his son, who was 15 years old at the time, was at the station, and he was actually taking a break sitting outside on a picnic table. He was reading a magazine, drinking a Mountain Dew, and it's dark out, and he notices out of the corner of his eye that there is a woman walking off of the highway towards the gas station. It was a very quiet night at the time, so there's no cars getting gas, there's nobody there, and there's not really anybody even driving on the highway, and so that's why she really stood out to him. And he turns and he notices her, and he thinks to himself, no one ever walks to our gas station. We're on a highway. Everybody drives here. So she must have broken down and she must be coming here to try to use our phone to call a tow truck or something like that. So the woman is walking across the lot, coming closer and closer to the gas station, and the boy at this point has turned his attention back to his magazine, but he would say later that he kept looking up and keeping an eye on her because there was something off about her. The woman ultimately walks right behind him and goes in the door into the gas station. Doesn't acknowledge the boy, doesn't say hi to him, just walks straight inside, and she starts walking up and down the aisles of the gas station. Now, from where the boy was sitting, it's all glass, so he could clearly look in and see his father behind the counter, and he could see the head of this woman as she walked in and around all these aisles. And as soon as the woman was in the store, kind of pacing around the aisles, the boy put his magazine down and was just watching. And he noticed that she was not really shopping. She was just looking down for a few seconds, wouldn't pick anything up, so she wasn't buying anything. And she would look up at the counter where his father was, and she would just stare at him.
and then she'd look back down at what she was doing, and she would go through all the aisles. And at some point, the woman just kind of abandons this phony, I'm pretending to shop routine, and just walks up to the counter. Now, nobody else is in the store, there's nobody else coming in, and so the boy could actually fairly clearly hear what she was saying to his father. And she told his father that she had broken down and she needed a ride, and could he drive her to Ocala, which was the next big town north of this gas station. And the boy would say that his father acted very strangely, because his father is normally incredibly pleasant with all the customers. He's very chatty even. Like, he talks to everybody who comes in the store. But as soon as this woman had gone in, his dad had seemed kind of dismissive and almost rude to this woman, and when she was talking to him, asking for a ride, he just said, no, I won't give you a ride. The woman is annoyed by how quickly she's been shot down, but instead of just taking no for an answer, she turns and looks at the boy who's sitting out on the bench, who's looking right at her, and she points at the boy, and she says, what about him? Is he your son? Can he give me a ride? The boy notices that his father, who's not within her eyesight, is looking at his son going, no. Like, whatever she wants from you, you're gonna say no to it. And the boy's a little bit confused by this, because he's still trying to understand why his dad was so against helping this woman, because she clearly needs our help, or someone's help. But he just took his dad at face value, and when the woman's pointing at him, he knew, the boy, that if she came over and asked him, he would say no. But it wouldn't come to that, because the boy's father would say to the woman, no, my son's not gonna give you a ride. You need to leave here immediately. Do not come back. Leave, we're not gonna help you. She's furious, she's cussing him out, she storms out and slams the door, she starts cussing at the boy, and she walks off. The whole time she's turning around and flipping them off and screaming profanities at them, but she ultimately walks off, and the dad kind of followed her out and is standing next to his son as she walks off. And the boy asks his dad, like, what was her deal? Why did that happen? Why did you not want to help her? And the dad just said, I don't know, there was something off about her, and I don't know how to place it, but I did not want her around you. I knew I didn't want to give her a ride. I knew she had to go. A year later, the boy is in his room when he hears his dad in the other room yelling for him to come in here and look at the TV. So he runs into the TV room, and on the TV is the same woman from the gas station, better known as Eileen Wuornos. She was a serial killer who used to pick up her male victims at gas stations in Florida. It's unclear whether the boy or the boy's father were her next victims. But by the time she had shown up at that gas station, she had already killed 4 people. And following that interaction with them at the gas station, she had gone on to kill 3 more people, including someone in Ocala, Florida, which was the town she had asked them to give her a ride to. Eileen had been caught, that's why she was on TV, and she was later sentenced to death. In the late 1970s, a medical student going to school in Chicago had just gotten out of class and decided he didn't want to pay for a taxi, so he decided he would hitchhike his way home. Now, this was something he routinely did, and at the time was socially acceptable. So he goes down to the road and he puts his thumb out, and eventually a car pulls up, and he would describe the man that is pulling up as looking normal and even friendly and lighthearted. It's a middle-aged guy, and he tells the student, hey, come on in, hop inside, I'll give you a ride. The student did not feel threatened by this guy and felt like overall this was safe, and so he hops in the passenger seat. He tells this man where he wants to go. He says, okay, and they start driving off. So as they're driving, it's silent in the car. They're not making chit chat. They're just driving along. And the student notices that the man misses the turn to go where he needs to go. And so the student turns to the man and says, hey, you missed the turn. Do you mind turning around and going back this way? Or, if you want, you can just drop me off here and I'm happy to walk. We're not that far away. The man, who had seemed really nice and lighthearted, suddenly had this really intense demeanor come over him. And he turns and looks at the student and goes, oh no, you're coming with me. The student is frozen in fear. He doesn't know what to do, but he knows immediately that this is not an idle threat. I don't know who he is, I don't know what's gonna happen, but it's gonna be bad for me. I have to get out. And so as soon as the car began to slow down even a little bit, they're still driving, they're not stopped. The student unlocks the door, opens the car, and jumps out of the moving car and smashes into the ground, rolls against the side of the curb, but is ultimately unhurt. He's banged up from jumping out of a moving car, but he was able to stand up and run back to his house. He didn't call the police because he really didn't know what to tell them, because he didn't have a great description of the guy, he didn't have his license plate, and the guy didn't do anything totally aggressive. It was more of a threat, but an ambiguous threat at best. It wasn't really clear what he wanted to do with him. It definitely did not seem good, but it just wasn't enough for him to call the police. And so the student just feels lucky that he got out of there and moves on with his life. A couple of years go by. The student at this point has basically forgotten about this encounter with the stranger. And he's sitting in a cafe, he's drinking some coffee, and there's a TV on behind him. He wasn't paying attention to it, but the reporter on the TV said something that immediately piqued his interest. The reporter was talking about a guy that was currently on death row that apparently had removed all of the inside car door handles inside of his car after his first would-be victim, a college student, had apparently escaped by opening a car door while he was moving. The student runs over to the TV and sees on the screen there is an image of the guy they're talking about, this guy on death row, and it's the same guy who gave him a ride 2 years earlier. His name was John Wayne Gacy, aka the Killer Clown. He had killed over 30 men and boys in Chicago, and then after killing them in his clown room, he would stuff them into a secret crawl space in his basement. And although we can't be certain, it seems extremely likely that this med student was supposed to be the first victim of John Wayne Gacy, but he leapt out of the car, forcing John Wayne Gacy to change his strategy and make sure the next person was not able to do that. In the 1970s, a young woman and young man were on their very first date together, and it wasn't going very well. It wasn't going badly, it was just really, really awkward. They just were not meshing at all. And so as they're getting ready to leave and retire for the night, the guy is thinking to himself, I have nothing to lose here, we're probably not gonna go on a second date. And he says to the woman, hey, do you want to not go home right now and actually come on a hike with me? And he goes, I know this sounds like a terrible idea, but hear me out. I go mountain climbing in this area called Provo Canyon. It's not that far from here. There are these beautiful trails that lead up the side of the canyon to these amazing scenic overlooks. And tonight it's a new moon, so there's great visibility, and I just think that you might enjoy it. And so at first, the woman is obviously a little bit hesitant. But when he says, look, I go hiking there at night all the time. I love it out there. And I promise if there's any weirdness, if you don't like being there, we'll just turn around and leave. It's totally safe. And so after a little bit of coaxing, she finally says, okay, you know what? That sounds fun. Let's go do it. And so their date that had been really awkward suddenly became really exciting. And the two of them were kind of like thrilled, like, wow, look at us making our way up for a nighttime hike through Provo Canyon. And so they arrive at the mouth of this canyon, and they're both obviously excited. And they hop out and they start walking up this trail that brings them into a heavily forested section of the canyon. Now, to this point, the guy felt like this was a really great idea. He really had gone hiking here a bunch, and he really did know the area well. But as the trail brought them into the forested area, the guy remembers feeling this overwhelming sense of dread. He didn't know why, it was just like an overwhelming sense of anxiety that something bad was going to happen to them. But he had worked so hard to convince his date to come with him, and had convinced her it was safe, that he's not about to let on to her that there was anything wrong with what they were doing. And so he put on, his strong face and just kind of suppressed it and just kept on walking and, holding her hand tight, and they just continued their walk. But his sense of dread would just build and build to the point where he was really on edge. And what he didn't know, but would find out later, is that his date, the woman, she also had this horrible sense of dread as soon as they went into the forest. But she didn't want to tell him because she didn't want to seem like a party pooper, because he seemed really excited about it. At some point, as they're walking down this path, the man steps on something that felt soft. He didn't know what it was, but it caused him to freeze immediately, and he's holding her hand. He kind of jerks her to get her to stop, and before he can even look down and see what he's standing on, he hears rustling coming from the bushes just off the trail. She hears it too, and both of them, without saying a word to each other, because again, you got to remember, they're both really stressed. They haven't let on to the other how stressed they are, but they're both basically ready to leave. And so the two of them turn around and they hightail it out of there. He has no idea what he stepped on. They don't know what they heard in the bushes, but they don't care. The anxiety was so high, they just wanted to leave. Years later, that man and woman who had this very strange date would actually be married. And they'd be sitting down watching TV together, and they're flipping through the channels, and they land on an interview with a death row inmate. And the interviewer is asking the inmate, was there ever a time that you were almost caught red-handed? And the guy being interviewed says, yes, one time. I was in the forest up in Provo Canyon one night, and a young couple came walking up the trail. I didn't see him, so I only had a chance to jump into the bushes right next to the trail, and the guy actually stepped on the body of a girl I had just killed. But for some reason, he didn't look down and see what he was standing on, and the two of them didn't notice me just a few feet away from them. They just turned around and walked away. Turns out that young couple had run into one of the worst serial killers of all time, Ted Bundy. Before Bundy was executed, he confessed to over 30 murders, but many people believe the true number of victims is much, much, much higher. So that's going to do it, guys. Let me know what you thought of these 3 stories in the comments section, and let me know how you would respond if it turned out you had actually interacted with a serial killer. Not only will I respond to all the early commenters, I will also pin the best comment at the top of the comment section. If you enjoyed today's story and you haven't done this already, please schedule the like button for a fight with Paul the day before Thanksgiving in Quincy, Massachusetts. Also, please subscribe to my channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit. It's just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. I am on there every day, and if I intentionally use one of your story suggestions, I will absolutely credit you. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, here on YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, guys, that's going to do it. See ya. Today, I'm going to share with you 3 progressively more disturbing stories, and at the end of each of them, I'm going to share with you a picture that is famously associated with them. But before I get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all I do, and I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, then please throat punch the like button, and then subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. Alright, let's get into today's stories. Between 1974 and 1975, a criminal who had been dubbed the Visayala Ransacker had been terrorizing the Eastern District of Sacramento, California. Initially, he would break into people's homes when they were sleeping by prying open one of their windows. He would go inside and basically ransack their house. He wouldn't steal any of the major valuables that were right in plain sight. He would just kind of throw things all over the place and would take 1 or 2 small things, probably as a souvenir. Unfortunately, by the summer of 1976, this Visayala ransacker was not only not caught, but was also no longer satisfied with just breaking into people's homes and ransacking them and taking a few things. He had moved on to killing people, and so he had been given a new nickname, one that just about everybody knew at the time, and that was the Golden State Killer. Once he began killing people, he became much more cautious about how he would actually go about attacking them. He would oftentimes break into his victims' homes while they weren't there, and he would walk their property, look for guns and unload them. He would look for any security cameras or devices and turn them off. He would plant ligatures, pieces of rope and twine that he could use to bind people's arms and legs. He would place them in their house, and then he would leave. And he would study his victims and get to know their patterns and know when they were going to be in the house, when they were going to be in certain rooms, and then at some point he would sneak in through a window at night while they were sleeping, and their victims would wake up with him standing over them with a flashlight in their face. On the rare occasion where neighbors or police had actually spotted this guy, they saw that he was wearing a full face mask and he was very athletic. He was able to elude police capture and would jump over fences and would run away. By the end of 1976, when the Golden State Killer had still not been caught, citizens of Sacramento became furious with the police. They felt like they were not doing enough to try to catch this guy. So on November 3rd, 1976, the police actually host this huge town hall meeting, and they invite all the citizens of Sacramento to come be a part of it, voice your complaints, listen to what police are actually trying to do to catch the Golden State Killer, and basically just have an opportunity to air your grievances a little bit. During the meeting, a man in the crowd who was a citizen of Sacramento stands up and basically starts making fun of the Golden State Killer, calling him weak and a coward, saying, you're preying on women. If you ever came to my house, I would totally beat the crap out of you. Like, this guy's a joke. And everybody in the town hall meeting just totally ate it up. It was like this one little victory for the town of Sacramento is we're going to put down the Golden State Killer for being weak and a coward. Then, in an ironic twist of fate, that guy who was making fun of the Golden State Killer, he and his wife became the next victims of the Golden State Killer. And in fact, the Golden State Killer changed his entire MO. Instead of kind of targeting random people all over Sacramento, he began only targeting married couples, and he would always attack when the husband was home. For decades, the Golden State Killer eluded capture and even taunted the police in threatening phone calls all the way up until 2001. But in 2016, they reinvestigated the Golden State Killer case using DNA evidence, something that was not available in the 70s and the 80s when they were investigating these crimes. And it was through this reinvestigation that they were able to capture 74-year-old Joseph D'Angelo in 2018, who was, in fact, the Golden State Killer. D'Angelo pled guilty to 13 counts of first-degree murder and was given 12 consecutive life sentences. When the killer was finally identified as Joseph D'Angelo, police were going through some of the older case photos and they made a startling discovery. This is a picture from the November 3rd, 1976 town hall meeting, and there in the middle of the photo is none other than Joseph D'Angelo, aka the Golden State Killer. And he was there when that citizen of Sacramento stood up and began berating the Golden State Killer, saying how he was a coward and weak and that he would totally beat him up if he ever came to his house. And there's Joseph D'Angelo sitting there listening to this guy. And after the meeting, what does he do? He targets the guy that spoke out against him. And even after he attacked this guy, apparently he was so upset that he changed his entire MO and only targeted married couples from that point on, as if he was proving a point that you can't touch me. By the time Tyler Hadley turned 15, he was skipping school regularly and hanging out with the wrong crowd. Tyler's parents had tried to do everything to get their son back on track between doctor's visits, psychiatry appointments, medication, an outpatient mental health program, but none of it seemed to work. Tyler just was on the wrong path. As Tyler's behavior continued to get worse as he got older, his parents just didn't know what to do, became very frustrated with him, and became very, very strict disciplinarians. One night when Tyler came home and he appeared to be intoxicated, his parents took his phone and car away, and Tyler was furious. And he confided in his best friend Michael Mandel that he thought his parents had gone over the line, that they were over-disciplining him, and he said to Michael that he wanted to kill his mother. Now, Michael knew Tyler and had known him since he was a little kid, and he did not think twice about this claim that, Tyler wanted to kill his mom. He just thought that Tyler was frustrated with his parents, and Michael did know that Tyler's parents were very, very strict and hard on him. So he just kind of wrote it off. Not long after this incident, Tyler starts talking about this huge house party he's going to have. And all of Tyler's friends, including Michael, just didn't buy it. They're like, there's no way you could ever pull this off. Your parents are too strict and they never leave town anyways. But every time people approached him, he would say, oh no, my parents aren't going to be there. They'll never find out. At some point, Michael gets a Facebook invitation to Tyler's big house party, and he sees that it's been sent to so many people. It's been sent well beyond an inner circle of friends to just total strangers. And then on the Facebook invitation itself, someone had posted on the wall, hey Tyler, what are you going to do if your parents come home? And he responded to that, they won't, trust me. On the day of the party, Michael shows up to Tyler's house and it is packed with people. Lots of people he didn't know, and he was fairly certain Tyler didn't know them either. And he goes inside and it's clear that no one gives a crap about the house itself. People are writing on the walls, people have spilled stuff all over the ground, there's broken glass on the ground, people are rummaging through the food in the fridge. No one cared about the house. And Tyler, oddly enough, didn't seem to mind at all. The only time Tyler became on edge was when he felt like the party was getting too loud. And he would go around and tell people to be quiet because he didn't want his neighbors to hear, because the neighbors would call the police and he didn't want the police coming to the house. During this big party, Tyler pulls Michael aside and says, hey, I gotta tell you something, come outside with me. When they get outside, Tyler looks at Mike and just says, Mike, I killed my parents. Michael doesn't believe him, but Tyler says, no, look in my driveway, their car is still here. They did not go to Orlando. I killed my parents. Michael still didn't believe him, and Tyler said, go inside. I bet if you look around, you'll find blood in my house. So he goes inside and he starts looking around, and when he goes upstairs, he sees there's blood on a table right outside the master bedroom where Tyler's parents slept.
And on the door handle to the master bedroom, there was also blood. So he goes back down, and he goes, Tyler, you're playing a prank on me. And Tyler goes, no, when the party dies down, I'll show you proof. At this point, Michael is starting to think this could actually be real. And Tyler walks away, and Michael's thinking to himself, I can't wait till the end of this party to see if this is really true or not. So he goes upstairs, goes to the bloody door handle to the master bedroom, opens it up, and the door actually hits the leg of Tyler's father, who's laying on the ground, who's deceased inside of the master bedroom. He shuts the door, and he's standing in the hall, and he doesn't know what to do, because on the one hand, Tyler's his friend, but he just discovered Tyler's a murderer. He also knew Tyler's parents really well, so he's deeply saddened by what he just saw. And as he's standing there, he's realizing that he has to turn Tyler in. And so for some reason, he just felt the need to take one more picture with Tyler, because he knew as soon as he left the house, he was going to go tell authorities what Tyler had done, and he was never going to see him again. And so he goes over to Tyler and he takes this picture. After Tyler was arrested, he admitted that just hours before this house party, he had bludgeoned his parents to death and stashed them in the master bedroom. Tyler was sentenced to 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole, and while he has been remorseful, he's never given a real reason why he actually killed his parents. On the morning of Tuesday, April 20th, 1999, a Colorado high school student named Brooks Brown noted something strange. His on-again, off-again friend named Eric had missed all of the classes that morning, something that is totally uncharacteristic of Eric, who was a straight-A student. At lunchtime, Brown left the high school to go to the designated smoking area in the parking lot, and he saw parked in a very far-away spot, somewhere that he never saw him parked before, was his friend Eric, who was in the back of his car pulling a large duffel bag out of the trunk. Brown puts his cigarette out and walks over and asks Eric, where have you been all morning? And Eric turns to Brown and goes, it doesn't matter. I like you, so you should leave right now. Go home. Brown was taken back by his tone and the general weirdness of the morning, but Eric was always kind of a wild card. He was a guy that had, in the past, vandalized Brown's house. He had posted death threats online about Brown. And then simultaneously, he would brag to Brown all the time about different accomplishments, like he desperately wanted approval from Brown. So it was a very strange relationship they had. Brown doesn't really know what to make of this, and so he kind of just shrugs his shoulders, turns around and walks away, while Eric turns around and continues doing whatever he's doing with this duffel bag. Brown gets back over to the smoking area, and he's thinking, maybe I should just skip class and go home, because maybe Eric has some prank that he's got planned that he's protecting me from. And as he's sitting there smoking his cigarette, thinking about whether or not he's going to stay or go, he hears noises coming from the high school that he immediately assumes are fireworks. And so in his mind, he's like, oh, looks like he was planning a senior prank. He's lighting fireworks inside of the school. But then the sounds got faster and louder, and he turned to look at the school and he heard people screaming, and he knew those weren't fireworks, those were gunshots. Brown immediately runs to the nearest house, knocks on their door, and is able to get a phone, and he calls police. After Eric had spoken to Brown, when Brown came across the lot and asked him what he was doing, and then ultimately Brown turned around and walked back to the smoke pit, Eric had turned his attention to his duffel bag. He had pulled it out and dragged it across the lot to another car where one of his other friends named Dylan was also getting his own duffel bag out of the back of his own car. Inside of their duffel bags were propane tank time bombs that they planned to place all around the school in an effort to collapse the ceiling of the cafeteria, because what they wanted to do is get people to start running out of the school so they could start shooting at them. Eric and Dylan's car were parked far away from their usual spots, kind of strategically located near where first responders were bound to come in, and they had rigged their cars to explode so that when they did come through, they would detonate and hopefully take out the first responders as well. Eric and Dylan had also placed another timed explosive on a field about 3 miles away that was purely a diversion. They were hoping it would go off, it would get police and first responders over there first, giving them more time to inflict max damage on the school. But with the exception of the diversionary bomb that did go off, none of the other explosives in the high school actually went off. So Dylan and Eric had to go to plan B, which is to walk right in the school and just start shooting. At the end of the day, 12 students from Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado had been killed, along with one of their teachers, as well as Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, the 2 shooters. At the time, this was far and away the deadliest American school shooting. This senior class picture was taken 2 weeks before the Columbine shooting, and you can clearly see Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold pointing finger guns at the camera. At the time this picture was taken, they both knew what they were going to do to the students in that picture, because they had been planning this attack for over a year and referred to it as Judgment Day. So that's going to do it, guys. Give me your reactions to these 3 stories in the comments section, and I will pin the best comment at the top. If you enjoyed today's video and you haven't done this already, please throat punch the like button and subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. You can direct message me on Instagram and Twitter. My username is JohnBallin416 on both platforms. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok. My username is Mr. Ballin over there. We have a subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. That's where you should put your story suggestions. If I intentionally use one, I will credit you. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know I really appreciate your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See ya. Today's story includes several very distressing and at times graphic segments. And also at the end of the story, we show several pictures that on the surface may seem fairly benign, but once you understand their context, they are quite disturbing and haunting. So viewer discretion is advised. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload 2 or 3 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, for the like button's birthday, give them a gift certificate that looks fairly generic and tell them it is to Alfredo's Pizza Cafe. But in reality, it's a gift certificate to Pizza by Alfredo, a much lesser pizza establishment. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. On February 12, 1999, 42 Carol Sund, along with her 15-year-old daughter Julie and Julie's longtime friend Silvina Peloso, who was 16 years old, boarded a plane in Eureka, California. After a quick 1-hour-long flight, they landed in San Francisco and then got their bags from baggage claim and then walked over to the airport's car rental center. After Carol signed some rental agreement paperwork with the person at the front desk, they were given car keys, and then the 3 women walked out of the airport into the parking lot where they saw their car. It was a 1999 red Pontiac Grand Prix sedan. After the women had put their luggage in the trunk, they all climbed inside, and then Carol began driving east towards the University of the Pacific in Stockton, California. Julie was competing in a cheerleading competition the following day at that university, and Julie was considering going to the school after she graduated high school, and so this cheerleading competition was a great excuse for her and her mom to check out the campus, and since Silvina was already visiting Julie at her home in Eureka, she just tagged along for the trip. After an 1.5-hour long drive, the trio arrived in Stockton, California, and they checked into a hotel, and then the next day, which was the 13th, Julie competed in this cheerleading competition, and then afterwards, her mom, and Silvina spent the rest of the day checking out the campus and the surrounding town. Early the next morning, which was the 14th, the women checked out of their hotel and then drove 3 hours southeast to the sprawling motel complex called Cedar Lodge that was located just outside of Yosemite National Park's western entrance. Their plan was to spend a couple of days sightseeing inside of Yosemite before heading back to the San Francisco airport, where they were going to meet Carol's husband and Julie's father, Jens, and then the 4 of them would continue their journey and fly to Arizona, where they would explore the Grand Canyon before finally heading back home to Eureka, California. So midday on the 14th, these 3 women arrive at the Cedar Lodge, and the lot would have been nearly empty because it was the wintertime and not that many people were visiting the park at that time. So they pull into the lot, they park their car, they go into the front desk where they checked in and they got their keys, and then they left the office and walked along the row of first floor rooms all the way to the very corner of the building to room 509, which was their room. Carol used her key, she opened the door, they went inside and dropped their luggage, and then they decided that they were just too tired to actually go in the park and go sightseeing that day, so instead they kind of had a low-key afternoon and evening mostly in their hotel room. The next morning, which was the 15th, the women got up early, they hopped in their red rental car, and they drove to the western entrance of Yosemite. They went inside, they parked their car, and they have this wonderful day looking at these astonishing cliff sides and snow-covered mountains and these huge sequoia trees and these beautiful meadows that stretched out in front of them. And then towards the end of the day, Julie and Silvina actually went ice skating on
on a frozen pond. So it was just this totally magical day at the park. And then finally, as the sun was starting to go down, the trio finally left the park, got in their rental car, and drove back to the Cedar Lodge. There, they ate dinner at the lodge's 1950s style diner. They ate hamburgers, and then afterwards they swung by the front desk and rented some VHS movie tapes that they brought back to their room. Once they were inside room 509, the women changed into their pajamas and then sat on the bed and watched one of their movies, and then when it was over, they brushed their teeth, and then they got in bed, turned out the light, and tried to go to sleep. But a few minutes after their lights were out, they heard a knock on their door. The following day, which was the 16th, Jens, Carol's husband and Julie's father, was anxiously waiting at the San Francisco airport for his wife and his daughter and his daughter's friend. And he's looking at his watch and he knows they don't have that much time before their flight is going to take off, and he's just hoping they're going to come running around a corner and they're going to barely make this flight. But they don't. And finally, Jens, who does not have a cell phone, and neither does Carol, he decides there must have been some sort of miscommunication and that Carol and the girls must have flown on ahead. And so he decides at the last minute to just board the flight himself and fly to Arizona and hopes his family will be there. But when he touches down in Arizona, his family is not there. And so he rushed to the hotel hoping that maybe they were there. They weren't. He spoke to the hotel's front desk and said, hey, has my wife Carol contacted you? And they said, no, she hasn't contacted us and we have no record of her being here. And so Jens is obviously very upset. He's very worried, and he spends the rest of the day calling around to friends and family and acquaintances and anybody who might know where Carol and the girls are. But nobody has heard from them and nobody knows where they are. And so that night, as Jens is about to go to bed, he convinces himself that they are probably just fine. This is just some screw up. Carol is an unbelievably fierce woman. She's incredibly competent. She will take care of those girls, and I'm sure I will see them tomorrow morning. But when he woke up the next morning and Carol had not made any contact with the hotel or reached out to him in any way, and there was just no sign of her or the girls, Jens finally contacted police. That day, after the police spoke with Jens, the first call they made was to the Cedar Lodge, which is the last place they knew Carol, Julie, and Sylvina had been. The manager of the lodge would tell police that he had not seen Carol or the girls on the day they were supposed to check out, which was the 16th. But Carol had checked out in advance, so the manager would not have seen her anyways. She would not have had to go by the front desk on the way out, so that was not an anomaly. The manager also told police that on the 16th, after the three women should have been out of their room, the cleaners went by room 509, and when they went inside, it was vacant and nothing seemed amiss. It was relatively clean, minus some wet towels that had been left on the floor of the bathroom. The keys to the room were left on the desk as they should be. It just looked like the women had left. And so the police reached out to the car rental company at the San Francisco airport to see if Carol had made it to the airport and dropped off her car. But when they spoke to the manager of this rental company, they would say, no, Carol has not dropped off her car, and she hasn't called about extending her lease, which is now overdue. Based on the information the police gathered from the lodge and from the rental car company, they began operating on the theory that the three women left their lodge motel room on the 16th, and then either got into a car accident somewhere and had just not been found yet, or they had driven somewhere, gotten out of their car, and gotten lost, perhaps inside of Yosemite National Park or some other trail somewhere, or they had fallen victim to some crime. But at this point, the police were not taking seriously the idea that foul play was involved. A massive search was launched in and around the Cedar Lodge complex, as well as around the western entrance of Yosemite, but absolutely nothing was found. A number of workers from Cedar Lodge were interviewed by police and subsequently cleared of any wrongdoing. Also, a number of friends and family of the three women were also interviewed by police and cleared as well. Then, a few days after this search has started, there was a break in the case. Carol's wallet, with her ID and credit cards inside of it, was found lying on the ground in Modesto, California, which was a suburb that was located about 2 hours west of Cedar Lodge. Some high school students saw it on the ground and gave it to a police officer. There was no reason for Carol and the girls to be in Modesto, California, and so this signaled to police that a third party had to have been involved in their disappearance. And so if that was the case, then almost certainly these three women had fallen victim to some sort of crime. Over the next several weeks,
police continued to search the roads and trails in and around Cedar Lodge and the western entrance to Yosemite, and they looked all over Modesto. But besides this wallet being found, there were no further developments with the case. Then on March 18th, which is about a month after the three women originally went missing, a hiker was way off in the middle of this forest about 2 hours north of Cedar Lodge and about an hour and a half northeast of Modesto, California, when he turned onto this logging road that nobody really ever went down. And as he's walking down this road, he sees up ahead the skeleton of a car. It looks like a car had been set on fire. And so he calls it into police, not really knowing what he's looking at. The police come out and they're able to identify this car, this shell of a car, is the red rental car that Carol and the girls had been using. When they searched the car, the inside, the main cabin of the car, there really was nothing left. There looked to be some remnants of some suitcases and maybe some clothing, but mostly it was just the frame of the car and some springs. But when they opened the trunk of the car, they made a grisly discovery. Inside were two very badly burned bodies with their hands still bound behind their backs. Using dental records, they were able to confirm the bodies belonged to Carol and Sylvina. But there was no sign of Carol's daughter, Julie, the 15-year-old. She was not in the car, around the car, or in the surrounding areas. And so there was this glimmer of hope that maybe if law enforcement acts fast enough, they can find Julie and save her before it's too late. But all hope was lost when just a couple of days into this search around the car, when they still hadn't found anything, the police received an anonymous handwritten letter. And on this letter was this crude map that showed this very specific spot overlooking a lake. It was Don Pedro Lake, which was located about an hour to the south of where the car was. And then on this note as well was a phrase. It just said, "We had fun with this one." Using this crude map, the police went to Don Pedro Lake. They went up to the overlook as marked on this map, and there they looked down and they saw the crumpled and badly decomposed remains of Julie. At this point, police already had several suspects they had picked up in Modesto, California, that they believed were connected in some way to what happened to these three women. Of these suspects, two were of particular interest to the police. They were half-brothers Eugene Dykes and Michael Lorwick. They had been arrested shortly after Carol's wallet had been found for shooting at a Modesto police officer and for several drug charges and for violating their parole. Once these half-brothers were in custody, Eugene made several self-incriminating remarks, basically insinuating that he and Michael had been involved in what happened to these three women. And then after Carol, Sylvina, and Julie's bodies had been found, the synthetic fibers that were found all over Carol matched the synthetic fibers that were pulled off of Michael and Eugene on their clothing and from their vehicle when they were arrested. And so the police were very confident that they had their killers and they had them behind bars already. But they still needed to compile evidence before they could formally charge them and make their names public to the media. And so when the news broke about the women's bodies being found and the public began panicking about a killer or killers on the loose, the police came out and said, "Everybody calm down. We have the people responsible. We just can't tell you who they are yet. You need to be patient. We're building the case, but everybody's safe. There's nothing to worry about." But 4 months went by and the police still had not come out and publicly charged anyone with these murders. But they continued to assure the public that they had their killers behind bars, and so nobody has anything to worry about. On the afternoon of July 22nd, roughly 4 months after the discovery of the three bodies, Dr. Desmond Kidd, who was the medical director for Yosemite, had just finished a long 24-hour shift in the clinic, and he had just gotten back to his cabin, which was inside of Yosemite, when his pager went off. And so he went to a phone, he dialed the number that was on his pager, and the park dispatcher picked up and said, "Hey, Dr. Kidd, can you be a part of a search for a missing person?" And Dr. Kidd said, "Sure, I'd love to help." And then there was a pause, and the park dispatcher said, "Hey, just so you know, there are law enforcement implications with this one." And then before he could clarify, he hung up the phone. And so Dr. Kidd is really confused what he meant about these implications, because in the past 3 years he had worked at this park, he had unfortunately been involved in many searches for missing people in the park, but they were never tied to any sort of criminal activity. They were always because the person got lost or fell or something, which was fairly common inside of the park. And so as soon as this convoy of other Yosemite staff members that are part of the search rolled up
up in front of his cabin, Dr. Kidd ran outside, he hopped in one of the vehicles, and he asked the driver, you know, what's going on? What are these law enforcement implications with regards to this missing person? And the driver would explain to him that, you know, hey, 4 months earlier, we had those 3 Yosemite tourists go missing, Carol, Julie, and Sylvina, and they were found murdered outside of Yosemite. And while the police have said they have their killers behind bars, the police still have not come out and actually named who their killers are or charged anyone in their murders. And so that's made many of us think that maybe they don't have the killer or killers behind bars. Maybe there's a killer or killers still on the loose. And unfortunately, tonight we have another person who's gone missing inside of the park. And she's gone missing under very mysterious circumstances, which has led many of us to think that it's possible, if there really is a killer out there, they've struck again tonight. Dr. Kidd was totally shocked at this news, but he was even more shocked when he discovered who it was that was missing. It was somebody he knew. Her name was Joey Armstrong, and she was a 26-year-old naturalist employed by Yosemite. A naturalist is like an expert tour guide that knows everything about the park. Dr. Kidd and the rest of the convoy of Yosemite staff that were going to be a part of the search sped around the corner and went down this unmarked road with huge trees on either side, and then eventually they came out of this heavily forested road and they entered into this unbelievably beautiful meadow. And on the very far end across this huge meadow is this one green cabin sitting at the base of this mountain with a forest on the other side of it. This totally secluded cabin in the middle of Yosemite was where Joey was living. As Dr. Kidd and the convoy went across this meadow and got closer to this cabin, Dr. Kidd could see park rangers walking around the perimeter of the cabin, marking it off with yellow police tape. When Dr. Kidd and his vehicle came to a stop right outside of the marked off area, they got out and they could see parked right next to the cabin was this white pickup truck. It was Joey's pickup truck, and inside of it was a bunch of luggage, and it looked like there was luggage that had spilled out onto the ground and some of the doors were still open. And so it gave Dr. Kidd and the rest of the searchers the impression that Joey must have either been loading things into her truck or unloading things out of her truck at the time she went missing. Dr. Kidd and the rest of the searchers kind of huddled up with the park rangers, and the rangers explained that Joey's friends that were living in San Francisco were expecting Joey to arrive at their house the day before, but when she didn't and they couldn't get in touch with her, they had called it in, and that's why they were there looking for her. And so after talking about the circumstances of the case, they all decided they would break into 5 different search groups, and they would begin searching the immediate area. Dr. Kidd and 4 other searchers began walking behind the cabin towards the tree line, and then once they got into that forest, they started walking towards this creek. And as they walked up along this creek, they suddenly noticed a whole bunch of trampled ferns and saplings, and it looked like someone had come running through there, and perhaps the person who was running was Joey. And so they began following these tracks that go right alongside this creek, and then at some point, one of the searchers yells out, "Hey, what's that up there?" And about 10 feet ahead of them, where the ground kind of sloped down into a ditch out of view, right before the ditch, hanging on a little tree on the ground, was a set of car keys glinting in the sunlight. And so Dr. Kidd, who was at the front of his small search party, he began walking towards these keys, and as he got closer and closer, he began to be able to see down into this ditch right on the other side of these keys. And as soon as he could actually see what was at the bottom, he immediately began to gag, and he turned around and quickly walked away. The other 4 searchers, they walked up and they had a look down, and they too had a similar reaction. And before long, the group was running back to the cabin to tell the park rangers what they had just discovered. When the rangers heard about what was in the forest, they immediately contacted the police, and the police sent a police officer to Joey Armstrong's mother's house, which was just outside of San Francisco. When the mother opened the door, the officer told her that they had just gotten a call from Yosemite and they need her to call them. And then he handed her a piece of paper with a phone number on it. Joey's mother was immediately concerned and confused and tried to get more information from this officer, but the officer just said, "Look, you're just going to have to call that phone number. I really don't know anything." And so eventually she thanked him, she shut the door, and she went into the kitchen and she dials this number. After someone picked up, she introduced herself as Joey's mother, and at that point, the person who picked up quickly handed the phone off to someone who sounded much more senior, and this person asked Joey's mother, "Are you aware that your daughter is missing?" So Joey's mother says, "No, I was not aware of that." And then this person very delicately says, "Ma'am, we believe we found your daughter's body near her cabin." Joey's mother's reaction was instant. She said, "Well, did you check her hair? She has red hair. Can you confirm it's really her? Because she's got bright red hair. Can you make sure it's really her?" And the person on the other side of the line hesitated for a minute, and then just said, "Ma'am, we're not sure if she has red hair or not. We'll get back to you." And so after this call finally ended, Joey's mother was confused. How could they not know what color her daughter's hair was? That seems like such an easy way to potentially identify whether or not this was really her daughter. Why would they make her wait for something like that? And so she was horribly distraught. She didn't know what else to do. She was told to just kind of wait for more news, but she couldn't do that. And so she began planning a trip out to Yosemite to actually get out there and see what was going on. But the earliest flight she could possibly get was not until very early the next morning. And so she has this very restless night's sleep where she's just praying that this person was not actually her daughter. And then the next morning she gets up, she rushes to the airport, and as she's waiting to board her plane, she grabs a newspaper from a nearby kiosk, and the headline reads, "Naturalist Beheaded at Yosemite." And that's when she understood why that person could not tell her whether or not this was her daughter based on hair color. It's because this body did not have a head. But from the time she got that phone call to this headline running in the paper, these searchers had found the head. It was located 27 feet away under some brush, and they were able to confirm that it was the body of Joey Armstrong. Joey's death was immediately treated like a homicide, and right away, the public began to openly suggest that maybe Joey's murder is connected to the murders of Carol, Julie, and Silvina from 4 months earlier, even though the police were still saying, "We have our killers behind bars for those murders. Joey's murder is completely unconnected." Luckily, the public and the police did not have to argue for very long about who was right about this, because there was a break in Joey's case almost immediately. On the night that Joey went missing, another Yosemite staff member had happened to drive by her cabin, and they noticed a distinctive SUV parked outside of her cabin that they didn't recognize. It was a blue 1979 International Scout, and as it happened, there were only 2 of these particular types of vehicles registered in Yosemite Valley. And so within 24 hours, the police had tracked down one of these 2 vehicles. It was located about 12 miles away from the western entrance of Yosemite and was pulled off the side of this highway. The police pulled up alongside it and parked. They walked up. There was no one inside of this vehicle, but then down this embankment off the highway led down to this forest where there was a river kind of out of sight that people like to swim and fish in. And so these 2 officers decide to head down and see if maybe the driver is down there. So they make their way down, and sure enough, they come in contact with the driver. He was laying on this rock, completely nude, smoking marijuana. And so the 2 officers, they come up to him and announce themselves. And this very well-built, good-looking guy stands up and he calmly covers himself, and he takes the marijuana out of his mouth and he says, "Hey, what can I do for you guys?" And so over the course of their conversation, the police would learn this guy's name was Kerry Stainer. He was 38 years old, and he was the handyman at Cedar Lodge Motel. He would tell police that he was not anywhere near Joey's cabin on the night she went missing, and the police ultimately bought it and said, okay, they confiscated his marijuana, and then they walked back up the hill, leaving him down there, and they took some pictures of his car and the tires on his car, and then they left. A couple of days later, some FBI investigators that had been called in for this case, they analyzed those pictures those officers had taken of the tires of Carrie's car, and they compared them to pictures of the tire tracks at Joey's cabin, and they determined they were a perfect match. So later that day, which was July 24th, police officers went back out and tracked Kerry down again. This time he was having lunch at one of his favorite spots. It was a nudist resort about 3 hours northwest of the Cedar Lodge. There he was arrested on the suspicion of murdering Joey Armstrong, and he was brought in for questioning. As soon as he was walked into the police station and was booked, Kerry dropped a bombshell. He confessed to not only murdering Joey Armstrong, but also he confessed to murdering Carol Sund, along with her daughter Julie Sund, and Silvina Peloso, the friend of Julie Sund. And he did all of this on his own. He had no other accomplices, which means the police never had the killer or killers behind bars. It would turn out Eugene Dykes, who was one of their primary suspects, was lying when he made those self-incriminating remarks about he and his half-brother Michael. And as for those synthetic fibers that were found on Eugene and Michael, those fibers belonged to a very commonly sold blanket, and so they did not definitively tie Michael and Eugene to the crime. So for half a year in 1999, there really was a serial killer just roaming free in Yosemite National Park, just like many people who lived in that area and like some people in the media had speculated. Kerry would go on to give a very detailed and graphic 6-hour-long confession of how he went about killing all 4 women. This is his awful story. On February 14th, 1999, so the day that Carol, Julie, and Sylvina arrived at Cedar Lodge, Carrie was on his way to his girlfriend's house. His girlfriend, like Carrie, worked at the Cedar Lodge. She was a waitress at their 1950s-style diner. That night, as Carrie walked up her front walkway towards her front door, he made up his mind that he was going to act on a fantasy he had had since he was 7 years old. And that fantasy was to kill a young woman. And so his plan that night was he would go inside and he would not only kill his girlfriend, but he would also kill her 2 daughters, who were 10 and 11 years old at the time. But when he went inside the house and was about to carry out this plan, he noticed out one of their windows there was a man in their backyard. And he asked his girlfriend, "Who's that guy out there?" And she would say, "Oh, I hired someone to take care of our property. So he's going to be cutting the grass and, doing some things with our garden. He's going to be here for a little bit, but he'll stay outside." And so this totally screwed up Carrie's plan because he was not expecting there to be anybody there that night. And so for several hours, Carrie anxiously sat there constantly looking out the window, waiting for this guy to leave so he could kill these 3 people. But the worker was just taking a lot of time, and it didn't seem like he was even close to being done. And so finally, Carrie left without any explanation. Angry and frustrated, he began driving back to Cedar Lodge, where he had an apartment on the 2nd floor. And when he pulled into the parking lot, he noticed there was a car he had not seen earlier in the day. It was a 1999 red Pontiac Grand Prix. And suddenly, Carrie had this urge to find out who owned that car. And maybe, if he was lucky, it was a woman who owned that car, and she was potentially alone. And if that was the case, he could fulfill his fantasy on this woman and not worry about the fact that he couldn't kill his girlfriend and her 2 kids. And so Carrie parked his car a little bit away from this red car, and he walked over to the room that was right in front of this red car. And it was room 509, and he peeked behind one of the curtains into the room, which was all lit up, and he couldn't believe his luck. There were 3 women inside of this room. It was Carol, Julie, and Sylvina. And so Carrie stayed back and continued looking through the window just to make sure there wasn't a man inside of this room. And after a while of watching them go in and out of the bathroom and nobody coming into the room but these 3 women and no men coming into the room from the outside, he was certain they were alone. And so when Carrie finally turned around and left to go back to his room, he made the decision that he was going to come back the next day and kill them. The next day, which was February 15th, Carrie secretly followed the 3 women when they hopped in their rental and drove to Yosemite. He followed them to the parking lot, and then he waited in the parking lot until the women had finished going through the park and having this wonderful time. He trailed them from the parking lot back to the Cedar Lodge, and then he secretly followed them when they went to that diner and they had hamburgers for dinner. And he continued to follow them from a distance and watch them rent movies from the front desk. And he followed them all the way back to their room. And once he knew they were inside their room and he watched them long enough to confirm they were not going to leave again, he went back to his room and he got his toolbox. In his toolbox was rope, duct tape, a knife, and a gun. And then around 11 p.m., he left his apartment and went downstairs and walked all the way back over to that corner room, room 509, where the women were. And he looked in the window and it was totally dark inside, so he assumed they must be sleeping, and he knocked on the door. A few minutes later, Carol came to the door and very cautiously opened it up just a crack, leaving that chain link lock still attached. And so she looked through at Carrie and said, "Hi, can I help you?" And Carrie, who held up his handyman toolbox and pointed to his name tag that said he was the Cedar Lodge handyman, he said, "Hi, ma'am, sorry to disturb you so late, but there is a leak in the room right above yours, and I need to make sure the leak is not coming down into your room. So can I come in and just have a quick look, and then I'll be out of here?" And Carol apparently was just not buying it, and she said, "Look, I haven't seen any leaks in this room. I don't think there is one, but even if there is, can it please wait until tomorrow, because we're all trying to sleep." But Carrie was very persistent, and Carrie was known to be very charming and very disarming, and eventually he talked his way into the room. And so he walks inside, he walks past the bed where the other 2 teen girls are still sleeping, he goes into the bathroom, and for a few minutes he kind of pretends to fiddle around inside of the bathroom while Carol is standing right outside looking in at him. And then at some point, Carrie reached into his toolbox, pulled out the gun, and he aimed it at Carol, and he said, "Stay calm, I'm not going to hurt you, this is just a robbery." Carol most likely believed their best chance at getting out of this situation was just to comply and do what he says. He'll rob us and then he'll leave and we'll be okay. And so Carol very dutifully went back into the room, and she quietly woke up her daughter and her daughter's friend, and before long Carrie had tied up all 3 of them. He put the 2 teenagers in the bathroom and shut the door, and then he put Carol on the bed. And then he proceeded to assault Carol before strangling her to death with more rope. and then after she was dead, he carried her body outside of the motel room and put her in the trunk of her own rental car. And then after he shut the trunk, he went back inside the motel room. He went to the bathroom, he opened it up, he grabbed Sylvina, who was crying, and pulled her out, and he left Julie alone, cowering inside the bathroom by herself. He shut the door behind her, and then he brought Sylvina over to the bed, where he assaulted her before strangling her as well to death with some additional rope. And then after Sylvina was dead, he carried her body outside of the motel and put her in the trunk of the rental car along with Carol's body. And then after that, he went back inside the motel room, and then once again, he opened up the bathroom door, he grabbed Julie, pulled her out, and proceeded to assault her as well. But then afterwards, he did not strangle her to death. Instead, he walked her back into the bathroom and shut and locked the door. And while she was in there wondering what's going to happen to her, what happened to her mom, what happened to her friend, he proceeded to clean up the room and tidy it up, and he moved all of their luggage out of their room and put it into the rental car. And then after he was satisfied, he went back inside the motel room, he opened up the bathroom door, he pulled Julie out and had her stand right outside the bathroom, and then Carrie proceeded to clean up the bathroom but left a couple of wet towels on the ground to give the impression that the women had left in a bit of a hurry. And so after that, he grabbed Julie and he walked her out to the car and he sat her down in the front seat. She only had a blanket on at this point. Everything else had been taken off of her. And then Carrie hopped in the front seat and he began driving off. Julie must have been beyond terrified. She has no idea where her mom is. She has no idea where her friend is. She has no idea they're actually dead, locked in the trunk right behind her. And the man that had just assaulted her for hours is now driving her into the darkness. She has no idea where she's going, and all she's got is this blanket around her. It's just beyond brutal what's happening to this poor girl. And so for 2 hours, Carrie drove them west along the highway in the middle of the night, and the whole time he's trying to make small talk with this poor girl, trying to tell her that she's going to be okay and that her mom and her friend, they're going to be okay. And then finally he pulls off the highway down some switchbacks into this big parking lot of the Don Pedro Lake. And then once he parks the car, there's no other cars around. It's still dark out. The sun hasn't come up. He gets out and he tells Julie to get out of the car. But Julie is so scared, she can't move. So she can't even get out of the car. And so Carrie gets out. He walks around to her side. He opens the door and he scoops her up like you might hold a baby. And he walked with her up the trail all the way to this overlook that was well away from any prying eyes in the parking lot. And once he was out of sight, he took her blanket off and he laid it down, and then he proceeded to assault her again. And then as the sun began to come up over the lake, Carrie realized that he had to end his fantasy and begin to cover his tracks. And so Carrie stops what he's doing. He stands up, he reaches down and pulls Julie up to her feet. And so she's standing with her back to the lake. And as he's looking at her, he says, "I love you." And then he pulls out his knife and begins hacking her throat. And then he pushes her down the hillside where she tumbles and finally comes to a stop underneath some bushes where she dies. Carrie grabbed the blanket on the ground and he walked back to the rental car in the lot. There was nobody out there, so he hopped inside. He drove out of the lot and drove 1 hour north until he was well into this forest, and he pulled down a logging road where he abandoned this car. After he ditched it, he walked back up to the highway and caught a cab back to Cedar Lodge. He would come back to the car and torch it 2 days later. He would also make a special trip to Modesto, California, where he would drop Carol's wallet in the middle of the road near a high school in order to confuse investigators. A month later, when Carol and Sylvina's body were found in the back of the burned out car, Carrie would send that handwritten note to police that had the map of where Julie's body was and that horrible message of "we had fun with this one," referencing Julie. He sent that to police in order to further confuse them. He wanted them to believe that there really was more than one person perpetrating these murders, hence the "we had fun with this one." Months would go by, and the police, despite questioning Carrie along with the other Cedar Lodge staff members, never considered him a suspect. And that was because, one, they really thought he was just a nice, normal guy and couldn't be capable of committing violence against these three women. And two, probably most importantly, the police discovered when Carrie was a child, his younger brother was kidnapped by a pedophile and held for 7 years. And although his brother was ultimately returned to the family alive, that experience was incredibly traumatic and devastating to Carrie. And so the police figured there's no way this guy would ever abduct or harm other people because he knows how traumatic and awful that is for the victim and the victim's family. If anything, Carrie seemed like the type of guy who would go out of his way to protect and save these three women from being abducted or from being harmed. In July of that year, so 4 months after the 3 women's bodies were discovered, Carey, who believed he had completely gotten away with murder, and to that point he really had, he was just driving around Yosemite, kind of reveling in the fact that he had gotten to live out this fantasy and not get punished for it, when he noticed there was this woman way off in the distance walking in and out of this cabin that was fairly isolated. And so he drove his 1979 International Scout blue SUV down this forested road, and he reaches this meadow, and he looks across this meadow, and now that this woman is even closer, he can tell she's clearly loading things into her truck. And she's going back and forth, and he's watching, wondering if there's anybody else helping her, because this cabin is very secluded, and he's thinking, if she's alone, I might be able to kill her too. And so after a while, when he only sees her loading things into her white pickup truck, he decides he's gonna go kill her. And so he drives across the meadow, and he pulls up right next to her truck, and he gets out and he introduces himself. And the woman is so completely caught off guard by this random strange man showing up in the middle of the night, suddenly acting so friendly, that kind of reflexively, in an effort not to be rude, she says, "Hi, I'm Joey Armstrong. Nice to meet you. What are you doing down here?" And Carey would proceed to spark up some small talk. He asked her if she believed in Bigfoot, and they kind of got on this tangent about Bigfoot. And then at some point, Carey drew a pistol and he aimed it at her and said, "Go inside your cabin." And so Joey put her hands up, and she went inside the cabin like she was told, and Carey followed her inside, and then he bound her wrists and he bound her mouth with duct tape, and then he ordered her to get back inside of his SUV. And then once she was sitting inside the front passenger seat, Carey got in the driver's seat, and he began leaving the cabin, headed back out away towards that road he came in on. And as he's bombing across the meadow, Joey leaps head first out of the window of this moving car and smashes onto the ground, and she immediately jumps up and just starts running back towards the cabin. Carey jams on the brakes, he hops out, and he starts chasing after Joey, but Joey manages to get fairly close to that tree line right behind the cabin before Carey ultimately grabs her and tackles her to the ground. And then Joey is viciously trying to fight Carey off of her, and Carey, kind of in a panic, draws his knife and he tries to slash at Joey, but Joey tucks her chin, protecting her neck from being stabbed. And so frustrated, Carey just stands up and he grabs Joey by the hair, and he begins hauling her towards the forest behind her cabin. And the whole time Joey's doing everything in her power to try to escape, but she just can't. And finally they get inside the woods, and Carey drags her into this ditch, and once she's down at the bottom, he puts his foot on the top of her head and forces it back, forcibly exposing her throat. And then at that point, he pulls out his knife and he begins to cut. Afterwards, Carey considered keeping Joey's head, but ultimately he would try to hide it in some bushes nearby. After Carey attempted to cover up some of the blood in the area with some branches and leaves, he left the forest and went back to his SUV. He didn't even attempt to tidy up the scene. He left her truck as is, he left her cabin as is. He just hopped in his SUV and drove back to Cedar Lodge. Carey would tell police that as soon as he killed Joey Armstrong, all he wanted to do was go kill his girlfriend and her 2 young daughters, the 10 and 11-year-old. But police caught him before he could carry out the attack. Carey Stainer, who never showed any remorse for his victims, was ultimately sentenced to death and is currently awaiting execution in San Quentin Prison in Northern California. One of the more distressing aspects of this case was Carol's camera that was found intact near the burned out car in the woods. The police would develop the pictures on this camera in hopes there would be some clue as to who murdered them. But it would turn out there wasn't any usable evidence on the camera. It was just pictures of Carol, her daughter, and Sylvina having this wonderful time in Yosemite, and that was it. But after Carey confessed to what he did to these poor women, those pictures take on a whole new, much darker meaning. In the final 8 images of the camera roll, we know Carey Stainer was either literally watching these women secretly at the time the picture was taken, or he was patiently waiting nearby for them to return. The final image that was taken on this camera was taken by Julie of her mother sitting on the bed and her friend Sylvina sitting on the other bed as they're getting ready to turn out the lights and go to sleep. That picture was taken just moments before Carey knocked on their door. So that's going to do it, guys. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, for the like button's next birthday, get them a gift certificate that looks fairly generic and tell them it's to Alfredo's Pizza Cafe. But in reality, it's to Pizza by Alfredo, a much lesser pizza establishment. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 2 or 3 video uploads. We are now selling merchandise like flannels and hats and mugs and stickers and all sorts of stuff. If you're interested, go to shopmrballin.com. And if you want to know about upcoming deals and promotions, check out our shop's Instagram page. The username is shopmrballin. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's johnballin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. We also have a second YouTube channel called Mr. Ballin Shorts, where we post random short videos and lost episodes. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See ya. At the end of today's story, a lot of you are going to be shaking your head, wondering how in the world could they have missed that? But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 2 or 3 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to make the like button a sandwich of their choosing, but when you build it, make it between 2 very thin, stale, rye bread heels. Also, please... 2 very thin, stale rye bread heels. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. In 2006, Heather Kwan was a 21-year-old college student living in the small residential town of Desert Hills in Arizona. From a very young age, Heather was someone who always seemed to give her friendship to the people who needed it the most, people who were hurting on the inside or who society had kind of forgotten about. This is why when she was a teenager and a young adult, she would often spend her weekends volunteering her time with underprivileged children. It's also why she aspired to go to law school and become a defense lawyer, because she loved the idea of professionally helping people that desperately needed her help. She lived in a rental home with her boyfriend, who was 18 years old. His name was Ryan Waller, and amongst other things, he was a huge gun enthusiast and a student. That year, the couple had made plans to visit Ryan's father, Don, on Christmas Day, so on December 25th. But when the day came and Don had made dinner for the couple and was expecting them, they didn't show up. And so Don tried contacting both of them, but when he couldn't, he just had a bad feeling that something was off. It was just very uncharacteristic of them to just no-show. But instead of driving over to their property himself, Don just called the local police and asked them to do a welfare check. The police arrived at the house in Desert Hills, Arizona. They knocked on the door, but there was no answer. They looked in the windows and some lights were on, but it was mostly dark inside, and they couldn't really tell from the car in the driveway if that belonged to the homeowners or somebody else. And so they stood there for a second, they're looking in the windows, there's no movement. They knock again while simultaneously calling out that, hey, we're the police, we're here to do a welfare check, just want to make sure you guys are okay. And this time, after they were done knocking, they heard the deadbolt unlock and then the door swung inward into the house, and standing right in front of them was Ryan. Ryan had this huge bruise on his left eye, this big black eye, and he had a cut on his nose, and he was just standing there, not saying anything, not asking any questions, just looking at them. And they looked past Ryan into his house, and they saw there was a woman lying on the couch, which they presumed was his girlfriend Heather, because that was the 2 people they were coming to look for. And so they turned their attention back to Ryan, and they asked him, what happened to your eye? And Ryan was a little bit cagey. He didn't really give them a straight answer. He basically said, I don't know. I don't know what happened to my eye. And, the police didn't really pry that much, but eventually they determined that Ryan was more or less okay, albeit a little bit strange. And then they said, okay, well, who's the woman who's lying on the couch? Is that Heather? And Ryan, again, was kind of cagey and a little bit dismissive and said something along the lines of, she's just sleeping. And so the police said to him, look, we're here on a welfare check. Your father sent us here to check on you guys. And so we have to go in there and wake her up and make sure she's okay. And so Ryan, again, was just a little bit weird and kind of defensive and didn't really immediately comply, but eventually did step out of the way.
And the police walked into the residence, they walked over to the couch, and as soon as they looked down at the girl on the couch, which was Heather, they saw right away that she was not asleep, she was dead, and she had been for at least a couple of days. She had died from a single gunshot wound to the head. Immediately, Ryan was arrested and brought out to a squad car. He didn't fight the arrest, but he did emphatically say he didn't know what was going on, he didn't understand what was happening, he didn't know what happened to Heather, he just seemed kind of generally confused. But regardless, he was thrown in the back of the police car outside the property, and he would sit there for several hours while more and more police and paramedics arrived to process the crime scene and also to transfer Heather's body to a morgue. Finally, around 5 a.m. on December 26th, the police brought Ryan, who was still in the back of this police car, to the Phoenix police station for questioning. The interrogation that followed, this hour-long interrogation that was all filmed, would start off relatively normally, but it would quickly devolve into this totally bizarre back and forth between Ryan and the detective who was questioning him. And then at the end of the interrogation, there would be this stunning revelation. From this point until the end of today's video, we're going to be showing you clips from the actual interrogation. When you get to the end of this video and you hear the revelation, and trust me, you will not miss it, I would encourage you to then go back and watch the clips of the interrogation, or just go online and watch the entire interrogation, because it's totally mind-blowing watching this thing, knowing what's really going on. In the video, Ryan is led into this sort of nondescript, small interrogation room at 5:08 a.m. on December 26th. So he's just arrived at the station, they put him in this room, he's wearing this white jumpsuit that might have been issued by police, maybe he owned it, but it definitely looks more like prison attire. He's got no shoes on, no socks on, and his hands are not cuffed. And so he walks into the room and he sits down in the chair that's in the back corner of the interrogation room, and this chair is right next to this table, and then on the other side of this table is another chair. And so Ryan sits down in the corner, he's kind of facing out towards the middle of the room, he's quiet, he's basically not moving, and then at some point he notices there is a handcuff that's connected to this table. Now, in some cases, the police would handcuff the person they were interviewing in this room, but in this case, Ryan was not told that he needed to put this handcuff on. He was uncuffed, so there was no directive that he needed to have this handcuff on. After handcuffing himself to this table, Ryan turns and puts his arms over this table, and he lays down, puts his head in his arms, and he lays that way for about 5 minutes. Periodically, he makes a few groaning sounds, but for the most part, he's quiet. And then all of a sudden, as he's laying there, he suddenly makes a fairly loud moaning sound, and he stands up in his chair like he's gonna walk out of the room, but as soon as he starts to walk away, the handcuff stops him. The handcuff that he was not told to put on. And so he's stuck against this table, but he doesn't seem fazed by it. He looks almost confused by what's happening, but he doesn't dwell on it for very long. Instead, he just reaches across the table and grabs a blank piece of paper, and then he just sits back down in the seat, he crosses his legs, and he starts looking at this piece of paper. At 5:17 a.m., so roughly 9 minutes into this interrogation, which really hasn't even started yet, Ryan is intently looking at this blank piece of paper when a detective walks into the interrogation room. This detective was named Dalton, and he informs Ryan that they're going to be taking pictures of his feet, and so he needs to put his feet up on the table that's right next to him. Ryan at first acts very confused and doesn't really understand what's happening, but he eventually complies and he puts his feet up on the table, and by the time his feet are up there, another officer walks into the interrogation room, and he's got a camera and he's got this big kit with him, and he would begin about a 10-minute long process of photographing Ryan's feet and also swabbing Ryan's feet. During this 10-minute session, Dalton stays in the room, and so Ryan periodically asks him if he can just leave and go home, seemingly unaware of how serious this situation really was for him. And when Dalton would tell him, no, you can't leave, Ryan would act totally frustrated and kind of angry and upset,
kind of like how a child would act if they were told they couldn't have something they really wanted to. At 5:28 a.m., after this 10-minute session is complete and they've photographed and swabbed Ryan's feet, the second officer leaves the room and Dalton shuts the door behind him, and then he walks over to the table and he grabs the chair on the other side from Ryan. He drags it out so it's closer to Ryan, and then he sits down and introduces himself. After that, he begins asking Ryan some very basic questions. He asks him to confirm his name, which he does. He asks him to confirm his date of birth and his social security number, and Ryan does both those things. And then he asks Ryan if he understands why he was there, why he was being interrogated. And Ryan says no. And so at this point, Dalton says, okay, let's just stop right now. I'm going to read you your rights. And so it's at this point in the interrogation that Ryan's behavior starts to get really, really weird. After Dalton tells Ryan he needs to read him his rights, you can see Ryan doesn't compute what he's saying. He's just kind of looking blankly, and Dalton seems to pick up on that. And so he tries to make it kind of lighthearted, and he says, hey Ryan, I'm going to read you your rights like they do on TV, like on Cops and on Law and Order and CSI, any of those crime shows, they read people their rights. That's what I'm going to do. You know what I'm talking about? And Ryan just goes, no. And Dalton's kind of confused. He's like, you haven't seen any cop show where they read people their rights? And at this, Ryan kind of changes his behavior. And suddenly he's not as robotic. He's a little bit defensive looking. And he says, oh, yeah, I have, yeah. At this, it's pretty obvious to Dalton that Ryan is lying about something that is totally insignificant, whether or not he's seen true crime TV shows. It really just didn't matter at all. And there's this weird hesitation where both of them are just kind of being quiet for a minute. It's like Dalton knows he's lying about it, and Ryan just seems totally confused. And then ultimately, Dalton just decides to not key in on this kind of weird lie that Ryan has just told. Instead, he just reads Ryan his rights. And then after that, he gets back into some basic questions. The next one was, hey Ryan, what was the highest grade you achieved in school? And now at this point, Ryan is not looking at Dalton. He's looking to the far side of the room. He's got this blank expression on. And when he's asked this question, he just says, I don't know. And Dalton's like, you don't know what level grade you achieved in school? And Ryan says, no, I don't know. Eighth grade. So again, he's changed his answer fairly abruptly when he's challenged. And so Dalton is probably thinking to himself that he's lying again. But again, it's just kind of an insignificant thing, but it's building a pattern of mistrust here. It's hard for Dalton to believe that Ryan is going to be truthful if he can't even tell the truth about things that don't matter. But Dalton decides not to fixate on it. Instead, he asks a follow-up question based on the fact that Ryan has said 8th grade is the highest level he achieved. And so Dalton says, okay, well, did you get your GED? A GED is a high school diploma equivalent, and it's something you would get if you did not graduate high school. And since 8th grade is below high school, then Ryan clearly did not finish high school, and so it's a natural question to ask. The answer to this question is binary. You have a GED, you don't have a GED. But Ryan's answer is anything but binary. It's totally contradictory and weird, and it really begins to show a side of Ryan that just doesn't add up. He's acting totally weird.
Do you have a GED? I don't know. You don't know what? I don't know. I don't know. I just want to go home. Oh, you're not going to go home right now. So what? What's the highest grade that you completed? B? No. Not grade, as in letter grade. I'm asking, did you graduate high school? No. And the highest you went was 8th grade? Yep. Do you know how to read and write, Ryan? Yeah.
After the discussion about Ryan's education goes nowhere, Dalton again does not fixate on all the issues with his answers so far, and instead just kind of continues asking more questions. And so he begins to address Heather. He starts by asking Ryan if he has a girlfriend. Now, Dalton at this point would know that Heather, the girl who was deceased, was Ryan's girlfriend because the police were asked to do the initial welfare check on Ryan and Heather, the couple. That's something that Dawn would have relayed to police. And so Dalton knows they have a relationship, but he wants Ryan to tell him he has a relationship with Heather. So again, he asks Ryan, do you have a girlfriend? And Ryan says, no. which is a lie. But Dalton goes along with it and says, okay, well, do you know a girl named Heather? And Ryan would say, yes, I do. But his description of Heather was just completely inaccurate. He said Heather was a 16 or 17-year-old girl, even though she was actually 21. And he would say her last name was Kyman. He thought. He wasn't entirely sure. He said she has nicknames and she has different names she uses, but he believes it's Kyman, even though her last name was actually Kwan. Now, Dalton, of course, is aware of these discrepancies, but again, he does not fixate on them. He just keeps on asking more questions. Dalton asks Ryan, what happened to your face? You have this huge bruise on the left side of your face. You know, what happened? At first, Ryan says he doesn't know. But when Dalton pressed him and kept asking more and more questions about his face and how it happened, Ryan eventually would begin to open up.
What happened to your face?
I don't know.
You told the officer just a few minutes ago that someone hit you. Do you remember who hit you?
I don't know. I think it was Heather.
Why would Heather hit you?
I don't know. It was an accident. I forgot why.
Like the other police officers involved, Dalton believed already going into this interrogation that Ryan killed Heather, that the bruise on his face was from Heather fighting back before ultimately Ryan killed her. And so for Ryan to say the mark on my face is from Heather, even though he claimed it was an accident, to Dalton, that was the same thing as Ryan saying, I killed Heather. Dalton attempted to get more specific details about the actual physical struggle that took place between Ryan and Heather, but as he asked more and more questions, he became more and more aggressive, and it seemed like Ryan picked up on it and became very defensive and started throwing out random pieces of information, much of which seemed untrue. Like he suggested there was at least 2 or 3 other people that were in the house on the night that Heather got killed, but it's unclear if these people were real or if they were actually ever there. And it just seemed like Ryan was kind of panicking and just kind of saying all sorts of random things. And so at some point, Dalton just wants to focus the conversation because he feels like it's getting totally out of hand. And so he just stops Ryan and he says, Ryan, there is a dead girl in your house and I need information.
Hey, Ryan?
Huh? Huh?
There's a dead girl in your living room.
She's dead?
Yes.
Heather?
I don't know. I want to know what happened in your house last night.
The girl on the couch is dead?
I don't know if she's on the couch. She's dead.
The interesting thing about Ryan's reaction to being told by Dalton for the first time in the interrogation that there was a dead girl in his house is Ryan reacted with genuine surprise. It's the only time in the entire interrogation start to finish where Ryan sits forward in his chair, he kind of perks up, and he seems relatively normal. He's not acting confused and kind of bizarre. It's like he's really dialed in, as if he had not heard this before, that he didn't know Heather was dead, and he's now for the first time being told, and it shocked his system. But just seconds after he sits forward and seems really engaged, he goes back to kind of being totally bizarre, and he also suddenly had this really elaborate story about what happened to Heather, even though just seconds ago, it seemed like he had just learned about it. So it didn't really make any sense that he would have a story so readily available for something he seemed to not know anything about. And of course, like all of his other answers, his story he gave was full of contradictions and holes and was just totally unbelievable.
Well, these people came over, Richie and his dad, with shoot and arrow, bow and darts. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They hit me and her with those. That's it.
They hit you and... They hit you?
Yeah.
Now it's Richie that hit you, not Heather?
No, Richie and his dad.
Richie and his dad. They hit you?
Yes.
Why?
Because they're trying to get their stuff. I don't know why.
And they had some kind of bow and arrows?
Mm-hmm. They each had 2 revolvers and they didn't let off any shells.
Okay, you just said they had bow and arrows. Now they have revolvers?
That's what I meant. They had revolvers.
They have revolvers?
Yes.
And then what happened?
And then they shot us with those.
Following this exchange, Ryan would change his story again and would say, actually, they didn't shoot me, they just shot Heather, they put me in a sleeper hold. But when Dalton asked him, what do you mean sleeper hold? Ryan said, oh, I don't know what a sleeper hold is. And then eventually Ryan would actually just ditch the sleeper hold narrative and go back to the Richie and his father, they came in and they shot both of us. At this point, Ryan's story has become so convoluted and it's changed so many times that it's just totally unbelievable. And so Dalton, who was doing his best to kind of go along with Ryan's story, at this point just can't even pretend anymore. He cannot pretend that he's following this story. It doesn't make any sense.
You're telling me you're all over the board here, number one. You're saying bows and arrows, you're saying revolvers, and you're saying some other thing, and you're saying they shot you in the eye. Okay? They shot you with a revolver in your eye.
Yes. And that's
Is it a BB gun?
No, it was a real gun, man. It was just a
If
revolver.
they shot you in the eye with a revolver, you wouldn't be talking to me right now.
How do you know?
It was most likely you'd be dead.
That's what I thought too, man. I really don't know.
So you got shot first?
Uh-huh.
And what happened? Did you fall to the ground?
Yeah, I was trying to get up and I couldn't. I don't know.
And then she got shot?
Mm-hmm.
What did you do?
Nothing.
Did you call 911? Did you see if she was alive?
She was sleeping still, and that's it. I just let her sleep.
She got shot in the side of the face, and you let her sleep?
Yes.
This does not make sense, Ryan.
After this exchange, Dalton just goes full bad cop on Ryan, openly accusing him of shooting and killing Heather, and Ryan just continues to say he doesn't know anything, that he didn't do it, and his answers are just totally nonsensical and contradictory, and nothing is making sense. And so finally, at 5:52 a.m., roughly 45 minutes into this interrogation, Dalton is just at a loss. He does not know how to handle Ryan, because even though he really believes he did it, nothing Ryan has said has incriminated him, because nothing Ryan has said makes any sense. And so he's sitting there kind of thinking what he's going to do next, and then Dalton notices something. He notices something on Ryan's face. And he tells Ryan to come closer, he needs to look at it.
Let me see your nose. Put your legs down. Put your legs down. Bring your face closer.
Oh, my head hurts.
Okay. Yeah, be right back.
What Dalton had finally just discovered were 4 bullet holes in Ryan's face and head. Ryan had committed no crime. He was a victim the same way Heather was a victim, but somehow Ryan had survived the attack. On December 23rd, so 2 days before the welfare check, 2 men attempted to break into Ryan and Heather's house. They were 23-year-old Richie Carver and his 54-year-old father, Larry Carver, the same Richie and Richie's father that Ryan had mentioned during the interrogation. They were there because of an altercation that had occurred between Richie and the couple about a month earlier. During that time, Richie was actually living with Ryan and Heather, but apparently he began hitting on Heather, and Heather told Ryan, and Ryan got really mad about it, and Ryan and Richie got in this big fight, and ultimately Ryan kicks Richie out of the house. Now, this totally infuriates Richie and is very embarrassing for Richie, and so right away he begins plotting his revenge. And so on December 23rd, Richie and his father, they were there to carry out this revenge plot. When the father and son got to the back of Ryan and Heather's house, Ryan saw them at the back door through the glass door that was near their kitchen, and he ran over to try to stop them from getting inside, but Richie and Larry managed to barely get open the door, and Richie reached in with his hand, which was carrying a gun, and he shot Ryan point blank twice in the face. The first bullet went in through his nose and then out the other side of his nose, so that's the first 2 bullet holes, and then that bullet traveled back into his head.
Hello.
Hi.
Have you been out for a while?
Yeah, for a bit.
Oops.
I invited my friend Christina.
Oh, very good.
Christina, this is Will. Will, this is Christina.
Hello. I think
Hello.
I played with him before because we're friends.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's been a minute though.
Yeah. Dude, you are making biscuits like crazy.
What do you want to play?
We were playing Delulu.
Yeah, I don't
We
mind
can
playing Blue.
play. Are you down? Do I get a McFlurry or a frappe? Or a sundae?
Ooh, that's hard.
Or
We don't even have
cookies?
Sundays here.
I think I'm gonna do cookies.
Cookies are always the best, especially when they're hot and fresh.
Why isn't it? I might have to go pick this shit up. Ooh. The good thing is it's like 3 minutes down the road. Dude, you is going crazy with the biscuits.
Your McDonald's is 24/7?
Yeah, is yours not?
No, it stays open till 11.
What?
The only thing that's open this late is Whataburger.
Oh, I feel bad for you.
Yeah, but I mean, at 11 o'clock, it switches to breakfast menu, and their breakfast is amazing.
Why can't I get cookies?
The honey butter chicken biscuit. Oh my God.
I'm so mad.
Why?
Because they're not letting me fucking get my cookies. Dude, stop putting your asshole in my face. Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Shut up.
Have you ever had Whataburger, Doom?
No.
Oh my God, you're missing out.
Sounds like it. Okay, I'm gonna
Like,
do
seriously,
that.
Jazz, next time you go to fucking Whataburger, you gotta get the honey butter chicken biscuit.
Okay.
But they only do it during the breakfast menu. It's like so fucking
She
good.
can have my honey butter chicken biscuit.
Okay, I'm gonna delete this. What is it at right now? Dude, you're putting your fucking asshole in my face.
You see the
I know,
cat.
my guy earlier took me to Buffalo Wild Wings. So good.
I don't like Buffalo Wild Wings. Like their chicken
What?
sucks.
Love,
What?
love it.
How dare you?
I want to try Wingstop though.
Oh wait, it is the cookies.
Cookie.
Wait. I really don't want fries.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Some
Monopoly.
fresh fries.
Monopoly.
They already stopped giving out Monopoly pieces here too.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the ranch? Oh.
Whoa.
Why is everything more expensive on fucking DoorDash?
Because they charge you extra.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then they eat your food.
Boo.
I don't know. I always hear DoorDash people always be eating people's food.
Don't say that.
I'm gonna eat your food.
I'll punch you.
Maybe I want to be punched.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Maybe I like my punch with a kick.
Sorry, hold on, guys. I'm trying to figure this shit out.
No, you're good.
Where's my fucking dab pen? Oh, it's right here.
I'm trying to let up a dab, but I don't think my mom smoked a lot. That was right.
Are you streaming?
No, yeah, I am.
Oh gosh. What's the difference between a McChicken and a spicy?
The spicy
One's
one's
spicy, one's not.
better.
No, it's not. It's horrible.
Which one?
Regular McChicken is good.
Um,
The spicy one is gross.
really?
Yes.
She's lying to you. The
And
spicy
I
one's good. That's what I get is 4 spicy McChickens.
Oh, that sounds so good too right now. McChicken.
They used to be $1, and now they're almost $4.
I know, it's
What?
crazy.
That's a lot.
I
It's
know,
like
back
crazy.
when I was in high school, it's like $1.
Yeah, I used to be able to go to McDonald's for $20 and I get a shitload of food.
Oh no, I remember when I was in junior high, they still had the super size fries, and those were only $2.15.
Yeah, Wendy's, they have their large fries only like $3.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now, like for just a large, it's almost $5.
Yeah, at McDonald's, I think it is $5 for a large.
Oh yeah, I definitely need to go pick this bitch up instead.
Will you
To
pick
fucking
me up too?
DoorDash. DoorDash trying to charge me up the ass.
I'll charge you up the ass.
Shut the fuck up. Again. Wait.
You look like you need to be charged up the ass. Hey girl, have you ever been charged up the ass?
Should I go get it or should I just stay home?
It'll probably be $10 cheaper if you go get it.
That what?
I said it'll probably be $10 cheaper if you go get it.
That's what I'm saying.
But then you can't listen to my voice. No, I just kidding.
Fuck, I wish I had someone that can bring it to me. Alright.
Yeah, what about Jake from Life State Farm?
Jake from State Farm.
Like a good neighbor, Jake is there.
Is it a new reload map too?
I don't think so.
No, I don't know. I haven't played Reload.
I haven't either. Wait, have you guys ever played mini games?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Let me just check what the reload map is.
Okay.
Oh, it's the same. Ooh.
Big nuts, thank you, pages.
What time are you going to bed, Christina?
Oh, I have no clue. Just whenever.
Yeah, I love the sound of that. But I'm really thinking about those cookies. I should just say fuck it, huh?
Yeah. YOLO.
Yellow in the Dolo. Wait, where are we meeting?
Crusty. If you want.
Wait, where?
Crusty.
Okay.
That's cool, man. The drink bombs are gonna go.
I hear you. Where you at?
I'm over here.
I hear you. Bounce. Oh, wait, are you right over there? Is that you?
Will?
Yeah, I'm right here behind you.
Oh.
Hello,
people. Bye, people.
Wait. Nope.
Get crusty.
I don't have anyone. Come here if you're the one who are you? No.
Watch out, because these guys over here were shooting at me. One of them's the Terrifier.
Are you still down, Joy?
Hello, monkeys.
Hey, it wasn't me. What are you doing? Why are you shooting me? Kill the gold freezer.
What's happening?
Help
What's happening?
That gold freezer killed me. Shoot him.
Jesus.
Yeah, these people are toxic. Yeah, I don't like coming here because all the people here are always pieces of shit, like these people.
Ah, damn it.
Bunch of losers.
Oh,
Everybody here has no girlfriend. Boo. That sucked.
dude, for real.
She's gonna go there and they're gonna shoot her.
That is annoying.
I know, that's like the it says you guys want to meet her. I was like, wow, every time I'm going there it's gotten shit. There was a couple times it went good, but one time I was there with Hannah and all these people were being cool, and then all of a sudden they started killing her, and then they killed like everyone. They killed me, and then I guess she was spectating them for a minute, and they were talking all this shit, and they called her a pick me.
What the fuck? Would be pissed.
Oh yeah, she was pissed. She added them all as a friend, and she was trying to invite them to the party so she could talk shit.
And they didn't want to.
Yeah, I don't think they joined. Someone random person sent me from us. But no, that is McDonald's. Are you gonna go pick up the McDonald's, or are you gonna have it delivered?
Should I? What do I do?
How long is it gonna take you to go pick it up? Like 10, 20 minutes?
No, not even. Let me check. Less than 10 minutes, so like 8 totals. 8
Yeah,
total.
if you want to sit out and run and go get it.
Should I?
Yeah, she's still in the game, so if you hurry, she might still live through the whole time. No.
True.
She could be winning the game right now. No.
Somebody sent me a friend request.
Yeah, I got one too. Was it Die Rainbow or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I don't know if that's from Delulu or from my stream. Nobody says anything. Oops, I did not mean to comment. That's okay. Oh, I think she just died.
You think so?
Yeah, right, like right as I was going to spectator, she got killed. She's
Oh,
at
y'all died?
Yeah, we got killed there too. At the cabin area.
Yeah.
Yeah, but start
Everyone was
shooting.
toxic as fuck.
Yeah, I killed that Peter Griffin. Fuck him.
Nice. I got killed by the gold Frieza.
Oh, son, I need to move. Son, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
How dare you move the cat?
I know he's fucking pissed. I wish you could see his face. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get water.
Alright.
Like a rock star, spend a lot of money on my brand new guitar. Baby's got a habit, diamond rings and Fendi sports bras. Riding down Rodeo in my Maserati sports car. I know you wanna pray, I know you wanna pray from Toronto. I had some help. It ain't like I can make this kind of mess all by myself. Don't act like you ain't helped me pull that bottle off the shelf. Been deep in every weekend.
Me how to duck, taste me how to duck, taste me how to duck, taste me how to duck.
Everybody love me, everybody love me. Can't be classy if don't make up action. Don't make up too strong. It is what it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. It is what it
I'm back.
I needed some with some bop in. Let's go. I'm unorthodox than the mug.
Oh, it's cold. My God. I want that emote so bad.
I always forget I have it.
I want want it, I want it, I want it, I want it. Son.
Whoa.
Squad. You got a gun, bro? I got like 5 shotguns. Hey, bro.
That's so fucking annoying. Y'all need a 4th? Oh, not at the moment. Just do me for request if you want them.